In the Star Era, year 3052, at Hell Star, a planet on the border of the Imperial Federation, home to the most advanced warships and satellites. The system's announcement echoed, "You have entered the Imperial Federation, the Hell Star region," approaching the command center. Special Assistant Gu, you are 0.023 seconds late today, please be mindful next time. Special Assistant Gu dared not object and immediately affirmed. The Supreme Commander of the Imperial Federation, Ying Wu, continued to ask, "What is today's schedule?" Gu Weilan, the special assistant and military doctor to the commander, replied, "At 9:30 this morning, you have a strategy meeting at the command center. At 2 in the afternoon, you must return to the Federation headquarters at Luo Palace to meet the Federation president. At 7 in the evening, you must attend a cocktail party with the president." Ying Wu turned back curiously, "A cocktail party?" Gu Weilan opened a display panel for Ying Wu to see. "Yes, the attire for the party has already been selected for you." After letting Ying Wu observe, she pressed her wristwatch, which contained the control panel, to turn it off. Then she gently reached up to adjust Ying Wu's collar and reminded him. "I have also set up an emergency message to be sent to the command center at 7:30 tonight, to give you a reason to leave the party." Ying Wu, without a trace of emotion, coldly praised, "You did very well." It seemed Gu Weilan was used to his coldness, so she wasn't too disappointed. After adjusting Ying Wu's collar, she proceeded to pull out a chair for him. Then she pointed to the food on the table and announced the schedule. "It is now 9 in the morning, you have 15 minutes for your meal." Ying Wu had just sat down at the dining table for a few minutes, just as he was about to lift a piece of steak to his mouth. He glanced and saw the maid placing a plate of tomatoes on the table. He immediately let out a cold snort, his eyes narrowing, angrily staring at the plate of plump red tomatoes. Ying Wu stared at the maid with a deathly gaze, causing her to panic, her heart in utter turmoil. "Oh my god, that look is so scary, what did I do wrong?" Gu Weilan quickly put an arm around the girl's shoulder and whispered, "During your job training, you weren't paying attention, were you? Remember this. The commander does not eat tomatoes, you may leave." Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, she looked at Gu Weilan as if she were a savior. "Yes." Waiting only for Gu Weilan's approval, she immediately scrambled away, chanting in her heart, "I'm scared to death, scared to death." Just as the maid left, the warning screen immediately filled with bright red warning text, "Warning, warning, the Dark Star System is invading. Warning, warning, the Dark Star System is invading. Warning, warning. The Dark Star System is invading. Warning, warning, the Dark Star System is invading." Ying Wu grabbed his jacket, then hurriedly put it on. Before leaving, he adjusted the shoulder of his jacket and carefully instructed Gu Weilan, "Reschedule today's appointments for 2 hours later. Notify the warship to prepare, we deploy in 2 minutes." Understood. As soon as Gu Weilan finished speaking, she opened the control panel. "Warship EC-0120 has confirmed it is ready." Waiting only for this sentence, Ying Wu departed immediately without any hesitation, and Gu Weilan quickly followed behind. The warship was ready for deployment in the air. At this moment, as Gu Weilan was focused on bandaging a soldier's wound, a man suddenly ran over in a hurry, shouting, "Dr. Gu, it's an emergency, please follow me." The man's tone caught Gu Weilan's attention. She gently handed the gauze to the nurse beside her. "Help me for a moment, thank you." It turned out the person who had just spoken was Adjutant Gao, a subordinate of Commander Ying Wu. Seeing his frantic state, she immediately removed her medical mask and inquired, "What happened? Is the battle going poorly?" Adjutant Gao replied, "No, the front line has won the battle, but in order to save me, the commander was injured. The commander is now in a coma, and you know, his condition is special. I don't dare let anyone else near him, so I secretly brought him to the treatment bay to find you." The two of them talked as they walked to the special treatment bay. At the door, Adjutant Gao said, "We're here, you go in, I'll go report the situation to the Federation headquarters." Gu Weilan pressed her hand on the fingerprint scanner, and the control panel immediately turned green. As she looked at him, she thought to herself, "No wonder Adjutant Gao is so worried. My superior's constitution is not like that of other ordinary people on this planet. Not only is he the strongest commander on the planet, but he is also a demon who differentiated into a human, nurtured by the Federation." At this moment, 2 red horns had sprouted from Ying Wu's head. His handsome face was like a sculpture, still stained with uncleaned blood, his eyes tightly shut. Gu Weilan looked at him affectionately, continuing her own story in her mind, "And the reason I could become Ying Wu's sole military doctor and special assistant is largely because I was selected by the experimental base from a very young age. Before Ying Wu entered the military, I was the one who grew up with him in the growth pod. But after that, as a demon who differentiated into a human, Ying Wu stepped out of the growth chamber. The Federation president then ordered all of Ying Wu's past memories to be formatted, and then he was sent to the military for training. I thought we would never meet again, but unexpectedly, 2 years ago, the Federation came to my door and made me his personal physician. She tested the needle while concurring, that's right, it's true that I understand him better than others. Weilan had just inserted the needle into the back of his hand. In less than 10 seconds, her hand was gripped tightly by his other hand, and the syringe fell as a result. Weilan's eyes widened in surprise. She was stunned and called his name, Commander Ying, but before she could finish, he twisted her arm and pulled her down onto the bed. She let out a startled and panicked scream. Ah! In an instant, her face and his were close together. One of his hands gripped her wrist, the other choked her neck. It was then that Weilan clearly saw his glowing horns. She thought in a panic, the horns are glowing? This is a reaction that only occurs during the sensitivity period of a demon who has differentiated into a human. For those who don't know, the sensitivity period is a time when the demon becomes restless. If it's severe, they will lose their reason, need to be isolated, and develop a desperate desire for the person they've identified. Hoping to receive comfort. Ying Wu's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth revealed 2 sharp fangs. His hands tightened their grip on her neck. No matter how much Weilan struggled, she couldn't match his strength. She tried every way to calm him down. Fortunately, when she mentioned her name, Commander, let go, I am, Weilan. As soon as Weilan finished speaking, Ying Wu's body froze. Then his eyes gradually changed color, no longer bloodshot like before, and tears slowly started to fall. Then he looked at her with a deep, affectionate gaze, asking doubtfully, Weilan? Weilan seized the opportunity to affirm, yes, I am Weilan. Her mind raced, I have to find a way to call for help. Suddenly, a hard-tipped tail grew from Ying Wu's rear, wagging back and forth incessantly in time with his sweet tone as he called Weilan's name. Weilan, Weilan. Then it gradually wrapped around her legs, Weilan, Weilan. Ying Wu kept humming her name, whispering softly. I miss you so much, I miss you very much. As he said this, tears welled up in the corners of Ying Wu's eyes. The suggestive posture of the two of them at that moment was not very innocent. It made Weilan's mind dazed, as if her head was in the clouds. What is this? This is something I never thought would happen. He grew up with me. They grew up together, the handsome youth of yesteryear, who once painstakingly picked a flower, cherishing it. He gently placed it in her hair and called her name. Wei, and even praised her endlessly, it looked so beautiful like that. At this moment, her eyes widened in surprise, her heart pounded, thumping continuously with shyness. But the call of Weilan brought her back to her senses, to think it would turn out like this. Returning to reality, Ying Wu was now sobbing, tearfully reproaching her, why aren't you looking at me? Weilan blushed and pushed him away, saying, Commander, Ying Wu, I know, let me go first. Unexpectedly, he was stubborn, using his tail to wrap around her hands, leaving her stunned. Ying Wu looked at her intently and said decisively, I don't want to let go. He rubbed his face against her hand and said coaxingly, I want Weilan to be by my side forever. That pitiful expression and sincere voice made Weilan's heart soften a little. She told herself, who wouldn't be captivated by this? She blushed, shy, but still let him nibble on her. But her heart was in conflict. No, Weilan, get a grip. She opened her mouth and said softly, Ying Wu, be good. Just this one sentence was enough to make Ying Wu stop what he was doing and listen to her attentively. Weilan coaxed him gently, if you do this, I won't be able to treat your wound. Ying Wu, sit up first, okay? Ying Wu blushed and replied, but it's uncomfortable if I don't hug you. In less than a second, he leaned close to Weilan's ear again and whispered, it's so uncomfortable, can you kiss me? She moaned uncomfortably a few times, but still let him do as he pleased. Because deep down she thought, some people look alive but are actually already dead. Although she didn't want to, she still tried to endure his boundary-crossing actions. In her heart, she cried out, someone come and save me. At that moment, Ying Wu suddenly spoke up again, pleading, Wei, kiss me. This sentence startled her, did I hear that right? Ying Wu's memories were formatted by the Federation a long time ago, how could he call me by my nickname now? Ying Wu unintentionally said a few more words to confirm that Weilan hadn't misheard, Wei, why are you so distracted today? Is it because you At this point, Ying Wu's tone changed, and tears of weakness began to well up in his sparkling eyes. Is it because you don't like me anymore? Gu Weilan quickly pulled him closer to explain, no, it's not that. But before she could finish, Ying Wu's crocodile tears started to flow rapidly, pouring down like rain. Boo-hoo-hoo, sob. Gu Weilan didn't know what to do other than wipe his tears and say a few comforting words. Be good, Ying Wu, don't cry. As expected, he immediately pressed his advantage. Wei, I want a hug. Because she wanted to soothe him, she didn't intend to argue anymore, quickly patting his back and comforting him. I'll hug you, just don't cry anymore. Ying Wu's tear-streaked face became a little stronger, and he promised her, okay, then I'll be good, I won't cry anymore. Then Ying Wu, seizing the opportunity, leaned in and whispered to her, Wei, if you don't kiss me, then I'll kiss you. As soon as he said it, Ying Wu didn't hesitate to give Gu Weilan a passionate kiss. She was so surprised and embarrassed that her eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. At first, she was a little awkward, then Gu Weilan gradually accepted it, slowly closing her eyes, calling his name, Ying Wu. The two shared a passionate, lingering kiss, with a few seductive moans occasionally echoing. Ying Wu's tail also seized the opportunity to grope around, trying to get inside Gu Weilan's shirt. The two of them leaned close to each other, panting, huff. Of course, they both realized it. Gu Weilan, just this once. When Ying Wu's voice rang out between interspersed gasps, Wei, it made her tell herself, just this once, let's be indulgent. Just as he uttered the single word Wei, she grabbed his collar and pulled him down hard. Their lips were stuck together again like two peas in a pod. Ying Wu began to caress Gu Weilan's neck, sweat pouring off both of them like rain, the sound of their suggestive moans never ceasing. Gu Weilan's hands were pulled up and held tightly above her head by him. Ying Wu's tight embrace made Gu Weilan feel breathless, so heavy, so suffocating. She opened her eyes to see his handsome face right next to hers, his eyes silently closed. Gu Weilan tiredly sighed to herself, he's holding me too tight, I can barely breathe. Ying Wu wrapped his arm around her chest and then grabbed her right wrist, startling Gu Weilan. He gently pulled her hand up and placed a tender kiss on it. Gu Weilan blushed and smiled at him, never expecting that the symptoms of this oral fixation period would also appear in a normally very cautious commander. The oral fixation period would make the patient dependent on an object or a person, and if lost, they would become extremely anxious and insecure, using crying to express their feelings of grievance. She gently touched his soft lips with her hand, thinking to herself, under normal circumstances, Ying Wu would probably sober up immediately. No matter what, I have to sit up first to avoid future awkwardness. With that thought, she immediately grabbed his arm to move it aside. Unexpectedly, before she could finish, he clung to her again, grabbing her hand and sucking on it insistently. Gu Weilan tried to sneakily pull her hand away without him noticing. Unexpectedly, as soon as she pulled it out a little, Ying Wu started to whimper pitifully. Then he rolled over on the bed, whimpering with teary eyes, sob. This situation left Gu Weilan extremely flustered. What should I do? Is he going to start crying again? Cover his mouth first and figure it out later. In her panic, she had to resort to this crude method to stop the noise. After a few minutes of kissing, Ying Wu finally calmed down a bit. He finally fell asleep, allowing Gu Weilan to breathe a sigh of relief. She gently withdrew the hand that was stroking his hair, then tiptoed to put her feet on the ground. As she stood up, she immediately staggered from the earlier exertion. Oh no. But she quickly regained her balance. Gu Weilan picked up her outer jacket. Then she comforted herself, it's okay, it was just once, it's okay, and quietly left the room. After leaving that room, she immediately went to the bathroom, pressing the flush button to wash up. Her neck was now covered with marks left over from the heated struggle earlier. Just a light touch made her wince in pain. Ah. Gu Weilan quickly fastened the last button of her shirt to prepare to leave. After getting everything in order, she calmly walked out. Unexpectedly, the person standing outside made her eyes widen in stunned surprise. Gu Weilan politely greeted, Duke Ying. The person standing before her was Ying Wu's father, the leader of the highest noble family in the Imperial Federation, Duke Ying. He asked coldly, how is Ying Wu? Gu Weilan quickly replied, I have finished treating Commander Ying's wound. For now, there is nothing to worry about. Also, she hesitated for a moment then decided to tell the truth. Last night, because the wound got infected, Commander Ying developed a fever, and his sensitivity period was triggered for the first time. Duke Ying quickly grasped the main point, you were with him all night? Gu Weilan lowered her eyes, answering with some anxiety, yes. Hearing this, King immediately narrowed his hawk-like eyes. Then he sternly reminded Gu Weilan, Special Assistant Gu, I hope you can keep the matter of you helping him through his sensitivity period a secret. Gu Weilan said, Ying, Adjutant Gao and the others know very well that I was the only one who entered Commander Ying's rest cabin last night. I'm afraid it's not possible for me to hide it alone. At this point, Gu Weilan hesitated. King continued, you can rest assured about that, I will have someone handle this matter properly. I just asked Professor Bai Luo. After a demon who has differentiated into a human sobers up, they will forget what happened during their sensitivity period. Special Assistant Gu should understand this point, right? Of course, a good doctor like you couldn't possibly not know this. That's also why you dared to give yourself to him. Hearing King say this, she sadly lowered her eyes and replied, I understand. After the warning, he turned to leave, let's leave it at that, you may go back to your work. Gu Weilan thought to herself, just pretend nothing happened, that would be for the best for everyone. The next morning. Ying Wu sat up, one hand propped on the bed, the other massaging his aching head as he wondered, why don't I have any impression of what happened last night? If I'm not mistaken, judging by my body's reaction, my sensitivity period must have been triggered. And it seems I had intimate contact with someone. The important thing is, who was the person who helped me through my sensitivity period? Ying Wu quickly connected with Adjutant Gao to inquire about the situation. Hello, Adjutant Gao, who entered my rest cabin yesterday? Seeing Ying Wu's serious face, Adjutant Gao hurriedly waved his hands. Huh, what person? I don't know either, I was dealing with the frontline matters all yesterday. You should try asking someone else. Adjutant Gao's answer angered Ying Wu for not getting an answer, and he immediately hung up. Ying Wu put his feet on the floor, preparing to get out of bed. He went out to the kitchen and took a water pitcher to pour a full glass. The sound of the water trickling into the glass was pleasant. Then Ying Wu quickly drank all the water in the glass in one go. Suddenly, a pair of boots appeared at the door along with the sound of footsteps. The newcomer was Gu Weilan. In her hands, she held a change of clothes for Ying Wu. As soon as she saw him, her face immediately flushed with shyness. The drops of water that had spilled from the glass lingered on his chest, creating a very attractive and seductive scene. Gu Weilan tried to restrain herself and looked away, thinking to herself. Don't think about what happened last night. Nothing happened last night. She walked over to him and gently asked. Is the commander feeling better? But he was the same as always. He emotionlessly took the clothes she brought and replied coldly, just a minor flesh wound. Gu Weilan skillfully helped Ying Wu get dressed. As she adjusted his collar, she reminded him, you still need to change the dressing regularly. After you finish breakfast in a bit, I will change it again for the commander. Her hand, which was tying his tie, was suddenly grabbed by him. While Gu Weilan was stunned and didn't understand what was happening, Ying Wu continued. Special Assistant Gu, find the woman who was with me last night for me. After he finished speaking, she was even more surprised, her heart in turmoil. I have to find myself? However, on the surface, she was frozen, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her silence, Ying Wu wondered. What, Special Assistant Gu doesn't agree? She deliberately avoided his gaze and replied respectfully. I wouldn't dare. Then go investigate. Then he ordered her to continue tying his tie. At this moment, Gu Weilan was racking her brain for a way to lie to Ying Wu. If it's no one but me, how am I supposed to investigate? Also, does this brat think I'm an all-purpose assistant? Why does he give me everything to do? Thinking of this, she was so angry that she imagined herself strangling him with the tie. But on the outside, she didn't dare to do it. She still had to tie the tie for that detestable man, even though she was cursing in her heart. It would be better if he just died. A few days later, outside Hellstar, Imperial Federation. At this moment, Gu Weilan was reporting to Ying Wu. Commander Ying, the data file for the meeting with the Federation President has been sent to your computer. Also, the spaceship is estimated to arrive at the intended location in 10 minutes. The control screen displayed a notification. The Foreign Minister of the Imperial Federation Council will meet with Foreign Minister Ma Ta at Luo Palace on the 13th to hold talks. The international planetary war may be about to begin. Ying Wu just closed his eyes and indifferently hummed an acknowledgement. Less than a minute later, he unconsciously brought his hand to his mouth. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Just a few seconds later, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to endure Gu Weilan saw his series of strange actions and became very worried. Why is this guy's mood suddenly so bad? It's better not to provoke him at this time. She had deliberately tried to ignore him, but Ying Wu's hand wouldn't stay still, fumbling around, searching for something. Then he frowned at her and asked. You didn't prepare any candy today? At this moment, Gu Weilan suddenly remembered. That's right, his habits really never change. He has loved eating this type of lozenge since he was a child. And it must be peach-flavored. But after last night, I might have discovered another meaning. Ying Wu likes to eat lozenges, aside from the fact that he likes sweets, perhaps the main reason is that he suffers from the symptom of adolescent oral fixation period. That's why he needs lozenges to control himself when the symptom acts up. Gu Weilan smiled and replied. I have some in my coat pocket, but, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to get it right now. Let me switch to autopilot mode. Gu Weilan's previous sentence was cut short because she was surprised when Ying Wu suddenly approached her. Gu Weilan blushed as she looked at him and thought to herself, why is he suddenly? Ying Wu's hand unhesitatingly reached into Gu Weilan's pocket. She closed her eyes tightly, her heart in turmoil. Although it's nothing, but we spent a night together last night, I really can't be as calm as before. At this moment, Ying Wu noticed her ears, which were bright red with shyness. She is. He leisurely took the candy out of her pocket and asked a question that ruined the ambiguous atmosphere. Special Assistant Gu, what are you nervous about? Gu Weilan nervously tightened her grip on the controls, lowered her head and replied. Nothing. Then she quickly and knowingly backed away. Ying Wu found it strange and kept staring at her. Of course, Gu Weilan could also feel his fiery gaze on her, so her cheeks turned as red as a ripe tomato. She deliberately waited for a moment, then dared to glance over and saw that he was still in the same position. In her heart, she wondered. Why is he still staring? Ying Wu slowly unwrapped the candy he had taken from her. Then he slowly put the candy in his mouth. She looked at his detestable face while he was sound asleep and shook her head in exasperation. Gu Weilan, hurry up and forget about last night. After finishing her work for the day, Gu Weilan did some calculations, and it was finally her turn for a day off. Gu Weilan opened the control panel and wrote a leave request. She had already instructed Adjutant Gao on a few things to pay attention to in Commander Ying's daily work, ensuring that everything could run normally after she took her leave. After everything was prepared, she could confidently fly her personal aircraft back to In City for her vacation. But Gu Weilan had forgotten one single thing, which was to say goodbye to Ying Wu personally. As soon as she arrived, Gu Weilan politely greeted. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Mother Gu immediately helped her with her things, wrapped an arm around her daughter's arm and said excitedly. Weilan, I heard you were coming back, so I specially cleaned your room for you. Then Mother Gu led her into the room, proudly pointing to the place she had redecorated and asked her daughter, take a look, do you like it? Gu Weilan smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. I love it. At this moment, Father Gu peeked out from the kitchen and called to Gu Weilan, daughter, hurry and wash your hands, then come eat. This time, I didn't let the robots do it, I personally cooked all your favorite dishes. Seeing Father Gu like this, Grandfather Gu found it even more displeasing, lamenting that a man was always wasting time on unnecessary things. Utterly improper. He thought to himself but didn't say it out loud, this son-in-law living alone truly has no prospects. Mother Gu couldn't help but retort, Dad, can you please not treat Tan Tang so strangely? If you really look down on him, we can move out. Father Gu spoke up, wanting to mediate between the two and save the situation. It's my fault for looking forward to our daughter's return too much. Grandfather Gu was also helpless against his own daughter, you really are. Before he could finish speaking, he was faced with two pairs of cold, sharp eyes from Mother Gu and Gu Weilan. In the end, he had to drop the previous topic. Alright, let's eat first. Mother Gu picked up a piece of salmon with sauce for her. Here, Weilan, try this. Father Gu competed with his wife to put food in his daughter's bowl. Daughter, try this dish, you'll definitely like it. Gu Weilan looked apologetically at her heaping bowl of rice. At this moment, Grandfather Gu suddenly called her name Weilan. That little marquis of the Fu family is named Fu Qinglu, do you still remember him? While trying to eat, Gu Weilan replied to her grandfather, I remember, what's wrong, grandfather? She recalled having briefly glanced at the documents about the noble families of the capital planet and had a slight impression of this name. Grandfather Gu continued, it's rare for you to be on leave this time. Tomorrow, make some time to have a meal with him. As for the location, grandfather will have someone arrange it. This statement from her grandfather made Gu Weilan cough. Cough, cough. Feeling she was being a bit impolite, she quickly took a napkin to wipe her mouth and asked, "Grandfather, are you trying to set me up on a blind date?" Grandfather Gu calmly replied while sipping his water, "It's just a meal. If you can take it a step further to cultivate the relationship, that would be even better." Hearing this, Mother Gu, who was beside her, whispered to her, "Vivi, you don't have to force yourself. If you feel you're not compatible with that little Marquis, just let it go." Gu Weilan replied awkwardly, "I know." She thought to herself, how could I possibly be in the mood for romance right now? At this moment, in Ying's residence, Ying Wu retied the belt of his bathrobe and slowly walked down the stairs. After seeing the service robot, he asked, "Where is Special Assistant Gu?" The robot quickly explained, "Greetings, Commander. Assistant Gu Weilan is currently on leave for a period of 3 days." Ying Wu sat down at the table and continued coldly, "So for the next 3 days, I don't have a special assistant anymore?" At this, he flew into a rage, so angry that both his hands trembled. As arranged by both families, Gu Weilan was now sitting at a dining table with her blind date. It was none other than Fu Qinglu, the little marquis of the Fu family. He got straight to the point, "You were also arranged to come here by your family, right?" Seeing how direct he was, Gu Weilan didn't hide it either and replied with a smile, "It seems you are too." Fu Qinglu brushed that aside, then amicably introduced himself and extended his hand to get to know her. "Well, let's not mind our families. Let's be friends first. My name is Fu Qinglu." She returned his handshake and introduced herself, "Hello, I'm Gu Weilan." Just as she finished speaking, the voice of a waiter from the side rang out, "Is that Miss Gu? Miss Gu, please take a moment to check your planetary phone." Hearing the waiter say this, Gu Weilan was stunned for a moment. A planetary phone? As soon as she opened it, she immediately discovered she had missed 39 calls from Commander Ying because she had accidentally left it on Do Not Disturb mode. At this moment, she became alarmed and worried. Did something happen at the military headquarters? Gu Weilan immediately called Ying Wu back. While waiting for the call to connect, she took the opportunity to apologize for her impoliteness to Fu Qinglu. "Excuse me, I need to take this call." As soon as the call connected, Ying Wu immediately bombarded her with questions. "Where did you put the watch I wore last time I went to the 4th planet?" Hearing this, Gu Weilan was so exasperated she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought to herself, just for a watch, was it necessary to make so many calls? Gu Weilan cleared her throat and answered, "Sir, it's in the 2nd drawer of the nightstand by your bed." Sure enough, after receiving the answer he wanted, Ying Wu unhesitatingly hung up the phone. She turned to Fu Qinglu in embarrassment and said, "I'm so sorry." But it seemed he didn't mind such minor details much, so he quickly waved it off. "It's all right, let's continue." Just as Fu Qinglu finished speaking, her watch vibrated again with a notification, making the two of them look at each other awkwardly. Gu Weilan quickly answered the call. "Commander, is there anything else?" Hearing this, Ying Wu immediately sensed something was wrong. "Are you being impatient?" Put on the spot by Ying Wu, Gu Weilan became anxious, and her reply became jumbled. "No, I just wanted to say that there are actually many other styles in the dressing room." Ying Wu immediately retorted, "Special Assistant Gu, I am looking for the watch I wore when I went to the 4th planet." Feeling she had misspoken, she quickly covered her face with her hand, but still tried to answer all of Ying Wu's questions. "Yes, sir. Then I will tell Adjutant Gao about the watch's location in a bit. Can I ask Adjutant Gao to go there and look for it?" Ying Wu continued with his difficult behavior. "Who gave you permission to let other people into my house?" Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't say things that are so easily misunderstood. Gu Weilan thought cautiously, "Ahem, Gu Weilan, this is just the strong territorial awareness of a demon who is differentiated into a human. He's like this because of his instinct to protect his territory, don't overthink it." She carefully explained the reason to him. "The thing is, sir, I'm in Anqing right now and can't return immediately." Ying Wu irritably pushed his hair back, then decided to put on his glasses. He said something that shocked Gu Weilan. "I'm already in Anqing, here to pick you up." Until she heard the engine sound of the warship outside, Gu Weilan still couldn't believe her ears and let out a stunned huh? Her whole body seemed frozen, stuck to the table. No, it can't be. Her eyes widened, and her mouth hung open in surprise. Outside, people were also in a panic when they saw the warship in the sky. "My God, what major event has happened? Why is a warship here? Mommy, I'm scared." A familiar figure descended amidst the lights from the warship's bay. That person was none other than the tyrannical, domineering Ying Wu. Seeing this scene, Weilan had to ask herself, is Ying Wu out of his mind? Ying Wu quickly walked to the table where Weilan and Fu Qinglu were sitting. Fu Qinglu silently sized up the newcomer. Seeing Weilan sitting, eating, and chatting with another man, Ying Wu furrowed his brows in displeasure. Then he stared intently at Fu Qinglu, making him feel uncomfortable. However, Ying Wu didn't pay him much mind and turned to order Weilan bluntly, let's go. She turned to him awkwardly and whispered, Commander, I have an appointment. At this point, Fu Qinglu spoke up to help Weilan, Sir, as far as I know, Miss Gu is currently on leave. Ying Wu glanced at him coldly and said seriously, it seems you are unaware of the special nature of our work. Emergency situation, leave is cancelled. Hearing this strange rule for the first time, Fu Qinglu didn't know how to respond and could only watch in silence as Ying Wu grabbed his own blind date's hand and pulled her away. Even Weilan was surprised by Ying Wu's action, he's holding my hand? Without a word, he tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her away from the table, not even bothering to say a single word of farewell to Fu Qinglu. At this moment, Weilan recalled the day Ying Wu's sensitive period acted up, how sweet and clingy he was, making her blush at how cute she found him. Feeling too embarrassed, she consciously erased that sweet memory, not wanting to remember it. After returning to Ying Wu's castle in the Empire Federation, Weilan said to Ying Wu, I'll go find that watch, and quickly pushed open the door to his room. Ying Wu gave a cold letting her enter his room. Weilan walked to the nightstand drawer and gently opened it. She found the watch lying there obediently. She was furious inside just as I thought. She turned around, holding the watch, and questioned him, it was in the drawer I told the commander about. Who would have thought? Ying Wu casually took the watch and even feigned innocence, replying, I opened it and looked but didn't see it. Assistant Gu must have hidden it too well. In her mind, she was now imagining herself beating him until he was bruised and bleeding. This bastard, he wouldn't even lift a finger to look for something, and now he was blaming her? Weilan tried to suppress her anger and asked gently, I will be more careful in the future. Does the commander have any other arrangements? Hearing this, Ying Wu remained silent. Weilan pouted in annoyance, waiting for him to give her an answer. Suddenly, he flashed a cunning smile. Then he opened the schedule panel to inform her the Federation president wants to open a transit station on planet Sitten. I have to go to planet Sitten for a business trip. He turned to look at her and emphasized, so you have to come with me. Weilan protested indignantly, but I'm still on leave. Ying Wu took a teacup from the service robot and asked again in a deep voice. Leave? After taking a sip, he put the teacup down because the phone kept ringing incessantly, beep beep beep. Ying Wu casually sat down and coldly asked the person on the other end of the line. What is it? Duke Ying's face appeared on the screen, and he questioned angrily, the Planetary Aviation Bureau just detected your warship entering the Onqing area. Is this true or false? He didn't intend to be long-winded, replying concisely, it's true. Hearing his son's words, Duke Ying became even angrier, shouting, I need a reasonable explanation. Ying Wu took the opportunity to set a condition, didn't you also have everyone in the military hide the matter of my sensitive period from me? On the contrary, I want to know what kind of woman was with me that night, to be able to receive such thorough concealment from Duke Ying. Put on the spot, Duke Ying brushed it off. Don't change the subject. That was just an unimportant woman. So you don't need to be distracted by this small matter. The unimportant woman, Weilan, was also getting a headache from his difficult son. After hearing this, Ying Wu just said, oh. Duke Ying became even angrier, I have no way to talk properly with a rebellious son like you. Weilan sighed to herself, oh no, trouble is brewing. Just then, Ying Wu also glanced over at her, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. He was clearly the one in the wrong, so how did he have the nerve to look at her? Ying Wu suddenly shot her a look and asked, don't want to listen? This attitude again reminded her of his clingy and adorable appearance on the day his sensitive period acted up, making her face flush with embarrassment. But she quickly pushed aside those silly thoughts. Cuteness was all an illusion, the insufferable boss in front of her was the real Ying Wu. He quickly said to his father, if there's an issue, come to me. Why are you looking for her? I'm hanging up. Assistant Gu doesn't want to take the call. Weilan breathed a sigh of relief. At least he has some conscience. Less than a minute later, the phone on her watch rang again, beep beep. Weilan looked at him and said, Duke Ying is calling. Ying Wu said magnanimously, give it here, I'll hang up for you. She pouted at his detestable face and thought to herself, are you trying to get me killed faster? As soon as the call connected, he unleashed a tirade, Assistant Gu, I initially chose you to be by Ying Wu's side because I valued your work ability. I hope you can be responsible for your work. What kind of job did you do this time, huh? Gu Weilan didn't have time to argue with Duking. I will do my best, Gu Weilan promised him. Duking said with a headache, it's not about trying your best, it's about making him work normally. What on earth were you thinking? Gu Weilan stammered awkwardly. Glancing over and seeing Ying Wu casually sipping tea made her even angrier. How am I supposed to know what that guy is thinking? Duking said sternly, I hope this won't happen a second time. After saying that, he hung up with a click. Only then could Gu Weilan breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she glanced over, she saw an infuriating sight. She said angrily, Commander Ying, you can still smile? He spoke casually without a hint of guilt, I've implicated you. Of course, Gu Weilan wasn't foolish enough not to sense it, and said sarcastically, I couldn't tell that Commander Ying was sincerely apologizing to me at all. Ying Wu smiled cunningly, is that so? What would be considered sincere? Gu Weilan held out her hand with a condition, at least a pay raise. She placed her hand on the armrest of the chair, leaned close to him and said, being called back to work by the commander during my leave, asking for a raise isn't too much to ask, is it? Ying Wu narrowed his eyes and retorted, before Assistant Gu went on leave, are you sure you completed all the tasks I assigned you? Gu Weilan replied confidently, of course. Ying Wu said with interest, oh? Then Assistant Gu, tell me, have you found the woman I told you to investigate? Gu Weilan thought in confusion, seriously, weren't we talking about a raise? How did we suddenly get back to the topic of the sensitive period? Ying Wu said smugly, it seems Assistant Gu has not yet completed her work. Gu Weilan hurriedly tried to explain, no, Commander Ying, listen to me. Who would have thought Ying Wu would raise his index finger to signal her to stop? Then he decisively negotiated with Gu Weilan, how about this, I'll give Assistant Gu a chance to redeem herself. You go on the business trip to Sitten with me now, and after we return, we'll discuss the raise. Gu Weilan was still a little hesitant and didn't dare to make a decision. Ying Wu understood what she was worried about and assured her, don't worry, Assistant Gu won't be at a disadvantage. A moment later, Mother Gu found out and called to check on her. She couldn't bear to be apart from her daughter after just seeing her for a short while. Vivi, why did you go back to the military headquarters right after starting your leave? Weren't you supposed to have 3 days off? Gu Weilan comforted her mother, Mom, there's an urgent matter at the military headquarters, I have to go back to handle it. Once it's done, I'll make time to come back to you and Dad. After saying that, she felt a pang of guilt. Although she was a bit embarrassed to say it, but what he offered was really a lot. Mother Gu wiped her tears, all right then, remember to take a longer leave next time. Gu Weilan smiled and replied, yes, I know. Mother Gu quickly set a condition, next time you come back, you have to go shopping with me. Next time you come back, Dad is waiting to teach you how to cook, to try his latest research results. Yes. Next time you come back, Grandfather still wants to beat you at a few games of chess. Yes. Gu Weilan hurriedly said goodbye to her mother, I have to get to work, Mom. Mom and Dad, take care of your health and yourselves. See you next time, I love you both. After saying goodbye, she pressed the button to end the call. As soon as she turned around, she was startled by Ying Wu's appearance. He looked at her and said sarcastically, Assistant Gu really knows how to sweet-talk people. Hearing this, Gu Weilan was bewildered, not knowing why he would suddenly say that. Ying Wu gave an unreadable smile and continued. Let's go. She quickly called him back, Commander Ying, wait a moment. She then probed, I want to know how you knew my location in the restaurant today. Ying Wu replied nonchalantly, I had Ji now look it up. Gu Weilan frowned and said, in the future, the commander is not allowed to abuse his privileges to investigate my personal whereabouts again. Ying Wu sighed as he adjusted his hair. He negotiated with her, let's each take a step back. If Assistant Gu guarantees she will answer my calls from now on, I will agree to your terms. Their hands brushed against each other. Ying Wu pulled her hand closer to him and looked at her intently, saying, deal. In the Duanjiang River guest house. Planet Sitten. Gu Weilan opened the control panel to check. She went outside holding a red seed. She looked at it and thought to herself, a demon who has differentiated into a human needs to periodically consume devil fruit to replenish the crystal energy inside their body. Luckily, the soil here can also grow it. Gu Weilan continued to open the control panel to report, confirm the surroundings are safe, you can rest assured. It is now 9 o'clock, the bathroom's heating mode has been activated, the commander can complete his bath on time. She returned to the bathroom to check the temperature. Okay, the water temperature is just right. She used her own hand to test the water temperature for him. Ying Wu, who was behind her, saw this action and called out to her, "Assistant Gu." Weilan turned around with a start. You're right on time. I was just about to inform you that you can take your bath now." At this moment, Ying Wu no longer had the mind to pay attention to her words. His attention was focused on her slender waist and long, fair legs. To prevent himself from being impolite, Ying Wu cleared his throat and said to Gu Weilan, "You. Assistant Gu, please stand up first." His attitude made her feel a bit strange. Oh. Then he hurriedly shooed her out. "All right, you can go now. Good night." Gu Weilan stared blankly at the door that slammed shut in front of her and wondered blankly what's wrong with him now, so moody and unpredictable. She went back to her room, changed her clothes, and flopped onto the bed, sighing, I'm dead tired. Finally, I can lie down and sleep." She had barely closed her eyes for a few seconds when a loud knocking sound came from outside. Gu Weilan glanced at the door, annoyed. She went to open the door in her sexy pajamas and questioned irritably, "Who is it?" It turned out the person outside was Ying Wu. He hugged a pillow tightly and tattled, "Assistant Gu, there's a bug in my room." Gu Weilan was speechless, not knowing what to say to him, thinking to herself, in the middle of the night, just for this? He ran over here to lecture me. She suddenly realized, wait a minute. Ying Wu's hands gripped the pillow tightly. Could it be that he's the one who's scared? At this moment, his whole body trembled. Gu Weilan asked Ying Wu, "Where is the bug?" While hugging the pillow tightly, he used one hand to point towards his bed over there, 10 centimeters to the right of the headboard. Having located it, Gu Weilan quickly walked over. She swatted it with a towel with a smack, squashing the bug inside. Then she calmly threw it into the trash can without a trace of fear. She yawned and announced to him, "It's done, it's dead. I'm going back to my room to sleep." Who knew that before she could leave, Ying Wu grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back. Gu Weilan turned back to look at him, stunned. She wondered curiously, what does this guy want to do now? What met her eyes was Ying Wu's pitiful, pouting expression. He stared at her with pleading eyes, making her heart soften, not knowing what to do. Seeing her silence, his gaze became even more intense. Only then did she gently ask, "Is the commander still very scared?" But to maintain his dignity, Ying Wu quickly retracted that look and replied coldly, "No." Gu Weilan sighed wearily to herself, "He's really a handful. I'm so sleepy." Having no other choice, she could only push him away and take the blame herself. All right, I'm the one who's scared, okay?" She pointed to the bed and said, "You lie down, I'll watch over you." That was all he was waiting for. Ying Wu quickly climbed into bed, pulled the blanket up to his chin, and replied, "Okay." Under his watchful gaze, Gu Weilan could only sigh, thinking to herself, "He's my boss, I can only indulge him." Ying Wu lay on the bed, while Gu Weilan sat on the sofa with her arms crossed. The wind from outside blew the curtains in the room, creating a beautiful scene. At this moment, Gu Weilan, being too tired, had fallen asleep on the chair. Of course, Ying Wu was no exception. He had fallen asleep even before her out of fear. Because she was sleeping so soundly, her body swayed and tilted to one side. Luckily, before her head could hit the armrest, Ying Wu caught it. It was unclear whether it was an illusion, but the look in his eyes as he gazed at Gu Weilan was somewhat affectionate. Then Ying Wu wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Gently, he pulled her into his arms and then lifted her up. He carefully placed her on the bed, even thoughtfully tucking her in. Then he fell asleep on the edge of the bed while watching over his little girl. While they slept, their hands seemed to have some kind of connection, drawn to each other. The next morning, when the sun cast its first rays through the window, only then did Gu Weilan wake up with a start. What met her eyes was a note left by Ying Wu. "I'm going to the site. You don't need to follow me. Go find the local medical rescue team to sort out the documents. Pick me up this afternoon when I get off work." As she read the note he left, she wondered, he left a note and just went? In the past, he always took me with him wherever he went. Why is it different this time? Also, why am I on the bed? Could it be that I sleepwalked last night and pulled Ying Wu off the bed, and now he's holding a grudge? Gu Weilan tiredly brushed aside all her jumbled thoughts. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. It's rare to get a break, I couldn't ask for it. Time passes quickly when you're lazing around. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Gu Weilan thought today would pass by very peacefully, but she never expected to meet someone she didn't expect. Knock, 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 a steady knocking sound came from the door. As soon as she turned her head to look, she exclaimed in surprise. "Senior. Song Mingze." Gu Weilan Sr. from military school quickly replied, I heard the station chief say someone from the first planet was here. It turns out it's you, Weilan. He handed her a document and said, this document is for you, you might need it. Gu Weilan took it and replied happily, thank you, Senior. This was the only document I was missing. Finally, the material documents for the medical equipment have all been collected. Song Mingze then invited her for a drink. If the work is done, then let's go downstairs for coffee. It's rare for us to meet. I've missed you too. Gu Weilan immediately agreed, yes, it just so happens I have a few things about medical technology one need to discuss with you. With her senior's company, Gu Weilan spent an afternoon full of academic exchange. Unconsciously, it was already time to pick up Ying Wu from work. After finishing the conversation, Gu Weilan got in the car and said goodbye to Song Mingzhe, Senior, I have to go pick up my superior now. When the supplies from the first planet arrive, I'll let you know. Song Mingzhe also showed concern, carefully reminding her, okay, the roads here aren't very good, be careful on your way. Her car drove smoothly on the road leading to the sea. After a while, Gu Weilan got out of the car. She glanced around, looking for Ying Wu's figure. Where is he? She quickly found his location. Commander Ying is over there. He was holding something in his hand, his eyes focused, looking extremely concentrated. However, his clothes and limbs were covered in mud. Seeing this, she frowned, these clothes are so dirty. As if sensing something, Ying Wu glanced around. Then he handed the device he was holding to the staff member next to him, take this. Ying Wu walked quickly over to Gu Weilan and pretended to ask, when did you get here? Gu Weilan replied politely, I just arrived not long ago. Are you finished with your work, Commander? He casually grunted and then asked, did you bring candy? Yes. She immediately put her hand in her pocket to find the candy. Gu Weilan handed him a lollipop. Ying Wu reached out to take it but realized his hands were too dirty. So he said, I'll go wash. But before he could finish, she asked, do you need me to unwrap it for you? Ying Wu remained silent. Gu Weilan also said nothing, waiting for his decision. A moment later, he put his hands in his pockets and answered. Gu Weilan carefully unwrapped the candy and held it out in front of Ying Wu. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu didn't take it with his hand but instead leaned down to take it directly with his mouth. He slowly took the candy into his mouth. As he did, Gu Weilan's hand accidentally brushed against Ying Wu's lips. Gu Weilan was startled and quickly pulled her hand back. Ying Wu immediately noticed her flustered action. Gu Weilan blushed, quickly turned her back to him and said, let's go then. Her heart pounded. Thump, thump, it wouldn't stop, making her feel too shy to be near him. Ying Wu was even more bewildered, not understanding what was wrong with her to cause such a strong reaction. Just as she was about to open the car door to get in, he raised his hand to block the door, preventing her from opening it. Gu Weilan turned back and asked, what is it, Commander? Unexpectedly, their positions made her even more uncomfortable. Her face and Ying Wu's were now so close they could hear each other's breathing. Gu Weilan anxiously pressed her hands against the car to keep her balance. Ying Wu leaned close to her neck and sniffed for a moment. Then he took the candy out of his mouth and asked probingly, Assistant Gu, where did you go today? But she didn't answer his question, instead staring at the candy and thinking to herself, I didn't expect that a sweet peach flavor could also attract people like that. Ying Wu hated it when people lost focus while talking to him, and he narrowed his eyes in anger, zoning out. Gu Weilan knew she had been rude, hurriedly pushed him away and replied, Ahem, I just went to the hospital. Ying Wu wouldn't back down, immediately retorting, to the hospital? Why do you smell like coffee, and have had physical contact with another man? Hit a nerve, she was startled, a miscalculation, I forgot his sense of smell is different from a normal person's. Gu Weilan had no choice but to stammer out the truth, I met a senior who used to work at the hospital. After finishing work, we had coffee and chatted for a while. In the middle of it, some coffee spilled, so he helped me wipe it off. She was about to say more but thought she shouldn't reveal too much and stopped. Never mind. These things don't need to be reported to you, right? After hearing this, Ying Wu showed no emotion, just put the candy back in his mouth and gave a cold Then he left her standing there, stunned, and got into the car by himself. Only when the car door slammed shut did she come to her senses, is he angry? As she walked to open her car door, she thought distractedly, why? That's right, he must be suffering and working hard at the construction site, while an assistant like me is out drinking coffee with someone else. It's right to be angry. Besides, he's possessive. I'm his assistant, but I have another man sent on me, which is also an offense to him. From now on, I should avoid these mistakes during work hours, she told herself while fastening her seatbelt. Then she glanced at the back seat. But, seeing his pouting, angry face, she thought to herself, the commander being angry is also kind of cute. Thinking this, she immediately felt cheerful, her guilt lessening somewhat. 2 hours later, when the two of them arrived, the sky was already dark. Weilan stretched to relax her muscles, finally done with work. She took a cigarette out of its pack. Then she flicked a lighter and lit it. She stood alone smoking in the night, her sad eyes gazing into the distance. Weilan brought the cigarette to her lips and took a long drag, thinking to herself, he's probably asleep. At this moment, the curtains in Ying Wu's room were drawn tightly shut, without a sound. Weilan thought sadly to herself, why do I feel so strangely troubled today? Above, Ying Wu was secretly parting the curtains to watch her figure. As if feeling his burning gaze, Weilan looked up. Seeing her look up, Ying Wu froze for a few seconds. Then he hurriedly closed the curtains and turned his back to the window. A moment later, Weilan heard footsteps and looked over. She panicked and hid the cigarette behind her back, greeting him, Commander. Ying Wu deliberately reminded her, I remember Assistant Gu didn't used to smoke. Weilan confessed, it's just that I didn't smoke in front of you before, Commander. Ying Wu then probed, why? She didn't hesitate to speak her mind, isn't it because you don't like it, Commander? She thought to herself, isn't that a common trait of everyone in the military department? Ying Wu turned his face away and replied, it's not that I don't like it. Hearing this, Weilan blushed and froze for a moment. Weilan and Ying Wu didn't know what to say, the two just stared at each other in silence. Then, being the less thick-skinned one, Ying Wu decided to break the silence first. He gave a fake cough, ahem, come to the mining site with me tomorrow. After saying that, he quickly left, showing no reluctance to leave, leaving Weilan to stare blankly at his retreating back. After he was out of sight, she wondered, why did he say those things? Early the next morning, at the monitoring station, Weilan slowly poured water from a kettle into a cup. Meanwhile, Ying Wu sat beside her, staring intently at the computer screen. Weilan was sad, looking down and thinking to herself, so he just told me to come here to pour water? Thinking this, she opened her mouth to suggest, Commander, how about I go down and help? Unexpectedly, Ying Wu blurted out a silly question, what if I get thirsty later? However, this question left Weilan speechless, and she could only curse inwardly as he drank water, let you die of thirst. At this moment, the diplomatic officer of Planet Sifo came in to report to Ying Wu, Commander, the basic construction of the transit station is proceeding very smoothly. If we continue at this pace, I believe Planet Sifo can open the first transit station with other planets. Ying Wu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Very good. After receiving Ying Wu's praise, the diplomatic officer obsequiously tried to curry favor, Commander Ying, we're finishing early today, would you like to have a little get-together tonight? Weilan knew the commander didn't like crowds and was just about to politely decline, I'm sorry, but she was cut off by Ying Wu. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay. Hearing this, Weilan paused. She wondered to herself, I don't know where he got the interest from today. The lights in the VIP room of the class hotel were still on. A while later, when the party was over, Ying Wu and Weilan went down to the parking garage together. Although Weilan was very worried about him, she only dared to observe and think to herself, he drank so much just now, is he still okay? I don't dare to ask him directly. Recalling the situation earlier, Ying Wu didn't refuse anyone. Commander, I'll toast you. We'll toast you too. His glass was refilled as soon as it was empty. Until Weilan couldn't watch anymore and stood up to stop them, like a mother hen protecting her chick. The commander can't drink anymore, please understand. Only then did Ying Wu show a sly smile, as if his goal had been achieved. She watched his retreating figure and thought to herself, he can find the parking spot, so it seems he's not drunk. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to their residence. It was already pitch dark, with countless stars shining in the sky. Weilan unfastened her seatbelt and said to Ying Wu, Commander, we're here, let's get out of the car. He said nothing, just calmly stared at her. Weilan thought he was signaling for her to open the car door, so she quickly leaned over towards the door next to him. She sighed inwardly, yes, this young master, if you don't want to open the door, I'll do it. The expression on her face immediately revealed her panic, why has he turned into his demon form? Unexpectedly, before she could even touch the door handle, his love tail suddenly appeared and wrapped around her hand. Ying Wu quickly pulled her close and hugged her waist tightly. The pair of horns, a symbol of his sensitive period, had reappeared on his head. Weilan was still so surprised her mouth was agape, stammering, "Commander, you." Before she could say anything, her arm was pulled forcefully by him. Then Ying Wu pressed Weilan against the other side of the car, causing her to cry out in pain, "Huh?" Weilan blushed and said gently to Ying Wu, "Let me go." At this moment, he panted in response. "Wait a moment." She looked at him with concern and said, "You, let go of your tail first." As she spoke, she looked at the tail wrapped tightly around her waist from behind. Ying Wu followed her gaze and wondered. "Why?" She irritably warned him, "Commander, if you keep this up, I'll report you to the Federation." Hearing this, he obediently withdrew his tail from her waist. Only then could Weilan relax a little. Fortunately, he's still obedient. The two of them got out of the car at the same time. Weilan deliberately ran faster as if trying to escape from this place. As she was about to escape, she thought, sobering up medicine, where's the sobering up medicine? He must be drunk to be acting like this. However, Weilan hadn't taken more than a few steps before she saw Ying Wu standing in front of her, blocking her way. "Assistant Gu, where are you going?" Weilan replied curtly, not daring to look him in the eye, "To get sobering up medicine." Ying Wu reacted quickly and immediately grabbed her wrist. Weilan turned back to look at him blankly. The distance between their bodies gradually narrowed. Ying Wu looked at her and said with certainty, "I'm not." The seemingly romantic atmosphere was suddenly broken by an ill-timed, tactless burp that ruined the mood. Ying Wu's face turned pale with embarrassment, while Weilan immediately pulled her hand back, looking at him with a hint of disdain. The smell of alcohol from the burp was so strong, yet he still said he was not drunk. Weilan left wearily, still having to find the sobering up medicine in the end. She fumbled to open her medicine box to find the sobering up medicine. Ying Wu looked impatiently at Weilan's constantly moving back. A moment later, he couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her hand up. Weilan turned back to look at him blankly. Ying Wu pulled Weilan's wrist and placed it on his chest. He seriously explained to her, "According to the results of my brain scan, it's because just now in the car. Assistant Gu's distance from me was too close, touching me will cause my brain to release more dopamine than usual." Weilan felt that Ying Wu was increasingly saying abnormal things. What nonsense is this guy spouting now? She handed him the opened bottle of medicine and questioned him, "Am I the doctor or are you the doctor, who listens to whom?" Ying Wu was stunned for a moment then snatched the bottle from her hand. He picked it up and gulped it down like water. Ying Wu looked at her with affectionate eyes. "Assistant Gu." Weilan raised her hand to stop him from saying anything more. She said bluntly, "Stop, the commander can go back to his room to rest now, we still have to work tomorrow." Even though Weilan had said everything she could, Ying Wu shamelessly asked again, "What about me? You're the one who made my tail come out, you can't just abandon it like this." She wearily massaged her aching head and explained. "When the medicine takes effect, the commander will calm down. Then you'll return to your original form." "Does Assistant Gu mean that I'm not calm right now?" Weilan cursed in her heart, "Am I wrong?" But on the surface, she still had to endure, patiently explaining, "What I mean is, after you sober up, the commander will be fine." Ying Wu pulled her close to him, whispering, "You still don't believe that I'm not drunk?" She thought angrily to herself, "I can't listen anymore, why does he make less sense the more he talks?" After thinking, she forcefully pushed him away. Then she backed away towards the door, "Commander, please come in." Ying Wu deliberately put on a pitiful expression but failed to attract her attention. He then angrily sulked and went inside. Before entering, his tail brushed against Weilan's hand. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving her outside, embarrassed, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She looked at her palm curiously, "What's going on? It suddenly feels itchy." After returning to her room, Weilan kept drinking water as if she were about to die of thirst. She was wearing a sexy two-piece dress with a white robe over it, tilting her head back to take large gulps of water. Only after finishing a third of the bottle did she put it down, sighing in relief, "Phew, finally calmed down." Unexpectedly, she hadn't been comfortable for long when the phone rang again, toot toot toot. It turned out to be Duke Ying calling to inquire about the situation. "Assistant Gu, how is Ying Wu doing on planet Sifo?" Weilan replied calmly, "Under the commander's development, the progress of the transit station is very smooth, please rest assured, Duke." He nodded, that's good. This time the president sent the boy to planet Sifo on business, mainly to train his character. Sometimes Ying Wu works very independently. When you and the boy come back, remember to advise him to visit the mansion. After hearing this, Gu Weilan thought to herself, I don't think Ying Wu will listen to what I say. Ying Wu is the superior, and I'm just a special assistant by his side. Although she thought so, she still replied calmly, I understand, Your Grace. Good. Then he hung up. Gu Weilan dismissed it, forget it, I'll deal with it later. Gu Weilan prepared to relax, finally, I can go to sleep, today was another day of trivial matters. Unexpectedly, just as she lay down, a knock came at the door. Gu Weilan angrily jumped out of bed and went to the door, I really think Ying Wu is doing this on purpose, otherwise why does he always come to bother me every time I'm about to go to sleep? She shouted in a fiery rage, Commander Ying, do you really not care about your assistant's life or death? Why are you? She trailed off when she saw his appearance. Huh. Ying Wu looked pitiful and innocent, hugging a pillow tightly. His eyes were teary as he looked into her room. Then he whispered to Gu Weilan, Vivi, I missed you. She recalled the situation from earlier and thought to herself, wasn't Ying Wu still normal just now? Why is he suddenly like last night? Ying Wu began to sob, his tears welling up as if about to flow into a river. Sob sob. Even his cute little tail was trembling. Vivi, sob sob. Ying Wu hugged the pillow tightly, covering his face and continuing to sob, and she didn't even care about me right away. Gu Weilan rested her hand on her forehead and sighed, Haze, no sleep tonight. Gu Weilan gently pushed Ying Wu's hand away and gently negotiated with him, Ying Wu, can I go back to your room first? The horns on his head immediately drooped. Then he started to tear up and whimper, looking pitiful. He whispered to her, I don't want to sleep alone. Gu Weilan observed his attitude and thought to herself, under normal circumstances, a demon in its sensitive period must receive stable appeasement. Otherwise, the demon will completely lose its human reason and be overwhelmed by the demon within. But now he's in this situation. Thinking of this, she sighed in a difficult position, Haze, forget it. Gu Weilan reluctantly pointed into her room and said to him, come in. While she was having a headache about what to do next, a sly expression of achieving his goal appeared on Ying Wu's face. By the time Gu Weilan glanced over, she saw that Ying Wu had already climbed onto the bed on his own, obediently adjusting the pillows and blankets. He even carefully placed 2 pillows side by side. He was so meticulous that he pulled the blanket up to his neck. Seeing that Gu Weilan wasn't getting into bed, he stared at her, and even enthusiastically patted the spot next to him and called out, Vivi, come here, let's go to sleep. Gu Weilan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and decided to coax this guy to sleep first, then report the sudden situation to the Federation. She gently lay down on the bed. The next second, Ying Wu unexpectedly pounced, hugging her waist from behind with a flushed face. Then he quickly tried to take off Gu Weilan's clothes, leaving her so surprised her mouth was agape. He pulled her closer to his body and affectionately called, Vivi. I missed you. As he spoke, Ying Wu took the opportunity to slip his hand inside her nightgown. Of course, Gu Weilan was still sober enough to pull his hand away. Then she questioned, didn't you want to go to sleep? What are you doing? Ying Wu continued to hug her tightly and nuzzled his head into her shoulder, acting cute, I want to hug Vivi. This time she was really angry, raising her voice to warn him, Ying Wu, if you keep this up, I won't want you anymore. Ying Wu was immediately frightened, quickly backing away, sniffling and hoping she would soften. Seeing that Gu Weilan had no reaction, he had to give up and lie down obediently. Only then did she lie down next to him, gently pulling up the blanket. She reminded him one more time, you can only hug me to sleep, nothing else. Although she allowed him to hug her, Ying Wu still put on a pitiful and innocent expression. He even shamelessly complained, Vivi, why aren't you hugging me anymore? Gu Weilan blushed and thought to herself, stop calling me by my nickname, I can't take it anymore. She pushed him away forcefully and shouted, go to sleep now. Gu Weilan closed her eyes and thought to herself, go to sleep now. When I wake up tomorrow morning, maybe Ying Wu will have recovered his senses like last time. The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, a nightingale sang sweetly outside the window. Hearing the sound, Gu Weilan was startled awake. She turned to see Ying Wu still sleeping soundly and worried, oh no, I woke up late. If Ying Wu has regained his senses and finds out that he and I slept in the same bed, how should I explain to him what happened last night? While she was racking her brain for an excuse, Ying Wu's warm voice sounded out. Vivi, he cupped her face with both hands. He pulled her body close to his and whispered. Good morning. He even shamelessly continued, can I kiss you on the lips? Then he looked at her with heart-meltingly cute eyes. She blushed in this situation, then suddenly realized something important, which was that Ying Wu hadn't woken up yet. Weilan sighed inwardly, oh no, this time is not like last time. He hugged her tightly and nuzzled his head against her shoulder, looking very content, while Weilan, on the contrary, was worried because her superior had a real problem. Ying Wu leaned close to her neck, about to lick it, and although his desire was rising intensely, reason still held Weilan back. She said firmly, no. But Ying Wu deliberately ignored her words and bit her neck. At this moment, Weilan was stunned and thought to herself, is he marking his territory? Seeing that the situation was not good, she pushed him away and called out, Ying Wu. He put on a pitiful expression again, pretending to be innocent and calling her name, Vivi. Weilan closed her eyes, not knowing how to handle the situation next. She pulled his arm away, cleared her throat and warned him seriously, you, get off me right now. Seeing her angry face, Ying Wu could only say oh, and obediently moved to the end of the bed, sitting there and staring at her. Weilan continued to order, go back to your room, wash your face, then change your clothes. After speaking, a thought occurred to her, he seems to be quite obedient today. Seeing her attitude soften, the tip of his tail perked up again. Ying Wu looked obedient and asked politely, what about Vivi? She was about to answer, I. She reached out to smooth down the stray lock of his hair but suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly, a second later, she suddenly got out of bed, slapped her left hand with her right hand that had just been about to play with his hair, and chanted in her heart, must resist, must resist. Then she replied coldly, I'm going to make breakfast. She ignored Ying Wu, who was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. While making breakfast, Weilan took the opportunity to call Professor Bai Luo to report Ying Wu's situation. Professor Bai Luo, that's what happened yesterday, please take a look at the situation. Professor Bai Luo calmly inquired, did Commander Ying have a relationship with you this time? This question made her a little embarrassed, no. Professor Bai Luo reminded her, Weilan, you need to tell me in detail about yesterday's situation. Weilan was embarrassed and hesitated to say, he. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, Ying Wu suddenly appeared behind her, hugging her small waist tightly. He rested his head on her shoulder and whispered, Vivi, who are you calling? This sentence made even the experienced Professor Bai Luo blush and flee. Weilan, let's talk later when it's more convenient for you. After saying that, he immediately hung up and ran away. Only then did Weilan turn around and say to Ying Wu, stand up. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, her eyes met Ying Wu's pitiful, teary-eyed face. It made her heart pound, thump, thump, clearly audible. She turned back to the front in embarrassment, trying to calm down and act cold, I'm making breakfast. Then she woke herself up, Weilan, be sober, don't be mesmerized by him. Ying Wu didn't sense her shyness, only expressing his dissatisfaction, I heard you talking to someone else. Weilan placed the glass of milk on the table and casually replied, I was just asking Professor Bai Luo some questions about work, brother. She was about to say more when she stopped abruptly, realizing her thoughts were no longer the same as before. What am I explaining to him for? Wanting to correct her mistake, she immediately pointed outside the kitchen and ordered Ying Wu, you go out first. Even though he was clinging to her very tightly. As expected of a patient in a susceptibility period, Ying Wu's whiny nature immediately flared up, but why can't I stay with Vivi? Though? Weilan did not hesitate to retort, why can't you? Ying Wu replied weakly, I'll be so uncomfortable I could die. The tears in his eyes looked like they could spill out at any moment. She coldly retorted, you can't be so uncomfortable you could die, yes you can. Weilan put her hands on her hips and warned, if you keep talking nonsense, your breakfast will be gone. Hearing this, Ying Wu was too scared to say anything more. Seeing this, Weilan softened again. She carried the breakfast tray out and called after him, let's go together, okay? Which made Ying Wu instantly happy. He then excitedly ran after her, unable to control his wagging tail. She set 2 servings on the table for them and said to Ying Wu, eat up. Weilan looked at him and thought to herself, before, during this time, I would use breakfast time to report the work schedule to him, but today. But when she saw his innocent expression, the way he excitedly drank his milk, this thought of hers immediately vanished. Forget it, let the universe be destroyed. He happily held the glass of milk and sipped it. His tail kept wagging up and down like a child enjoying a delicious treat. After finishing, he even licked his hands clean. Only then did Gu Weilan realize with a headache, now that he's like this, how can the research continue? Ying Wu quickly noticed her sad expression. He came closer, caressed her cheek, and called her name, Vivi, are you unhappy? Their faces were close to each other, just a little more and their lips would meet. Gu Weilan awkwardly turned her face away to avoid Ying Wu's gaze and hummed perfunctorily. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back as if determined to do something. Vivi, wait for me. After saying that, Ying Wu immediately ran off, not giving Gu Weilan a chance to stop him. Wait. Looking at his receding back, she thought to herself, forget it, I'll take this opportunity to contact Professor Bai Luo for a bit. To prevent him from hearing the voice when he comes back, I'll wear headphones. As soon as the call connected, Gu Weilan hurriedly reported the situation to Professor Bai Luo. Professor, continuing on our previous topic. Although this time the susceptibility period is very similar to the last one, this time he is basically very obedient to me. Basically, I don't let him do anything excessive. He will stop. Professor Bai Luo heard this and replied, if there is no intercourse, then it is not a susceptibility period. Only then did Gu Weilan become bewildered. That's right, if it really was a susceptibility period, Ying Wu wouldn't be able to control himself from touching me. Just as she thought of this, Ying Wu's cute and slightly excited voice suddenly rang out, Vivi, I'm back. She turned to look at him, you're back? She casually adjusted her headphones so he wouldn't notice. Professor, please wait a moment. Professor Bai Luo, with tears in his eyes, lamented with a heavy heart, I have to witness their public display of affection again. When Gu Weilan turned to look at him again, she was startled. He was covered in sweat, with leaves still in his hair, holding a basket of devil fruits and looking at her with a smile. Ying Wu approached, held a devil fruit to her mouth, and said, for Vivi, the fruit that I like to eat the most. His tail was even poised behind him to prevent her from backing away to refuse. They looked at each other affectionately, blushing shyly. The surroundings were so quiet that the sound of a heart thumping non-stop could be heard. Gu Weilan stood her ground, turning her face away and gently refusing, ahem, I'm full from breakfast, I'm not hungry. Although Ying Wu was sad, he didn't force her, all right then. Then he obediently sat down at the table, placed the fruit basket on it, and looked at her with expectant eyes, then I'll work with Vivi. He even went so far as to eat a devil fruit while gazing at her. Gu Weilan was made shy by someone's intense gaze. Stop looking, why haven't you left yet? At this moment, Professor Bai Luo suddenly spoke up, that's right Weilan, quickly check the results of the devil fruit index from Sipu. It's very likely that the devil fruit is causing the soil and water to not be compatible. Hearing the professor, she had a realization. Right. Ying Wu, sensitive to Gu Weilan's emotional change, asked her with concern, what's wrong Vivi, do you need my help with anything? Gu Weilan seized the opportunity and said with a smile, Ying Wu, I suddenly feel like eating again. Ying Wu said without hesitation, Vivi, I will give you the sweetest devil fruit to eat. She quickly took the devil fruit from his hand and calmly replied, thank you. His incessantly wagging tail clearly showed his indescribable joy. Gu Weilan savored it bit by bit and exclaimed, so sweet. She brazenly continued in a coquettish manner, Ying Wu, I still want to eat more, can you give me your whole basket of devil fruits? She was worried in her heart, what if there's a problem with this fruit, it's better not to let him eat any more. Ying Wu asked quizzically, Vivi wants to take them all? Gu Weilan answered without hesitation, yes, are you willing to give them to me? Without waiting for the next second, Ying Wu immediately picked up the fruit basket and handed it to her, affirming resolutely, of course. Gu Weilan had already taken the whole basket, but she wouldn't even spare the one in his hand. She pointed at it and said, there's more. Ying Wu realized she wanted the fruit in his hand. This time he hesitated a little, saying with a pout, I only have half a fruit left. But Gu Weilan was determined to see the act through. She pretended to raise her hand to wipe away tears, saying pitifully, you won't even give me half a fruit. Ying Wu looked at the devil fruit one last time with longing. Then he decisively handed it to her, for Vivi. Gu Weilan took it, picked up the basket of devil fruits, and instructed him, be good, I'm going to the kitchen to handle these. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she held a fruit up to scan on the electronic watch. Beep. 2 words appeared on the screen. Scanning. After carefully observing the analysis chart, Gu Weilan came to a conclusion, it's true, the devil fruits grown on this planet Sipa really do have lower data than normal fruits. She quickly informed Professor Bai Luo, I've sent the data to you, Professor. I guess the commander ate non-standard devil fruits here. This led to the crystal energy in his body becoming chaotic, which is why the susceptibility period reaction occurred. Professor Bai Luo agreed, that's probably it. Weilan, pay attention, the commander's current condition is extremely dangerous. He could start panting at any moment, you must hold on to him first. Just as the professor finished speaking, Ying Wu's black shoes appeared at the door along with his coquettish voice calling her name. Vivi. Gu Weilan wearily rubbed her head, speak of the devil. His handsome face showed extreme sadness, and his eyes were already welling up with tears. She quickly asked with concern, what's wrong? And thought to herself, he must be sad because I took his devil fruits. Who would have thought he would run over with his arms outstretched, wanting her to hug him, and sobbed, darling, we've been apart for 5 minutes, no hugs. Hearing this, Gu Weilan helplessly massaged her aching forehead, all this for such a small thing? Ying Wu continued to sob pitifully, because of work, Vivi doesn't care about me anymore. He even grabbed his own tail to torment it, I feel so wronged. He even bit his own tail to hide his crying, trying to win her sympathy. Gu Weilan couldn't bear to watch and squatted down, thinking to herself, this is so against the rules, it proves his cuteness is effective. Gu Weilan tried to take a deep breath to calm herself. Gu Weilan, calm down, this is just the state of a demon when it becomes frenzied, you have to handle it quickly. I absolutely cannot let this guy fall into a state of despair, otherwise the entire company will be destroyed. Thinking this, she pulled his tail away. Then she hugged him tightly to help him calm down. She patted his back comfortingly, it's okay, I was wrong. Ying Wu's face was covered in tears, does Vivi really know where she went wrong? Gu Weilan was uncomfortable but didn't dare to let him go, this is so uncomfortable, I can barely breathe. She blushed and said shyly, I shouldn't have buried myself in work and ignored you. Gu Weilan was so embarrassed she felt ashamed of herself, saying this feels so cringy. Receiving concern from the other person, Ying Wu hugged her even tighter, sob, that's great, Vivi. Gu Weilan thought to herself, why does this situation feel like a concubine who has just gone through a 5-minute anxious wait, alone in her room, finally getting a response. She even imagined herself dressed as an emperor, and him dressed as a concubine, clinging to her hand and crying, Your Majesty, you haven't favored this concubine for 5 minutes. But she quickly dismissed the thought, what kind of nonsense am I thinking, delete. She continued to coax him, good Ying Wu, don't cry anymore. Gu Weilan hugged him tightly, sighed, and thought to herself, before Ying Wu returns to his normal state, it seems I really can't leave him alone. Suddenly, Ying Wu called her name, Vivi. She immediately replied, huh? What's wrong? Who would have thought that at this moment, the phone would ring continuously? The caller was Duke Ying. Gu Weilan thought worriedly, it's Duke Ying, why is he calling me at a time like this? She hurriedly let go of him to check her phone, not noticing that he was looking at her very angrily. Ying Wu immediately reached out and hung up on Duke Ying, scaring her so much that her face turned pale. Ying Wu held her face, pulled her close, and whispered, Vivi, I won't allow your eyes to leave me ever again. Gu Weilan was at a loss for words. But now her mind was in a mess, what should I do? I can imagine Duke Ying's furious face after being hung up on. She gathered all her courage to tell the truth, Ying Wu, that was your father calling just now. Who knew he didn't even care, whatever, I only need Vivi. Being confessed to so directly made Gu Weilan really embarrassed. This time, not only did her face turn red, but her whole body turned red. She couldn't help but admit, I've really fallen for this line, damn it. Duke Ying persistently called again, the ringtone blaring non-stop, toot. It made Ying Wu annoyed and want to reach out and turn it off. She quickly grabbed his wrist, I can't let him act so recklessly anymore, whatever. Gu Weilan gently placed a passionate kiss on his lips, surprising Ying Wu so much that his eyes widened. After the kiss ended, she coaxed him, Ying Wu, be a little good, okay? This time he didn't reply as he still couldn't compose himself. Ying Wu touched his lips and thought happily, I was kissed proactively by my favorite Vivi. Then he continued to pull her body closer to his and looked at her passionately, I want to kiss. Gu Weilan resolutely put her hand up between their lips. Then she pleaded, Duke Ying might really have something important. Wait for me for a few minutes, okay? Ying Wu held her hand, rubbing it against his cheek, and asked probingly, will Vivi kiss me again later? Gu Weilan cleared her throat in embarrassment, then regained her composure and replied, okay. Ying Wu looked at her with teary eyes, full of longing, then Vivi, you have to be quick. Gu Weilan couldn't refuse, she could only sigh in frustration, Ying Wu is too clingy during his susceptibility period. With Ying Wu's permission, Gu Weilan immediately called Duke Ying back. As soon as the call connected, she had to listen to a barrage of scolding from the other end. Assistant Gu, you've got some nerve, now you even dare to hang up on the Duke? Duke Ying's attitude made Ying Wu very indignant. How dare he bully my Vivi? Unconsciously, he pulled her hand to his mouth and sucked each finger clean. Just as Gu Weilan opened her mouth to explain, just now, Ying Wu accidentally bit her. It made her scream in extreme pain. Ah. Seeing this, Ying Wu was extremely worried and quickly apologized to her. Vivi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite you so hard, let me blow on it to make the pain go away. Foo foo foo. He focused on doing this for a long time. Occasionally, he would look up to coax her with a few words. Vivi, don't be angry with me anymore, okay? He also took her hand and rubbed it against his cheek a few times. Duke Ying heard this voice that was both somewhat familiar and slightly strange and didn't know what to say next. After a moment, unable to bear it any longer, he pretended to cough, ahem, and asked probingly, is Ying Wu with Assistant Gu? The suspicion in his heart grew. Is this really the son who always opposes me? This is the first time I've seen him like this. Gu Weilan knew she couldn't hide it anymore, sighed, and replied, yes. Duke Ying calmly asked, did his condition start yesterday? She replied without hesitation, that's right. Professor Bai Luo said he hasn't adapted to this planet yet, which is why this happened. He needs to return to his home planet for treatment. As Gu Weilan was speaking, Ying Wu's actions caught her attention again. His little finger gently hooked hers. She thought he was just being a little mischievous, and although she blushed with embarrassment, she tried to continue, but there's still some unfinished work here. Who knew Ying Wu would lose his patience and whine at her? Vivi, didn't you say I only had to wait a few minutes? Gu Weilan quickly covered his mouth with her hand, praying silently, please, don't cause any more trouble, Duke Ying will kill me. Ying Wu struggled to break free, accidentally making some rather suggestive sounds. Duke Ying was also helpless with his son. He wasn't an oblivious person, so he rubbed his aching forehead and said goodbye to the two of them. I will contact you again later. After saying that, he immediately disconnected the call. Ying Wu took advantage of her inattention to lift her up and sit her on the kitchen counter, his hands holding her waist tightly. Gu Weilan hurriedly tried to calm him down. Ying Wu, don't. He started using tears as a pity tactic again. What's wrong? Didn't Vivi agree to kiss me? After saying that, he buried his head in her shoulder and sobbed. Gu Weilan squeezed her eyes shut, raising a hand to massage her aching forehead, sighing internally, I'm going to go crazy. Ying Wu seized the opportunity, and while she wasn't paying attention, he locked her hands above her head, then gave her a passionate kiss. One of their hands was tightly intertwined, while Ying Wu's other hand gripped Gu Weilan's small waist. The kiss continued to escalate, with charming moans occasionally escaping in between, mmmmmmm. Suddenly, she regained some rationality, her eyes flying open. No, we can't continue kissing. Gu Weilan pulled her lips away from his, and said hurriedly, Ying Wu, wait, which left him a bit dazed, full of longing. He even brazenly whispered to her, Vivi, no more kisses? At this point, her soul felt like it was about to leave her body. If they kissed any more, she would probably suffocate. So she had to say sternly, Ying Wu, I'm warning you, you'd better be good, otherwise don't blame me if you don't get dinner tonight. Ying Wu refused to give in, determined to confront her, if I don't eat, I don't eat. She narrowed her eyes, using her trump card, then you don't want to sleep while hugging me later, right? Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue for Ying Wu. Two options appeared in his mind, one was to let Vivi go, the other was not being able to sleep with Vivi. He didn't want to give up either, so it was a very difficult choice. But in the end, Ying Wu decisively let her go. Gu Weilan took the opportunity to quickly jump down. Before she could even stand firm, Ying Wu quickly shouted, Vivi, don't go. Who knew she would point straight at his face and shout, stop, which scared him into standing frozen. This time, Gu Weilan said firmly, go stand in the corner as punishment. This sentence surprised him even more. Ying Wu couldn't handle the shock and burst into loud sobs, tears streaming down his adorable face. Vivi, how could you bear to punish me? The loud cry was so loud it echoed outside the building they were in. Gu Weilan crossed her arms in front of her chest, warning seriously, otherwise, you know the consequences yourself. With tears in his eyes, Ying Wu poked his two index fingers together and negotiated with her, then can I stand at the door as punishment? She couldn't bear to be too hard on him, so she had to nod in agreement, fine. Finally, Gu Weilan could breathe a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, as long as he doesn't cling to me, it's fine. About 2 minutes after making him stand in punishment, Gu Weilan was busy in the kitchen alone with the basket of devil fruits. She used one fruit to scan the code on the planet's super analysis watch. During the process, she kept feeling an uncomfortable sensation, as if someone was watching her. This feeling is. Weilan secretly glanced behind her to observe. Sure enough, she discovered that Ying Wu was indeed hiding behind the door, secretly observing her actions. In her mind, she kept chanting, "Commander, please stop looking," and deliberately ignored him. Then Weilan opened the analysis panel of the devil fruit she had just scanned to study it. However, she couldn't concentrate at all because of the clattering noises Ying Wu was deliberately making from behind. Weilan turned her head and snapped, "What's wrong with the commander?" At this moment, Ying Wu was both knocking on the doorframe and sobbing pitifully for being abandoned. Seeing that she said nothing more, he became even more angry, scratching the door with all his might, which made her gasp and think to herself, "Have I made him so anxious that he's making animal noises?" She had a headache, pondering, should I call him over here? It's true that I can't blame Ying Wu, because he's sick, that's why he's clinging to me like this, but... In the end, Ying Wu spoke first, his two fingers poking together pitifully, "Darling, when are we going to eat?" "Wait a little longer." Weilan touched her heart, "So cute, I can't take it anymore." Ying Wu couldn't stand it, stomping his feet in protest, "But I'm so hungry, I'm really hungry." Seeing him deliberately overacting like this, Weilan was very angry, but still had to suppress it and say calmly, "Wait for me for another 10 minutes. But in reality, she was thinking, "I don't think you're hungry, you just want to kiss." Ying Wu immediately deflated and said, "Oh." Seeing this, Weilan covered her mouth and laughed, "Ha ha." Scene changed to Duke Ying's office. At this moment, he was sitting with his chin in his hand, listening thoughtfully as his assistant reported on work. After speaking in one breath, the assistant next to him concluded, "The above content has been reported." Suddenly, Duke Ying asked a question unrelated to what the assistant had just reported, "Does Ying Wu normally rely too much on Weilan?" The assistant next to him was bewildered and said, "Huh?" The assistant scratched his head and tried to explain on Weilan's behalf, "Dr. Gu is the ship's medic and Commander Ying's special assistant. In daily life, it's inevitable that he would get used to Dr. Gu's care. Perhaps this can be considered within the normal range." After hearing this, Duke Ying was also a little hesitant, is that boy simply used to Weilan's care? Ying Wu's voice on the phone clearly sounded like the only thing missing was him clinging to Weilan like a wife. In the end, Duke Ying turned around in annoyance, struggling with his thoughts, "Humph. So dignified in front of others, but once he gets sick, he has such a shameful appearance." Duke Ying angrily slammed the table, making the assistant next to him jump in fright. He ordered with a serious face, "Immediately send people to Planet Sipu to bring Ying Wu back here." The assistant hurriedly complied, "Yes." Over here, Weilan's watch chimed with a notification of a new message. This was a message from Duke Ying, "Assistant Gu, preparing Wu's psychological work files. I have dispatched Battleship Number 1 to Planet Sipu, it will land this afternoon." After reading the notification, Weilan stroked her chin and thought, "Ying Wu's psychological work files, could it be?" She immediately asked back, "Does Duke Ying mean that I don't need to return with the commander?" "What I mean is, the commander's current situation. He can't really leave me." Duke Ying read it and replied, "That's why Assistant Gu needs to think of a way to make him leave." After reading this message, Weilan was so angry she could burst. Really, it makes me want to curse. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that Ying Wu was still undergoing his punishment, and she peeked out to secretly observe him. She saw him still standing there pitifully, scratching at the door. Her lips tightened, and she quietly walked towards him. Seeing this, Ying Wu's eyes lit up, and he began to act cute, pitifully complaining to her, "Darling, I've had such a hard time waiting for you." Hearing this voice, Weilan's heart felt like it had been shot by Cupid's arrow as she lamented internally, "How can he be so cute?" She looked at him worriedly, "But this afternoon Duke Ying is sending people to pick Ying Wu up, why do I feel a little lost in my heart?" She happily patted his head and asked, "Didn't you say you were very hungry just now? What do you want to eat for lunch?" Ying Wu excitedly made a request. "I want to eat sweets." Weilan agreed without hesitation, "Okay, I'll make it for you." In her heart, she now had to think about another matter, how to coax Ying Wu to get on the spaceship later. Weilan busily prepared the food, and after a while, she called out, "The food is ready, can you help me get the spoons?" Ying Wu was very happy to be asked for help by her, and excitedly ran to do the task immediately. After returning with a bunch of cutlery, he took credit like an innocent child, "Here." Weilan happily patted his head and said, "Thanks." The two of them happily sat down at the table. Weilan spoke first, "Eat up quickly." Ying Wu had just put a bite in his mouth to enjoy when he had to exclaim, the food Vivi makes is so delicious. But Gu Weilan's mood at this moment was completely opposite, her face suddenly showing a look of sadness and sorrow. Then she sadly turned to him and said, Ying Wu, I have something to tell you. Before she could say anything, he stuffed a strawberry into her mouth. Vivi, try this, it's very sweet. Ying Wu calmly put the fork he had just used to feed Gu Weilan the strawberry into his mouth and asked, what is it? Gu Weilan wiped her mouth with a napkin and stammered, the thing is, later, a spaceship will come to pick you up, and me too, to go back to the first planet. As expected, Ying Wu asked excitedly, are we going together? Gu Weilan felt a great deal of guilt as she dared to answer untruthfully, She was afraid that if she told the truth, he would object. Hearing that, he cheered happily, agreeing without hesitation, okay. Not long after, the spaceship quickly arrived at their residence. At this time on planet Sipu, Ying Wu had finished changing his clothes. After seeing Gu Weilan only pulling out her own suitcase, he curiously asked, where are Wei Wei's things? She awkwardly pointed inside and said, the things are inside, just let me go get them. But he still quickly ran off, let me go get them for Wei Wei. Then he strongly hugged one on each side, chirping, let's go home together, leaving Gu Weilan not knowing how to stop him. She sighed tiredly, stopping to slowly rub her aching head. Adjutant Gao was bewildered, surprised to see the scene unfolding before his eyes. Before him was the image of Ying Wu happily carrying the luggage like a coolie, but with a face full of happiness, while Gu Weilan walked behind, covering her face in embarrassment. He began to question his existence. Is this really Commander Ying? Once inside, Gu Weilan hurriedly took his hand and led him away. Let's go to the rest cabin. The automatic sensor system detected their approach and immediately opened the cabin door. She gently pushed him to lie down. He was a little reluctant and asked, darling, do we have to rest? Gu Weilan pretended to cough as an excuse to turn her face away, hiding her guilt. Yes, after you wake up, we'll go back to the first planet. Okay? Ying Wu's eyes welled up with tears. Although he didn't want to, he still obediently lay down. I'll listen to Wei Wei then. Seeing this, she thought to herself, I don't know why he's so obedient today. Not even a few seconds later, he forcefully pulled her hand down. She yelped in surprise, Ying Wu, you. He gently replied, I want to sleep with Wei Wei. Less than a second later, the two shared a passionate, intense, and lingering kiss. Gu Weilan used her last bit of reason to open her eyes. Then she tried to escape his demonic clutches, even as he kept puckering his lips, demanding kisses. All right, that's enough. It seemed her gentle words didn't faze him, as he continued to caress her. Gu Weilan decisively pushed Ying Wu away, seriously warning, go to sleep, which made his tears well up. Sob, sob. In the end, he had to compromise, obediently lying down and hugging her arm, smiling as he said, Wei Wei, sleep well, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The space immediately became quiet. Gradually, only the sound of his breathing echoed throughout the room, snore, snore, snore. Only then did she cautiously pull his arm off her face full of self-reproach. I'm sorry, Commander. Then she gently placed his hand on the mattress. Then left silently, without a sound, while Ying Wu was in a deep sleep, completely unaware. As soon as she was out, the password lock immediately activated. Gu Weilan carefully instructed Adjutant Gao, when the commander arrives, remember to let me know. He calmly nodded. She lowered her eyes, sighing sadly, Then she had no choice but to leave the warship. Gu Weilan turned back to look at the dining table, where the plate of cake and glass of milk were still untouched, thinking to herself, it's been less than a day with him, I didn't expect I'd already gotten used to his clinginess. Her eyes became vacant, losing their usual direction and vitality. She closed her eyes, trying to push away all thoughts of him. It's just because of his illness that he's acting like this, it's not because he likes you. Wei Wei, you need to wake up. Suddenly, the watch on her wrist received a notification for an incoming call. Gu Weilan wondered, is Ying Wu calling? Has he already returned to the planet? On the screen, Ying Wu's frantic face appeared. He was forcefully banging on the door, screaming for her. Wei Wei, why can't I find you? Where are you? Adjutant Gao hurriedly held his hands back. Commander, stop. If you keep hitting it, your hands will be injured. In a moment of emotion, she accidentally called his name, Ying Wu. Hearing her voice, Ying Wu's eyes immediately widened, and he paused for a moment. Then tears started streaming down his face. Wei Wei, doesn't Wei Wei want Ying Wu anymore? Ying Wu promises to be good. He sobbed as he spoke haltingly. Adjutant Gao didn't know what to do except try to calm him down. Commander, please calm down. But this time, he was angrily pushed away by him, who shouted, get out of the way. A warning appeared on the screen, then it went black. Seeing this, Weilan was very worried about him. Ying Wu, could something have happened to him? She tried to reconnect the call, persistently calling over and over again. But all she got was the message, the call cannot be connected at this time, please try again later. After a long while, she finally pressed the end call button, no longer trying to call. She told herself, forget it, I'll just wait for news from them, and let out a sigh. 2 hours later, the commander finally arrived safely at the experimental base. As soon as he arrived, Adjutant Gao immediately called to inform her. He's here, the commander has arrived at the experimental base. He's unconscious now, just waiting for Professor Bai to give him a health checkup. Okay. For the next 3 days, Wei Wei always kept her phone's ringer on, afraid of missing any calls from Ying Wu, but in reality, no one called her. These past few days, she was like a soulless person, always thinking about his health. Ying Wu, is he okay? This continued until she completed her mission on this planet and returned to the star. One night, she finally met the person she had been dreaming of day and night. She walked out from the headquarters, approaching a spaceship parked nearby. She gently called his name, Ying Wu. Then she stealthily peeked inside to scout. Seeing him with his eyes closed, she thought to herself, did Ying Wu specially come here to pick me up? She looked at him for a long time, gazing at the handsome face of the man of her dreams. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He seriously asked her, Wei Wei, aren't you going to report on this star survey? Weilan immediately explained, I'm sorry, Commander, it was my oversight. I haven't had time to prepare the report yet, so I couldn't submit it. I'll go back and complete it right away. She had to wake herself up. He's definitely back to normal, so don't expect the sober commander to be patient with me. Ying Wu still said to her coldly, get in. Weilan got in, voluntarily sitting in the driver's seat. She smiled and turned to ask him where would the commander like to go. He didn't even bother to open his eyes to look at her and replied, find a place to eat. This made her feel both annoyed and puzzled. Did he wait outside for so long just to ask me to eat? The two of them went to a luxurious restaurant. They sat in a room with a table full of sumptuous food. To this moment, Weilan still couldn't believe he waited for her just to invite her to eat. Are we really just eating? Out of habit, she said to Ying Wu, hurry and help me get the... She had just said this when he asked, puzzled, what did you say? At this moment, Weilan blushed with embarrassment, realizing her impoliteness. Damn it, get rid of this habit. I can't just order my boss around. She squeezed her eyes shut in avoidance. Nothing. Who would have thought that Ying Wu would pick up a plate of cake and pass it to her? He placed it in front of her and gently asked, is this it? The romance didn't last long. The very next second, he brought over a plate of shrimp and said to Weilan, peel the shrimp for me. This woke her from her dream. That's right, the cute, clingy Ying Wu is completely gone. Don't expect anything anymore. Now there's only the exploitative commander who oppresses his humble employee. As she thought this, she took her anger out on the shrimp. Just as she finished cursing him in her head, Ying Wu pushed a plate of fish towards her and said, here, a fair trade. Weilan, who was peeling shrimp, had to gape in surprise. The fish bones had been completely removed. Is this still my exploitative boss? While cutting his steak, Ying Wu confided, Wei Wei, my father said he has found the woman who was with me that night. As soon as she heard him say that, the piece of fish in her mouth shot out, and she choked violently. After calming down, she took a napkin to wipe her mouth clean, pretending to be calm as she probed, really? Ying Wu didn't hide anything and said frankly, I've seen the woman's picture. I don't like her. Weilan worried, he surely doesn't remember anything from that night. Right? To be sure, she turned to probe him, Commander, you don't remember what happened that night? How do you know what she looks like? Ying Wu frowned, saying angrily, I don't know, but I'm sure of one thing, he wants to hide her from me because he wants me to meet another woman. Weilan continued to ask, so what does the commander plan to do? He replied, first, I'll meet that other woman. I'll send you the information. You help me arrange it. Suddenly, she raised her voice and asked, I arrange it? After hearing this, she suddenly felt uneasy, a little. Weilan heard this and announced, I'll arrange it. Ying Wu said without hesitation, a sentence that made her choke, if not you, then who? Weilan's face darkened as she continued, Commander, I think it would be best if you let someone else do it. Ying Wu turned to look at her with a puzzled expression, why? She replied awkwardly, because I'll be quite busy for the next few days. He got so angry he shot up, questioning her in an interrogating tone. Assistant Gu, are you kidding me? Although Gu Weilan didn't want to, she could only turn her back to him. What now? I really don't have the courage to work with him anymore. I probably can't continue this job. It's time to go. Scene changed to the Lagong banquet. Inside the castle, the lights were brightly lit, looking extremely magnificent and brilliant. Inside, Gu Weilan was making introductions. This is Commander Ying, and this is Miss Song. Please take your time to get to know each other. Miss Song waited for her to finish before speaking politely. Hello. This made Gu Weilan unable to help but be surprised. As expected of someone from the aristocracy. Just one sentence, one gesture, exudes nobility. A single glance is enough to be captivating. She sighed, looking at herself, truly not like someone who spends all day in the military barracks like me. While Miss Song was talking, Ying Wu paid no attention to her. His attention was instead on Gu Weilan's sad and dejected face. He was extremely worried, wondering what problem she was facing. Before he could even ask, Gu Weilan spoke first. Well then, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave. She was just about to turn and go when Ying Wu grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, worry evident on his face. He asked frantically, where are you going? Gu Weilan gently replied, Commander, I have other matters to attend to. Ying Wu refused to let go and set a condition, but later at the riding school, you have to come with me too. She wondered, isn't Miss Song already here? Of course, Ying Wu was always one step ahead of her. He refused to back down, continuing to nitpick, but what does it matter if I tell you to stay? In the end, Gu Weilan compromised again. Forget it, I won't argue with him anymore. Anyway, today is my last day of work, I'll indulge him a little. Who would have thought that before she could even speak, he pulled her away again, leaving Miss Song behind to watch their retreating backs. She lowered her eyes, feeling that something was not right between them. The attendant announced with a bright smile, Commander, the equestrian attire is ready. Please come in and change. The cheerful look on his face was a complete contrast to the annoyed frown on Ying Wu's face. 30 minutes passed quickly. His slowness made Gu Weilan pace back and forth a dozen times outside in her anxiety. What is he doing that's taking so long? Lost in thought, she looked up when she heard a sound. At this moment, Ying Wu had changed into equestrian attire. He looked more handsome than usual, giving off a novel feeling that almost made her jaw drop in surprise. He gently walked up to her, cherishing her arm. While she pretended to be calm and asked herself, what is he planning to do now? He had already put the watch back on her wrist. Ying Wu gave Gu Weilan one surprise after another. She immediately asked him, isn't this the watch from last time? You went to the trouble of bringing a spaceship to pick me up and made me find it, how come? Before she could finish, the watch had already slid down to the back of her hand. Seeing this, Ying Wu muttered to himself, it seems it doesn't fit well. He then raised her arm high, letting the watch slide down near her shoulder. Then he let go of her hand, letting the watch roll down to the back of her hand, and then looked annoyed at the damn watch that dared not to fit her hand. Ying Wu placed one hand on her waist, while the other held her hand up to admire it because my hand is too big? This made her blush with embarrassment. Then she quickly regained her composure and pulled her hand away, questioning, but why did you put the watch on? Me? Ying Wu replied nonchalantly, for you to keep it for me. That annoying tone calmed her down. It must be my imagination. She watched his back as he approached the stables. Ying Wu skillfully rode the horse with expertise. Watching this scene, she could only sigh, While she was focused on watching him, someone suddenly called her name, startling her assistant Gu. Gu Weilan looked over and discovered it was Miss Song. She rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, Assistant Gu, you and the commander, don't you have some other kind of relationship? Gu Weilan seriously dismissed it, Miss Song, you're overthinking things. Of course, Miss Song was a good judge of character, not a blind person. Yes, that's so? But I feel the way Assistant Gu looks at the commander isn't like an employee looking at her. Boss. Gu Weilan didn't know how to explain it properly. Fortunately, Miss Song was very tactful. It's okay. I have no intention of marrying him anyway. Meeting him was just to go through the motions. I don't care what kind of relationship you two have. At this point, Gu Weilan also felt more relaxed. She continued, if I may be so bold as to ask, for what purpose did Miss Song agree with the Duke? Miss Song put a finger to her lips and winked, that's my little secret, I can't tell Assistant Gu. Gu Weilan also knew her place. She said politely, then I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave now. After speaking, she turned and walked straight away. Even so, a sad expression still lingered on her beautiful face. After returning to her residence, Weilan changed her clothes, put on a face mask, and leaned back comfortably in her chair to relax. Finally, I can rest. Suddenly, the call notification on her watch rang. Weilan glanced at it and thought to herself, a message from the Duke. He must have read my resignation letter by now. As soon as she answered, the Duke questioned her assistant. You want to resign? Weilan calmly took off the mask she was wearing and replied, I'm only resigning as an assistant. If there's a war, I will still participate as a warship doctor. Duke Ying frowned and shook his head, I need a valid reason. She didn't hesitate to speak directly. Duke, haven't you already arranged a marriage partner for the commander? You can't possibly still want me there to handle the commander's sensitive issues, can you? After all, I'm just a special assistant. Hearing her say this, Duke Ying nodded, finding it quite reasonable. That's true. Morally speaking, doing so would indeed put her in a difficult position. He continued, but he has grown so accustomed to your care. If you resign now, how could he bear to leave you? After hearing this, Weilan also thought, that's right, he has become too used to me, but it's just a habit. However, she still held firm to her intention. Duke, rest assured, the commander is just too used to me. After a period of my absence, he will naturally get used to it again. I have also recommended a new person for you. I will send you the information to review later. If there is nothing else, I will rest now. After speaking, Weilan hung up without any hesitation. This is great, finally a long vacation. I can finally take my parents out. She gently took off the watch. Then she stood up and went into the bedroom, unaware that a call from Commander Ying was coming through on the do not disturb mode of the watch she had just removed. Duke Ying looked at the abruptly ended call and said, it seems Assistant Gu is determined to leave. The Duchess beside him chided, isn't it because you're so self-righteous? You don't respect her, so of course she can't endure this grievance. He felt a bit wrong too, but I felt that Ying Wu was too dependent on Weilan. That's why I thought of finding the Song family's daughter to distract him. I didn't expect her to think that way. But all of Duke Ying's explanations were useless in front of the Duchess. She left angrily and resentfully, leaving him with a warning before she went. If that boy falls into a demonic trance again, we'll see how I settle the score with you. Duke Ying, with tears in his eyes, chased after her, honey, don't be angry. It turned out he was just a henpecked husband. The next morning, when the sun was already casting its hot rays on her bottom, Weilan slowly woke up, yawning widely. Although it was more comfortable at home, she was tired from a sleepless night. This is so frustrating, why did I keep thinking about Ying Wu all night? She walked to the water table and picked up the watch. It was then that she was horrified to discover you have 230 missed calls from Commander Ying. What is this? In the end, Weilan finally gathered the courage to call back. Forget it, I have to face it anyway, might as well say it directly now. As soon as she pressed call, the other end connected immediately, and his voice came through, Assistant Gu. You're late for work today, which startled her so much she dropped the watch. Who knew he would answer the phone right away? Commander Ying on the other side was still leisurely giving orders, but because your superior is too merciful, I'll forgive you for being late this time. Now come over here and prepare breakfast for me. I'm very hungry. Weilan had a bad feeling. Could it be that Duke Ying hasn't told the commander? Finally, she gathered her courage and asked, Commander, hasn't Duke Ying told you that I've already resigned? Hearing her say that, Ying Wu's hand holding the fork tightened in anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, Weilan, you dare to resign behind my back? Weilan immediately retorted, Commander, I was originally hired by the Duke. Ying Wu asked coldly, reason? 2 short words, but filled with killing intent, made her so troubled she was scratching her head. How can I explain this? Should I say it's because you already have a marriage partner, it's not appropriate for me as an assistant to have an intimate relationship with you, and it's no longer suitable for me to be by your side. Seeing no response from her, he changed the question. If you're not working for me, who are you going to work for? This question was easier to answer, so Weilan replied without hesitation, I don't plan to work for you anymore. I don't plan to work for anyone. I'm still a warship doctor, just not your assistant anymore. After hearing this, Ying Wu hung up without another word. Finally, Weilan could feel relieved for having dealt with this difficult obstacle. She lifted her spirits, cheerfully brushing it off. Forget it, no more overthinking. Mom, let's go on a trip. Her whole family went to Luoxing together. The first place they went was the shopping center. Weilan bought ice cream for the whole family. While her mother enjoyed it enthusiastically, her father awkwardly refused. Then the mother and daughter took the father to buy new clothes. Then it was her mother's turn. Gu Weilan looked at her mother wearing a pastel green hat and praised, "This hat suits you very well." One second the front of the center was bustling and noisy, the next second it was in chaos from a warship bombardment. Gu Weilan hurriedly hugged her mother to protect her. She glanced at the rampaging warships in the sky and determined there were invaders. Her mother, though scared, worriedly reminded her daughter, "Wei Wei, your father is still outside." She looked firmly into her mother's eyes and instructed, "Mom, you hide inside now, I'll go outside to find Dad." After arranging for her mother, she calmly drew the specialized gun from her hip. Gu Weilan immediately became professional. She contacted the first planet to report, "The shopping center on Xingguan needs urgent assistance, rebel forces are on a rampage." After reporting, she immediately ran outside to find her father. Meanwhile, she was constantly thinking of a countermeasure. There are too many of these rampaging forces, if this continues, it won't be good. I don't know when reinforcements from the first planet will arrive. Suddenly, the two warships above her were shot down. Gu Weilan looked up to observe, have the reinforcements from the first planet arrived? She happily turned to look behind her, searching for help. Who knew that what was behind her would make her eyes widen in surprise? It was indeed people from the first planet. But this warship looked so familiar. Just then, the warship door opened. Unexpectedly, the person who stepped out was Ying Wu, the person she had just been rude to. Ying Wu and Gu Weilan faced each other. Only then did she become dazed, finding a flaw. This kind of matter doesn't require a high-ranking commanding officer like him to come here. Suddenly, her father appeared from behind, asking breathlessly, "Wei Wei, are you okay? Where's your mother?" She quickly replied, "I came out to find you. Mom is safe inside the shopping center. Dad, go find her first." Gu Weilan told herself silently, "Whatever, let's deal with the matter at hand first." She said to her father again, "I'll stay here to save people." Around Gu Weilan now, everyone was busy treating the injured. Seeing this, her father couldn't say much more. Worry was clearly visible on his wrinkled face, but he could do nothing but instruct his daughter, then you be careful." After her father left, Gu Weilan immediately went to a nurse, showed her official ID card, and explained, "I am a doctor and can help everyone here." The nurse pointed to a patient and said, "That's great, we're short-staffed right now, can you come and check the condition of that man's injuries for us?" Who knew that when she went over, Gu Weilan would discover that the man was Fu Qing, her previous blind date. "It's you?" Fu Qing smiled when he saw her and said, "I just came to Luoxing for work, what about Dr. Gu?" Although Gu Weilan was focused on bandaging, she still took a moment to answer his question, "I brought my parents here to have fun." Suddenly, someone called her name, "Dr. Gu." She turned around and found that it was Adjutant Gao. He continued, "Dr. Gu, the commanding officer is calling you over." Gu Weilan asked again with suspicion, "Now?" Adjutant Gao awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Yes." Fu Qing took the roll of bandage from her hand and said, "You go ahead, I can do it myself." Before leaving, Gu Weilan still reminded him one more time, not feeling at ease, "Be careful not to touch water." She slowly walked into the warship. In front of her was Ying Wu, sitting and looking at the parameters on the control screen. He didn't turn his face to look at her but just said in a serious tone, "Did you forget that you are still my warship's medic?" Gu Weilan replied without emotion, "Yes." At this point, Ying Wu swiveled his chair around and casually informed her, "I'm injured." Gu Weilan immediately brought the first aid box over, asking with concern, "Where is the commander injured?" Ying Wu coldly pointed to the first button of his shirt. She looked at the position he pointed to and was a little worried. Chest? Even so, she still quickly knelt at his feet to unbutton his shirt. Seeing Gu Weilan stoop down, Ying Wu quickly lowered his gaze to watch her intently. Gu Weilan was so absorbed in her task that she didn't notice his action. When she took off his shirt, she discovered a wound that was still bleeding on his left chest. Gu Weilan looked up worriedly and asked him, "Why is the commander injured?" Ying Wu didn't answer her question but focused on another matter, "What is your relationship with the person from just now?" Gu Weilan turned to find things in the toolbox to avoid his gaze and answered perfunctorily, "A newly met friend." She used a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to disinfect his wound, asking as she worked, "Does it hurt?" Ying Wu maintained his cold attitude and replied, "It doesn't hurt." Then he continued to question, "Why would a newly met friend come to Luo Star with you?" Gu Weilan didn't want him to misunderstand and hurriedly explained, "It was just a coincidence, we didn't come together." Then she suddenly realized, what does this have to do with the commander? Then she focused on her task again, quickly unwrapping a roll of gauze. Then she wrapped her arms around his back, looking as if she was about to hug him, and reminded him in a stern voice, "Don't move, let me bandage it." At this moment, their faces were incredibly close, he only needed to lean down to kiss her lips. Perhaps it was this proximity that made Ying Wu blush shyly. Just as Weilan stood on her tiptoes, she got a cramp. She frowned in pain. "Ouch, my leg is numb." Then she turned to remind him once more, "Commander, please sit still." Unexpectedly, he reached out, wrapped his arm around Weilan's small waist, and pulled her into his lap. She blushed shyly and called out, "Commander." But he just held her tightly and said pleadingly, "Don't move. I missed you." This sentence made Weilan's heart melt. Although her heart softened, she still had a bit of reason left. After regaining her composure, Weilan couldn't help but wonder upon hearing Ying Wu's words, "Why?" Ying Wu gently stroked her hair and replied, "Because Assistant Gu was not by my side." This time, she was not mesmerized and decisively pushed him away. She explained awkwardly, "Commander, I have to go, my parents are waiting for me, I have to take them back to In City safely." Ying Wu then gave her an option, "Take my warship back." But Weilan just smiled and refused outright, "Better not, I wouldn't want to trouble the commander." Then she quickened her pace, as if this place were a demon's cave that she had to leave as quickly as possible. He watched her departing back from behind, remaining silent and not trying to hold her back. Only after Weilan was gone did he turn on his watch to inquire, "Is there a suitable island to lock someone up?" Just a few seconds after he pressed search, the warning system began to sound continuously, "Warning, warning. Master, a reminder to you, imprisoning a person is a violation of the law in the Imperial Federation, warning, warning." Ying Wu then changed the question, "Then, is there another way, a way to make Assistant Gu stay by my side without breaking the law?" The artificial intelligence immediately provided an answer in a few seconds. Based on the master's question, 2 legitimate methods have been found. The first is to increase Weilan's salary. This method is not feasible because what she needs now is not money. The second method is to marry her. Reading this, Ying Wu fell into deep thought. Marriage? By now it was dark, and in the entire apartment complex, only Weilan's apartment was lit. At this moment, she was soaking in the bathtub, saying with satisfaction, "Ah. Finally home." Only now did she recall Ying Wu's strange attitude this morning. What was wrong with him today? Strange. She gently stepped out of the bathtub, then leisurely put on her bathrobe. After tying the belt, she reached out her hand in a gesture to straighten it for the person opposite her. Only then did she realize with a start. Why did I suddenly make this gesture? Weilan slapped her face repeatedly to regain her senses. "I must be too tired today, time to sleep, go to sleep." Scene changed to the next morning. The sound of an incoming call continuously emanated from the watch. The ringing went on and on, causing her to frown. When she became so angry she couldn't stand it anymore. She shot up and answered the call. "Hello." Hearing her still sleepy tone mixed with a bit of anger at being woken up, Ying Wu asked, "Assistant Gu, are you still sleeping?" After Weilan realized the caller was Ying Wu, she was stunned, and all her sleepiness vanished. She immediately switched to a professional demeanor to speak with him. "I just woke up, is there something the commander needs from me?" He nodded and thought to himself, her just woken up voice is also very cute. Then he turned to answer her question, "Yes, last time I asked you to keep my wristwatch, did you forget to return it?" Weilan scratched her head, trying to remember, "A watch? I remember leaving it on the commander's aircraft." Ying Wu adjusted his cuff and immediately denied it, "It's not there. Hasn't Assistant Gu just returned to In City for a few days? It must have been dropped at Assistant Gu's place." Being suspected by him, Weilan angrily raised her tone, "Why on earth would I take the commander's watch home? It's so big I can't even wear it." She stated with certainty, "It's definitely not here." At this, Ying Wu laughed and changed the subject, "Assistant Gu, are you also grumpy when you first wake up?" Only then did she realize she had been a bit rude. "I'm sorry." He acted magnanimous and even asked kindly, "It's all right, have you found it yet, Assistant Gu?" She said without hesitation, "Not yet." But as she fumbled in her pocket to search, before she could finish her sentence, she had to correct herself, "Found it, it turns out it was in the pocket of the coat she wore yesterday." Ying Wu was proud that he had come up with such a brilliant plan, because he was the one who had deliberately put it there. He suppressed his joy and said with a feigned seriousness, "All right, I'll come to your house to get it now." Gu Weilan anxiously shouted, wait, I'm at home in city right now. Ying Wu ruffled his hair and replied, I know, come out to meet me in 5 minutes. 1,000 question marks seemed to run through her head. He's coming to my house. Gu Weilan immediately ran out the door to wait to return Ying Wu's watch. The moment she came out, a warship was already waiting outside. It wasn't until Ying Wu stepped out of the warship that a dazed Gu Weilan whispered to herself. The commander came here himself? Unexpectedly, he was very sharp and, after hearing her, replied, yes, Assistant Gu, lead the way. Gu Weilan extended her hand to point the way, please follow me. While leading the way, she would occasionally glance back to observe his actions. He also felt awkward and blurted out a random sentence, I don't like that the whole garden is full of roses. This left Gu Weilan helpless and speechless. In the end, she could only remind him in a stern voice, this is my house, whether the commander likes it or not is not important. At this moment, he suddenly stroked his chin thoughtfully, but it's not unacceptable either. Seeing him become increasingly bizarre, Gu Weilan's face went blank as she thought to herself, I don't know what nonsense this person thinks about all day. She placed a pair of slippers at his feet and said politely, Commander, please change your shoes. Meanwhile, Gu Weilan's parents were hiding behind the door, secretly observing the new arrival. As soon as Ying Wu had changed his slippers, Gu Weilan's mother immediately came over, enthusiastically took his hand, and introduced herself, I've heard my treasure talk about the commander before, today I finally get to meet you. After hearing her, an idea for a new form of address sparked in his mind, treasure? Gu Weilan could only make an excuse to get her mother away, Mom, I'm going upstairs to get something. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu chimed in from behind, as it happens, I have some work to discuss directly with Assistant Gu, would it be convenient for you to take me to your room? Before she could make a decision, her parents spoke up in unison, Weilan, quickly take the leader to your room, don't delay things. Gu Weilan had no choice but to open her bedroom door for him. Click. As soon as she closed the door, she sighed to herself, Mom and Dad are just causing more trouble. Suddenly, Ying Wu leaned in very close to her and said in a deep, captivating voice. Treasure. This new address made her face turn as red as a ripe tomato. Embarrassment turned to anger, and she could only shout to warn him, don't call me that again. To avoid Ying Wu, she immediately turned away from his gaze and made an excuse, I'll go get the watch first, the commander can wait here for a moment. Unexpectedly, before she could take a few steps, he grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back. He gently placed his other hand on her hip, their bodies pressing closely together. Ying Wu looked straight into Gu Weilan's eyes and said seriously, Assistant Gu, I have something important to discuss with you. The formality in his words made her feel shy, and she just wanted to avoid his gaze, let go of me quickly. Ying Wu was also very respectful of her, immediately letting go so she could create some distance from him. All right. Then he naturally sat down at the desk in her room. He pressed his watch to open a document and casually said to her, Assistant Gu, take a look at this contract for a moment. Gu Weilan curiously leaned down to look, what is this? When she saw the contents of the contract clearly, her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that what Ying Wu was showing her was a marriage contract. He calmly picked up a teacup, took a sip, and continued, Assistant Gu, think about it. Marry me. The seriousness he had shown from the beginning indicated that what he was saying was not a joke. But this news was truly too hard to believe, she couldn't help but ask again, Commander, are you joking with me? Ying Wu replied seriously, do you think I came to your house myself just to joke with you? Gu Weilan became even more curious, then may I ask why? After hearing her question, he beckoned Gu Weilan closer. Come here. She approached him without any suspicion. Sure enough, Ying Wu was not to be trusted. Before she even got close, he shot up, closing the distance between them. He gripped her wrist tightly, not letting go. Then he pinned her hand onto the desk behind her, forcing her to place her other hand on his body to keep her balance. Ying Wu brought his face closer and closer to hers, causing Gu Weilan's heart to pound incessantly. She squeezed her eyes shut, her thoughts in a jumble, is he going to kiss me again? But we're in my house. Unexpectedly, his face turned bright red at that moment, but he only rubbed his face against one side of hers. Then he rested his head on her shoulder and whispered like a pouting child, because you're not by my side, I can't live and work normally. Before coming, I asked Professor Bai Luo. He said that the demonic crystal inside me has gotten used to your presence, so. Can you marry me? This abrupt question left Gu Weilan at a loss for how to answer. She thought worriedly to herself, he's clearly talking romance, but he says it like it's a business matter, as if he's only marrying me because I'm a useful tool. Ying Wu didn't care about her feelings and was only focused on negotiating. You can propose your conditions, as long as they are within my capabilities. Even if they are not within my capabilities, I can still do my best to make assistant. Gu satisfied. Gu Weilan didn't dare to look him in the eye, so she turned her face away to inquire, But isn't the commander in an arranged marriage with Miss Song? Ying Wu immediately explained, I am not in an arranged marriage with anyone else. Unexpectedly, she coldly pulled her hand away and refused outright, but I don't want to marry anyone either, including the commander. Ying Wu was stunned and wanted an answer from Gu Weilan as to why she didn't want to marry him. Gu Weilan answered seriously, my family is also quite wealthy, although not on par with you upper-class people. We are considered to have a large enterprise in city. I don't want to sell myself just to have a political marriage with you. She thought about her parents' attitude when she told them about this later. They would surely be happy. Daughter, your parents support you. She became even more frustrated. My family doesn't lack anything, there's no need to compromise with this guy. As Ying Wu heard her explain all her reasons, a great deal of killing intent immediately radiated from him, although he did not clearly show his emotions. But a sensitive person like Gu Weilan, who had been his special assistant, would naturally pick up on it. She immediately made an excuse to slip away. I'll go get the thing for you. As she finished speaking, the door slammed shut. He could only stand silently in the empty, unfamiliar room, lacking the warmth of an important person. In the end, Ying Wu still couldn't suppress his emotions and let out a cold snort, biting his lip. Then violently ripped the neat tie from his neck, angrily ordering his system, brain, I order you, no matter what method you use, you must bring Gu Weilan back here. After speaking, he pressed the execute button on the control screen without hesitation. The anger had not yet subsided from his face. I want to make her only be able to stay by my side for this entire life. As he silently made his decision, he coldly walked out of the room. When Gu Weilan returned to the room with the watch and didn't see him, she then walked out to the living room in a daze. She saw her parents sadly holding a plate of pastries they hadn't had a chance to offer their guest, informing her, Commander Ying just said he still had business in the military department, so he left first. Her father worriedly inquired, my dear, what did you two talk about? I noticed that when Commander Ying left, his expression wasn't very good. Gu Weilan smiled and brushed it off, it's nothing, he. But before she could finish, her eyes widened. The sound of retching immediately came out. Gu Weilan hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her parents couldn't help but panic, asking anxiously, my dear, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly sick like this? Is there any medicine in the house? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? She quickly suppressed the nausea, slowly replying to reassure her parents, it's probably my old palate sickness acting up again. I have an appointment to get it checked at the hospital today, right? Mom and Dad, don't worry, it's nothing. Gu Weilan quickly walked outside to get ready for her checkup. Just as she walked out of the gate, her head suddenly spun. Before she lost consciousness, she still thought in fear, damn it, it's an anesthetic. After thinking that, she fell to the ground and fainted. Scene changed to the first planet. The breeze and cheerful sunlight played gently with the thin curtains. At this moment, Gu Weilan slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't until she sat up completely that she realized with a start, this is Ying Wu's bedroom. Gu Weilan tried to use her hands to push her body off the bed but couldn't, sighing to herself, why is my whole body so weak? The very next second, the door opened, and Ying Wu, wearing a seductive, slit bathrobe, walked into the room, a few drops of water still clinging to his handsome face, rolling down from his soaking wet hair. He walked to the bedside, gallantly leaned down, and kindly asked Gu Weilan, you're awake? All her frustration was immediately directed at him. Commander, you were the one who had people tie me up and bring me here, and then you made me inhale anesthetic, right? All of Gu Weilan's suspicions were immediately confirmed by him. Yes, she asked indignantly, do you know that doing this is illegal? Ying Wu stubbornly stated his reason, but you won't marry me. Gu Weilan seemed to have been rendered speechless by his stubbornness. He was clearly the one at fault, but he acted as if she was bullying him. His face was just short of being etched with the words, you won't marry me, along with an extreme, inexpressible resentment. She used her hands to push him away, get away, but unfortunately, because she had just been drugged, her body was now as limp as a noodle. It was hard enough to stand up on her own, let alone resist. Of course, the result was that her wrist was gripped by him tightly, then pressed down hard on the bed, the two of them embracing. Gu Weilan kept trying to reason. This is not a reason for you to kidnap and drug me, do you know that I can sue you for breaking the law? Although threatened by her, Ying Wu still just gently replied with 2 words, I know, while his grip on her wrist grew tighter. He lifted her chin, threatening her back, I can lock Assistant Gu up, sleep until Assistant Gu is pregnant, and by that day, Assistant Gu will not be able to leave me. Gu Weilan's eyes became empty, she asked him in fear, who gave the commander this idea? He gently bit the button of her sleeve and changed the subject, isn't it you? If you don't want to continue being my assistant, and you don't want to marry me, then I can only break the law. As Ying Wu finished speaking, the button on her sleeve was bitten off by him. The fabric on her arm quickly slid down. Ying Wu cherished her arm and caressed it, I want your whole body to have the scent of me. Assistant Gu, your lips look very alluring. Gu Weilan was both a little shy and a little scared. Looking at him, Ying Wu gradually lowered himself closer to her, until their lips were about to touch each other. Suddenly the sound of Gu Weilan retching rang out, ruining his mood, retch retch, cough cough cough, she coughed loudly while squirming, wanting to push him away. Ying Wu's face seemed to turn pale, he didn't expect her to have such an extreme reaction, so his face lost all color. Do I make Assistant Gu feel so nauseous that you can't help but vomit in front of me? Gu Weilan looked at Ying Wu with worried eyes and thought to herself, if I don't sweet-talk him now, who knows what other scary things he'll do. She continued to maintain that pitiful gaze, her hair disheveled, then closed her eyes to avoid his gaze and turned her face away to say my stomach is not feeling well today. After hearing this, Ying Wu silently stared at her without a word. This attitude of his made Gu Weilan think even more, why isn't he talking? Suddenly, he lifted her onto his lap, causing Gu Weilan to cry out in alarm. Ah, Commander, you. His 2 hands wrapped around her waist and squeezed her hips tightly, making her unable to help but let out a shy moan. Gu Weilan could only bite her lip lightly to suppress her moan and reassure Ying Wu. Don't be like this. Ying Wu looked straight into her eyes. If not like this, then how? Gu Weilan thought carefully, right now the commander is like he's possessed, I have to stabilize his spirit first. In the end, she had to negotiate. I can go back and continue to be your assistant. Ying Wu brought his face close to hers and asked. How do I know that Assistant Gu isn't lying to me? Hearing him ask this, Gu Weilan raised her voice in reply, feeling suspected. I can sign a new contract with the commander, that should be enough, right? Ying Wu was silent for a moment to think. Gu Weilan continued her ideological work. Commander, I don't want to, do you really want to force me to have a relationship with you? He was shamed into blushing by her bullied-looking face and turned away. No. What was more surprising was that he proposed a new condition. Then you have to let me lock you up for a bit. Gu Weilan let out a horrified huh. Ying Wu immediately took out the handcuffs he had prepared under the bed. He swiftly locked her 2 hands as if he had practiced this many times. The 2 clicks that rang out were also the moment her freedom was restricted. From the moment he finished speaking to when her hands were cuffed, Gu Weilan was so stunned she could only utter 1 word. You. Ying Wu shamelessly introduced. I had them custom made to Assistant Gu's wrist size, I've never put them on Assistant Gu before, the size is just right. Not feeling assured, he even tried to rotate them around her wrist to see if they were really secure. At this point, Gu Weilan had regained her senses and immediately questioned him. So, Commander, when you put that watch on my wrist that day, you actually already had the idea of imprisoning me, right? Otherwise, how would you know my wrist size so well, and even have these terrifying custom-made handcuffs? Just imagining it made her want to give him a few kicks. To vent her anger, Ying Wu suddenly picked her up and said, I'm going to print a new contract. Then he gently placed her neatly on the bed and whispered softly in her ear, his gentle words carrying a hint of warning. Assistant Gu, wait for me here, don't even think about running away. Then Ying Wu leisurely walked out. At the same time, the sound of the door slamming shut echoed in the room. Finally, Gu Weilan could let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he's finally gone. She looked at her cuffed hands and decided, in order not to let him go crazy and come up with more ideas, I can only pretend to obey him for this period of time. A moment later, Ying Wu returned with the new contract and showed it to her. Assistant Gu, see if there are any problems, if not, then sign it. Gu Weilan sat on the edge of the bed, took the contract he handed her, and read it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes drooped, because he noticed Gu Weilan's slightly trembling arm. She still didn't know she was being watched and just pointed to the last clause of the contract and asked. As long as the commander's demonic crystal fluctuates, no matter what, I must return to the commander's side to perform a soothing function? Ying Wu calmly affirmed. That's right, this is very important. Weilan thought silently for a moment. But he didn't give her time to hesitate, immediately staring at her and threatening. Assistant Gu doesn't want to? His eyes became murky as if he wanted to eat her alive. Weilan could only answer with difficulty. No, I agree. Then she reluctantly signed the contract. While Ying Wu was carefully examining the signature, she inquired. So can I go home now? He looked outside, wanting to find a reason for her to stay. It's very late now. But she still said resolutely. I still have to go home. Ying Wu silently turned to look at Weilan's determined face. Feeling guilty for forcing her, this time he compromised. All right. Ying Wu gently unlocked the handcuffs for her. Weilan was just waiting to immediately turn and leave this place without any lingering attachment. Then I'll be going. Unexpectedly, before she could take a few steps, he grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back, making Weilan scared that he was about to try something. Ying Wu pulled her into a tight hug and whispered. Assistant Gu, can I kiss you for a bit? Weilan voiced her displeasure clearly. No. Ying Wu, of course, did not let her go because of that attitude, he continued in a low voice. Next, I have to leave Assistant Gu for a whole night. If I can have some intimate contact with Assistant Gu now, it will comfort me a lot. Hearing that, Weilan groaned inwardly, using such a righteous reason to be a rogue, is there no law anymore? Looking at his demeanor, she felt that if she didn't agree, she wouldn't be able to leave today, so she decided not to care anymore. Then Weilan sighed and replied. Alright, a kiss on the cheek. But before she was mentally prepared, her neck was grabbed by Ying Wu and pulled closer. In an instant, he had captured Weilan's sweet, plump lips. Weilan, attacked so suddenly and unprepared, could only weakly push him away. When released, Weilan looked at him and said in a low voice. Commander. She vaguely felt in her heart that this kiss seemed different from before. At this moment, Ying Wu touched her lips again. Once again kissing them lightly, Weilan let him do as he pleased. After being soothed, Ying Wu was satisfied and started to leave. I'll take you home. Weilan, on the other hand, foolishly touched her lips, standing motionless and looking at Ying Wu. Ying Wu's private jet took off a moment later. At the villa in the evening, Weilan sat by the window, looking outside thoughtfully. The whole day felt like a dream. Then she touched her lips again, her face unconsciously blushing. That kiss. Weilan, unsure of her feelings, buried her head in the mattress. Stop thinking about it, Weilan. But she had an indescribable feeling. She sat up abruptly and touched her stomach. For the past 2 days, her stomach had felt strange. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. I hope it's all in my head. Looking at that expression, it was clear she had already guessed most of the reason. The next morning at a large hospital. During the body scan. A moment later, an announcement was heard. Body scan complete, test results are being generated. Please wait a moment. Weilan looked at her watch and muttered. It's almost time for work, tell him to wait for an hour. Weilan had messaged Ying Wu. Commander, I have something to do this afternoon, I can't be with you at the military headquarters. If anything comes up, you can find Deputy Commander Chow. I have already synchronized the project items for him. But as soon as she sent it, Ying Wu called back. After Weilan picked up, he immediately asked. Assistant Gu, what do you have to do this afternoon? Weilan replied while looking at a report. Just a small private matter. Ying Wu didn't ask what it was but asked further. So will you come to the military headquarters to pick me up in the evening? Weilan naturally heard the threat in his words. She immediately replied cheerfully, yes. Hearing that, Ying Wu was satisfied and laughed heartily. Good. Weilan could only smile helplessly at this patron of hers. Why does he seem more and more bewitching these days? Weilan then looked up at the ultrasound machine. Her gaze suddenly froze, her eyebrows knitted unconsciously. From the image and the ultrasound results that appeared, her whole body felt like it had fallen into an abyss. She couldn't believe her eyes. I'm really pregnant. The next morning, inside the base, Weilan's voice could be heard. What, the commander told me to go? Ying Wu handed a document to Weilan and announced, Assistant Gu, I'm giving you 1 hour to prepare. You are to take Miss Song to this location to sign the contract for this entire estate, and return here immediately after the contract is signed. Weilan looked at the file, stunned, so he wants to give her an entire estate. Suddenly, Weilan felt a surge of anger, silently cursing in her heart, so Song Mingxi is that important to him? He got me pregnant and now I have to go serve someone else, what does he take me for? But thinking that, she sighed again, forget it. Weilan's eyes couldn't hide her sadness, there was nothing to be angry at him for. Ying Wu didn't know anything about it. Then she left decisively. Cut to another scene. Weilan had arrived at Song Mingxi's place, she pushed the stack of documents towards her. If Miss Song has no objections regarding this property, please sign here. Mingxi on the opposite side pushed up her glasses, holding a pen and looking at Weilan. Assistant Gu is really cold today. Then she signed the paper, but, I like it very much. Mingxi lifted the paper and exclaimed happily, done. Weilan organized the documents and said, alright, if there's nothing else. But before she could finish her sentence, Mingxi got a phone call. I see your brother has time to play that love game between a superior and a subordinate. If you're really that busy, then don't come back to see me. That's it. After saying that, Mingxi hung up. Weilan was a little surprised to hear that. Is she talking about me? Weilan couldn't help but ask curiously, do you have a boyfriend? Mingxi chuckled and replied, of course. Weilan asked again, Miss Song, aren't you afraid I'll tell the commander? Mingxi answered without much concern, it's up to you, if you want to tell him, go ahead, it won't affect me at all. Weilan thought again with suspicion, but Ying Wu still thinks she was his first, how should I tell Ying Wu about this? Cut to another scene. Weilan placed the file on Ying Wu's desk. Ying Wu paused his work, looked at her and asked, is it handled properly? I helped Song Mingxi get the estate because she told me the truth, the person who slept with her that night wasn't her, we only have a partnership. Weilan was slightly surprised, so that's how it is? Ying Wu then looked at her, if I'm giving a gift, I can only give it to assistant Gu. The person I want to marry is also only assistant Gu, perhaps my previous actions caused you some misunderstanding. It's my fault, but... After a moment of hesitation, Ying Wu tapped his fingers on the desk. His expression was a bit annoyed as he warned, Gu Weilan, if you dare to criticize me again, to throw up on me, I won't be so polite with you anymore. Weilan was speechless hearing those words and stared blankly at him. Ying Wu ordered in a cold voice, you, come here. Weilan had a bad feeling. She worried silently, can he and I really fall in love? This time, I want to give it a try. Thinking that, Weilan walked towards him without hesitation, boldly sitting on Ying Wu's lap. It was clear that Ying Wu was a little surprised by Weilan's action. The atmosphere at this moment was truly indescribable, really hard to put into words. His face went from red to pale, from astonishment to surprise, staring blankly at Weilan. Weilan thought to herself, I had originally prepared to keep my distance from this superior, but the words he just said made me feel. Then Weilan touched Ying Wu's face, it seems Ying Wu is not the person I thought he was, at least, it's not that he doesn't care about my feelings. Then she reached her hand behind his neck, gently taking off his glasses. She called softly in a low voice, Commander Ying. Ying Wu also couldn't control his broken voice as he called, Assistant Gu. Weilan mischievously touched his lips then slid her hand down to Ying Wu's neck. Looking at his expression, it was clear she had stirred him up. The buttons on his collar were also gradually unbuttoned by her one by one. Acting decisively, Weilan grabbed Ying Wu's collar. Weilan asked softly without hesitation, do you really want to play an office romance game with me? The temperature around them could be felt suddenly rising sharply. Weilan was startled when she touched him. So hot. But her attempt to pull her hand back was stopped by Ying Wu, he held her hand tightly. Then he turned Weilan towards the desk, his large hand wrapping around her waist. Ying Wu's deep voice whispered in Weilan's ear, Assistant Gu, you are seducing me. Weilan used her last bit of reason to retort, it was the commander who started it. Ying Wu didn't waste time retorting but moved his hand to caress Weilan's waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck, so do you want to do it with me? Weilan hesitated for a moment, I. But before she could answer, she was dazed by the force of Ying Wu's bite, ah. Ying Wu seemed to lock her body into his, greedily savoring every bit. Weilan's mind was a chaotic mess, so ticklish. After a while, Ying Wu finally let go and moved away from that spot. Soon, a red mark appeared on Weilan's neck. Mark. Yet Ying Wu stared at it, mesmerized. Without hesitation, he lunged forward again to kiss her deeply on the lips. Acting on instinct, he caressed Weilan's hair, the kiss becoming more and more out of control. Despite this, Weilan managed to hold on to a bit of reason, this won't do, we can't continue. She used her strength to push Ying Wu away, her eyes avoiding his as she said, "Don't you need to work anymore?" Ying Wu looked at her passionately without reservation. "I'm a bit addicted." Weilan interrupted seriously, "The commander needs to work." It was unclear what Ying Wu was thinking, but he was genuinely a bit intimidated. Looking at Weilan frowning in front of him, he had no choice but to close his eyes and admit defeat. Once again burying his face in her neck, "All right then." Ying Wu seemed to be comforting himself, sniffing the scent on Weilan's body. But then he looked at her seriously and said, "Assistant Gu, did you drink fresh milk?" Weilan asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Ying Wu answered honestly, "You have a very fragrant milky scent on you." Hearing that, Weilan suddenly blushed with embarrassment. Then pushed Ying Wu away. Being pushed away, young Ying Wu felt a bit wronged. "Assistant Gu." Weilan sulkily returned to her desk and warned in a stern voice, "Get to work first." Ying Wu looked at her teasingly, "I'm very excited right now." Weilan put her hands on her hips and said loudly in a corrective tone, "If the commander is not satisfied with me, you can hire another assistant." Ying Wu could only smile helplessly and hand a file to her, "I know." Getting the desired answer, Weilan was willing to leave. A moment later, the door closed. Weilan immediately went to the restroom. She couldn't help but grimace at the red marks in the mirror. She sulkily rebuttoned her shirt, muttering in annoyance, "I can't let my colleagues see this, who knows what rumors might start." But then Weilan remembered Ying Wu's words and became worried. "You have a very fragrant milky scent on you." Remembering this, she hugged herself, her heart in turmoil. "It's true that I feel it swelling, could it really be because of the onset of lactation?" At the same time, someone called from outside, "Assistant Gu." It turned out to be Ying Wu calling. Weilan peeked halfway through the door and asked timidly, "Commander, what is it?" Ying Wu looked in her direction and replied, "I want to drink coffee, and also, if Assistant Gu is by my side, my work efficiency will be higher." Weilan replied somewhat helplessly, "Yes," but in her heart, she was already cursing, "Damn it, just because I want to get off work a little earlier." A moment later, a delicious cup of coffee was served. Ying Wu then asked, "Assistant Gu, have you heard the news that His Royal Highness Prince Ten Nguyen is getting married next month?" Weilan replied calmly, "Of course I know." Ying Wu and Weilan both looked at the screen, on which the prince was saying, "Princess-in-law and I are about to become husband and wife, she will be my spouse, my wife." At this point, he spoke up, "His Royal Highness Prince Ten Nguyen said, Princess-in-law will become his spouse, his wife." Weilan was even more confused hearing this. "Is there a problem?" Suddenly, Ying Wu looked at Weilan and called out, "Wife." She was a little surprised and wondered in her heart, what is he talking about? Weilan's heart skipped a beat when Ying Wu called out again, "Wife, if we get our license and get married in the future, I can call you wife." Saying that, he leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin smugly, "I personally prefer this form of address." Weilan, however, was not very happy. She bowed her head and thought to herself, "If someone else said this, I would think they were proposing to me. But the person saying it now is Ying Wu. Then it's possible he just wants to change to a different form of address for me." Thinking this, Weilan looked at the stack of documents, her hands and feet busy as she spoke, "I personally don't like it." Ying Wu didn't say anything more upon hearing that. Time passed just like that, and soon it was dark. The aircraft also left the base. Weilan then unfastened her seatbelt. But beside her, Ying Wu kept staring at her, making her movements unnatural. She asked tentatively, "We've arrived at your house, is there still something else?" Ying Wu said with a calm expression, "Last night before you went home, you kissed me." Weilan was startled and touched her lips, clearly not expecting him to say that. Last night it was clearly him who insisted on kissing. Why is he getting greedy now, wanting a goodnight kiss every day? Ying Wu beside her didn't wait any longer and leaned towards her. Aiming straight, he kissed her. Weilan could only accept the sudden kiss. After a while, Ying Wu finally let go. He looked at the girl before him, an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Yet Weilan took the initiative to kiss him on the lips, feeling smug. If that's the case, I'll take advantage of him a little too." Ying Wu, of course, couldn't ask for more, and enjoyed it with relish. The two of them were thus immersed in sweetness. Weilan then opened her eyes, her body feeling a bit uncomfortable. "This should be enough, I can barely breathe." She used her strength but couldn't push the person in front of her away. At this point, she could only resort to her own method, biting Ying Wu's lip. Feeling a slight pain, Ying Wu finally released her lips. He touched the bite mark on his lip and chuckled lightly, "Assistant Gu, can you not be so fierce next time?" Weilan frowned sulkily and retorted, isn't it all your fault? At the same time, the signal on her hand went off. It was a letter from the Duchess. Cut to another scene, while Weilan was preparing a meal. A young man appeared again and took liberties, wrapping his arms around her waist. Weilan was startled, frowned and turned to look at him, Commander. Weilan smiled lightly and added, it's almost ready, you go sit down first. His eyes clearly showed his displeasure. Oh, yesterday when I went with you to deal with things, it wasn't like this. That brings us to yesterday when she received the message. Weilan immediately looked pitiful and begged Ying Wu, the Duchess told me to go deal with it. Commander, please come with me, the Duke will probably find trouble for me again. Ying Wu could only agree, alright, come pick me up there tomorrow. Back to the present, Weilan put her arm around his shoulder to reassure him, if we don't get ready quickly, we'll be late. Ying Wu then placed his hand on her soft lips, preparing to kiss her. But at that moment, Weilan started to feel nauseous, which made young Ying Wu furious. His eyes darkened as he asked, what's wrong? Weilan pushed him away, her breath labored as she replied, it's nothing. Ying Wu interrupted unhappily, how can you take care of me like this, when you're throwing up? Weilan covered her mouth to suppress the nausea and explained, it's not because of the commander that I'm throwing up. Ying Wu didn't let it go and asked again, then what is it? Weilan avoided the question and equivocated, I haven't been feeling well these past few days. Ying Wu then became worried, leaning down close to Weilan's stomach, not feeling well, I haven't seen you eat anything, why would you not feel well? Ying Wu restlessly poked her stomach. Weilan was startled and raised her voice to stop him, you, don't touch there. Ying Wu didn't remove his hand and continued his action, asking innocently, why can't I touch it? Weilan raised her hand to block Ying Wu's finger. Her annoyed expression showed her anger, you can't touch it. She carried the plate of food and left, let's go eat, we'll go deal with things after we're full. A while later, the two of them arrived at the place. The Duchess, Ying Wu's stepmother, was already standing at the gate, she happily welcomed them. You're here. The Duchess walked quickly towards her and said, Weilan, let's. But before she could finish her sentence, Ying Wu stood in front of her, where does the Duchess want to take her? Seeing his cold attitude, she replied timidly. I want to take Weilan for a walk in the garden, so as not to disturb the conversation between you and your father. Ying Wu replied nonchalantly. It's no bother at all. The Duke standing nearby heard this and shouted angrily. Would you die if you didn't have Weilan with you? Weilan took the opportunity to excuse herself. Commander, I'm going to pick some devil fruits. With that, Weilan ran off. In the flower garden, the Duchess took Weilan's hand, Weilan, it's so good that you can be by Ying Wu's side to help him. About what happened before, I apologize to you on behalf of the Duke, I hope you won't mind it anymore. Weilan just smiled lightly in agreement, explaining to herself. Forget it, it's just a story I don't need to care about. The Duchess then asked. Has Ying Wu had any contact with any young ladies from noble families these past 2 days? I just saw that Ying Wu has a hickey, it looks very intense. Weilan felt like she had been hit where it hurts, her face turning red. Is that so? Then Weilan casually picked a fruit from a nearby plant, at which point the Duchess said. Weilan, you have to pay attention to Ying Wu's influence. After all, he's a commander in the fleet, it won't look good if the subordinates in the army see it. For some reason, as if possessed, Weilan ate the ripe red fruit. Seeing this, the Duchess shouted in surprise. Weilan, you. Still not understanding what was happening, she looked at the Duchess, who continued in surprise. Why did you eat a devil fruit? Weilan was startled and panicked inwardly. Right, normally a normal human like me doesn't need to eat a devil fruit, could it be because I have a little devil baby now? Thinking this, she gave a forced smile and looked at the Duchess evasively, I'm tasting it for the commander to see if it's sweet. Hearing this, the Duchess chuckled softly. It's fine, if you want to eat it, go ahead. But in her heart, a question arose. Assistant Gu has always been an elite, calm and composed. She has never done anything outside of her work. This time is an exception, I can finally see a bit of normal warmth in her. The Duchess then looked in another direction and called out happily. Zimian, come here. Weilan also looked curiously in that direction. Before her was Ying Zimian, Ying Wu's younger sister, the youngest scientist in the Imperial Federation's Celestial Palace fleet. She walked towards the Duchess and asked with concern. Mother, have you been well recently? The Duchess also replied enthusiastically. I'm very well, your father and your older brother are still in the living room, do you need me to take you there? Zimian looked at Weilan and asked suggestively. I'll go in a bit, is this the assistant Gu who is always with my brother? Weilan also replied politely. Hello, Miss Ying Zi. She pointed behind her and replied. There's a shooting range back there, may I invite assistant Gu to come and play with me? Weilan did not refuse and nodded in agreement. All right. In her heart, Weilan understood, she wants to talk to me in private. A while later, the two of them arrived at the shooting range. Zimian had already prepared a gun, aiming at the target. Assistant Gu, how much money does my brother give you? Weilan looked at her, silently confused. This line of thinking is a bit of a leap, why suddenly bring this up? In the scope, the crosshairs were right in the middle of the target. With a perfect aiming posture, Zimian prepared to fire. The first shot was fired, hitting the edge of the bullseye. Zimian then turned to look at her and said. I'll give you 10 times that amount, as long as you don't let my brother enter a marriage alliance with Gu Jinsi. It was Weilan's turn, she was confident, she understood in her heart, as expected, she needs something from me. The first shot was fired, and Weilan hit the 10-point ring. Seeing this, Zimian couldn't help but be surprised. She's that good? After shooting, Weilan turned to look at her. May I ask why? Zimian replied calmly. Song Jinsi is my girlfriend. As if hearing something shocking, Weilan involuntarily dropped her weapon, staring blankly at Zimian. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. Song Jinsi is about to have a marriage alliance with Ying Wu, but she's the girlfriend of Ying Wu's sister, is this family that chaotic? Weilan touched her forehead and spoke. I see, I can't get involved in this matter. Zimian continued without much concern. But my brother can get involved, can't he? Weilan picked up the gun and added. Regarding the two of you, I suggest you ask Miss Song yourself, as for the commander, he has only met Miss Song twice, their relationship is normal. Zimian looked surprised upon hearing this. Then she said hesitantly. Thank you. At the same time, the butler arrived, his voice hurried, Miss Gu, I've finally found you. He continued agitatedly. Young Master Ying Wu is looking for you urgently, he's piloting the ship now. You should go and see. Weilan immediately put down the gun, turned and prepared to leave. All right, I know, I'm going there now. She was a little worried in her heart. What does he want to do now? Then she looked back at Zimian and said. Excuse me, I'll be going first. Cut to another scene on the aircraft. Ying Wu was typing something. Weilan then approached. Weilan walked over and explained with a slight smile. I was just called to the shooting range by Zimian, I didn't intentionally not look for the commander. But Ying Wu remained motionless, clearly sulking. She hasn't come to see me in a long time, she doesn't care about me, she hasn't come to see me in a long time, she doesn't care about me, she doesn't care about me. Weilan looked at the sulking puppy who was ignoring her and felt annoyed, but still maintained a smile and tilted her head to look at him. She had to resort to her final move, taking out a devil fruit to entice him. I just picked a lot of devil fruits, does the commander want to try some? It was clear that Ying Wu had been invaded by the scent of the devil fruit. He stopped pretending and wrapped his arms around Weilan's waist. You ate a devil fruit. Weilan replied calmly. I ate one while picking them. Yet Ying Wu leaned close to Weilan's lips and said softly. Then let me have a taste. He didn't hesitate to kiss her, his hands tightening around Weilan. That kiss deepened, and the surrounding scene was filled with an ambiguous sound. After a while, when Ying Wu released her lips, she turned away, a little embarrassed. The commander will be having dinner with his family now. In 2 hours, you have to attend an important meeting at the command headquarters. Ying Wu, holding the devil fruit, nodded in agreement. Ying Wu didn't hesitate to take a bite, then looked at Weilan with a sulky expression. This doesn't help sweeten the mouth. Time passed just like that. Luckily, she met Ying Wu, who took her to a meeting at the command headquarters after dinner. After a period of nothing happening, the special day finally arrived. According to the schedule, Ying Wu would go to Banlin Tin once every few years to visit his mother who was confined on the island, and today was the day of the visit. A while later at the nursing home, Ying Wu and Weilan approached a woman. That was Ying Wu's birth mother, Zhu Ji. Although she had aged, her face still retained the beauty of her youth. When she saw them, she looked over and spoke. You're here. Weilan politely handed a file to her. Greeting, madam, this is what Duking asked me to bring to you. Zhu Ji, however, stared intently at Weilan's stomach. Seeing that gaze, Weilan felt a bit intimidated. Why is Madame staring at me like that? She won't see anything, will she? Ying Wu stepped in front of Weilan, his cold eyes glancing at Zhu Ji. His face was grim, his voice devoid of emotion as he warned. Don't look at my person. Zhu Ji bowed her head and chuckled softly. Assistant Gu has lost quite a bit of weight. Weilan immediately replied. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, madam. For some reason, Ying Wu looked at her. Weilan added. Madam, I'll go back to the institute to pack my luggage first, you two can talk. Zhu Ji frowned slightly and continued. Just let him go, you stay with me. Weilan replied timidly. There's no need, madam, I should be the one to go. Zhu Ji stood up and asked sternly. You don't even know how to pack your own luggage? Hearing this, Ying Wu could only remain silent, tacitly agreeing. Weilan, seeing the tense atmosphere, waved her hands to mediate. Madam is still here. His pride wounded, Ying Wu immediately snatched the suitcase. Then he held out his hand to Weilan and said. Keys. Weilan didn't understand what was happening. Oh, okay. Then she handed him the keys. No unexpectedly and happily pulled the suitcase away to put it away, leaving Weilan looking at him, not understanding what was happening. Truck Ko then spoke, Are you not feeling well lately? Weilan smiled hesitantly, I'm just a little unwell, I've made you worry, Auntie. In her heart, she was secretly praying, hoping a million times that Auntie wouldn't see through anything. But as soon as she finished speaking, Weilan covered her nose and achoo. Seeing this, Truck Ko took a cloak and draped it over her shoulders. Weilan looked at her, slightly confused. Auntie, there's no need, you'll get cold too. Then she sat in the nearby wheelchair. The wind is strong here, you can help me back to rest now. Weilan immediately walked over and replied. Yes. A moment later, No also saw the two of them approaching. Weilan tilted her head and looked at her. Auntie, what would you like to eat for dinner? I'm getting ready to take a walk around the island in a bit to buy some things to cook. But Truck Ko replied with annoyance. Just let the people in the sanatorium do these things. Truck Ko then looked at No and said in a cold voice, Assistant Gu is here to help, not to be your nanny. No didn't see the problem and asked indifferently, Gu Weilan is my assistant, why can't she do a little thing like this? But he still took over the task of pushing the wheelchair from her, adding with annoyance, Besides, Mom, don't call her my exclusive special assistant anymore. At this moment, Truck Ko pressed a button on the chair, and his action of pushing the wheelchair came to a halt. She turned back to look at him, annoyed, and shouted loudly, I can go by myself, I don't need you. And so, Truck Ko controlled the chair herself and left. No just watched her retreating back indifferently, her temper is still as strange as ever. But just as he finished the sentence, he unceremoniously pulled her closer to him. His predatory gaze swept over Weilan, his hand wrapped tightly around her waist, and he uttered in a low voice, Thinner? No then put his other hand around her waist. Her. Weilan was a little hesitant, her expression avoidant as she spoke, Commander, mind your image. No then said, It must be because you resigned, so you couldn't eat or sleep well during that time. Weilan disdainfully pinched No's hand and pushed it away, Let go of me. The young No, feeling sorry for himself, clenched his hand, I have to fatten her up a bit, I can't let her be this thin. Weilan pointed in another direction and said, Look, there's a patch of land in the garden where strawberries are grown. Over there. Before them were fresh red strawberries. No raised a question, Are these strawberries planted by the workers? Weilan walked over and gently picked one, Yes, Auntie probably planted them herself in her spare time. I just asked her, and she said we could pick them if we wanted to eat. No stood beside her, watching her with fascination. No suddenly moved closer to Weilan, Assistant Gu, I want to steal. Weilan turned back with a happy smile, Then let me teach the commander. Weilan honestly handed the tools to No, whose expression at that moment could only be described as instant regret. The two of them began their task. Weilan slowly instructed, First, loosen the soil. No's two hands continuously followed her instructions, like this should be fine. However, the strawberry plant was tilted, yet No was satisfied. Poor Weilan, the instructor, was speechless and didn't know what to say. She could only laugh helplessly, Commander, the strawberry you planted is so crooked, it's too unsightly. No looked at her with an indifferent gaze, Who says so? Weilan enthusiastically added, Take a look. However, No's action beside her made her stop. No pressed her against the corner of the wall again. Weilan frowned slightly. Commander. No bit her neck without hesitation. Startled, she exclaimed, Commander, what are you trying to do? Her eyes showed surprise. Why the sudden kiss? On No sighed, he still didn't stop his actions. Weilan's hand was held tightly, completely unable to escape. Weilan could only plead helplessly, Commander, please don't do this. How could No listen? His actions became even bolder. Weilan's hand was gripped tightly by him. Only after leaving a few kiss marks on her body did he finally let go. It wasn't unsightly at all, he clearly knew how to plant them. Weilan sulked and pouted to herself, all right, feelings have turned into strawberries planted on my neck, so childish. No poked Weilan's cheek and asked calmly, do you need me to pat it? Are you angry? Weilan swatted his hand away in annoyance. Don't touch me. The oblivious No asked again, is Assistant Gu angry again? Weilan was clearly annoyed but still said. I'm not. But when No walked away, she asked again, dissatisfied, hey, where are you going? No didn't answer, just bent down and picked a strawberry. Like a machine, he approached Weilan. Seeing No take hold of her chin, she snapped resentfully. What are you doing? But No put the strawberry into Weilan's mouth. She could only passively chew it. Finally, No leaned down and asked suggestively, is it sweet? Weilan answered awkwardly. It's sweet. But looking at his attitude, Weilan was a little confused. But then they both looked at each other and laughed loudly, not angry anymore. A while later, Weilan, holding some strawberries, went to knock on the door of Truck Ko's room. Weilan called out from outside, Auntie, No just picked some strawberries and told me to bring them to you. Truck Ko immediately opened the door, wearing a cloak, I don't want them, come in and sit down. Weilan also quickly stepped inside, saying warmly, then I'll be intruding. As she stepped inside, the first thing she saw surprised her. That's the president. In the photo was a picture of the president and a young truck company. Truck Co had already placed the photo face down and said, Assistant Gu, please sit. Weilan smiled lightly and nodded. Yes. She also sat next to her, then asked in a low voice, Assistant Gu, do you know why I am imprisoned on this island? Weilan answered without hesitation, the files say you committed murder. Truck Co just replied calmly, then No should have locked me in a prison. I was imprisoned on this island because I was pregnant. Hearing this, Weilan couldn't hide her surprise and unconsciously touched her own stomach. Truck Co looked at Weilan with concern, did No force you? She looked back at her, thinking to herself, I don't know how much Auntie knows, I have to find a way to get through this. Truck Co added, Assistant Gu, do you think that is his biological mother? I wouldn't know if he has entered a heat cycle? Weilan replied hesitantly. It's not that time the commander went into heat for the first time, I just happened to be with him. As she said this, she panicked inwardly, Auntie is being so direct, it seems I can't fool her. Thinking of this, she lowered her head and added, Dukung over there blocked the news, so the commander doesn't know about this. Truck Co was not surprised at all, which was very in line with the style of this president. Weilan suddenly understood. His Excellency the President, so Dukung blocking the news was also an order from His Excellency the President. Suddenly, Truck Co turned and took Weilan's hand. I just want to remind you of something. Some things are not as simple as you think. If you have things you can't control, it's best to reconsider. Then she asked again, by the way, Assistant Gu, you saw it just now, don't you find my relationship with your president strange? Weilan smiled and replied, if Auntie doesn't want to talk about it, I won't be nosy. About it. Truck Co lowered her head and continued, there's nothing I don't want to talk about, I'm just a tool that he has deceived to this day. Weilan asked in surprise, does the commander know about this? Truck Co chuckled softly. What do you think? Weilan couldn't hide her suspicion, so, Auntie, you were deprived of your freedom ever since you gave birth to No, and it was all because of No. No wonder you don't want to see No, if No knew the truth. But just then, No suddenly opened the door from outside and walked in, we're going back to the first star. His expression was serious as he continued, Planet U-47 has been invaded, we must return quickly to handle it. Hearing this, Weilan quickly stood up, Auntie, we'll be leaving now. Truck Co pulled her arm back. Wait. She placed something in her hand and said, wear this, you can use one when you feel unwell. She took it, turned around and replied. Thank you, Auntie. Truck Co looked over at No, Assistant Gu hasn't been well lately, don't take her to the front lines this time. No remained silent, but it was clear he had taken her words to heart. A moment later, their aircraft took off from the island. Weilan sat in her seat and announced, "We have another half hour until we reach the first star. The dispatched team has already set up defenses, the situation is under control." No, sucking on a candy beside her, spoke up, that woman is very concerned about Assistant Gu this time. Weilan sighed and replied, "Commander, that auntie is your biological mother." Suddenly, No rushed towards her and asked, "Assistant Gu, are you really unwell?" Weilan replied, startled, "I'm fine." No looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he suddenly lifted Weilan up, making her jump. "What's wrong?" He teased her, touching her chin. Her face is red, her mouth too. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't resist and kissed her. Then he finally continued, "Also very sweet." Weilan blushed at his words. She struggled with all her might, her eyes avoiding his. "I'm not." Weilan tried to break free. "All right, I get it, let go of me." No actually let her go. Then he pointed to his high collar tie and said, "Assistant Gu, you've crooked my tie, fix it for me." Weilan sighed helplessly and adjusted it for him. No looked at her seriously. "I just checked, the trouble on planet U-47 this time isn't major. I can be back in 3 days." Weilan asked, confused, "The commander doesn't need me to go with you this time?" No put on a helpless expression. "Yeah, otherwise that woman will see it and say I'm mistreating Assistant Gu." Weilan raised an eyebrow and continued, "Auntie was clearly joking." He then moved closer to her. "Let's not mention her anymore, it's bad luck. As for Assistant Gu, you have to be good and eat properly at home. I'll check when I get back." Weilan replied, a little shyly, "Okay, okay." But inwardly, she grumbled a little. "Since when did the commander become so much like my mother?" No suddenly pulled her close and bit her cheek. He looked at her with a threatening tone. "Did you hear me, Assistant Gu?" Weilan felt a little unwilling. And at the same time, No's expression became complicated. Weilan actually took the initiative to pull his collar and kiss him deeply. She bit his lower lip hard without hesitation. Then she touched both sides of his face and said, "I also hope the commander pays attention to his safety on the front lines. When you return, I will also check if you have any injuries." No's heart bloomed as he took her hand. "I know." He greedily kissed Weilan's lips again. "To be managed by you, I am completely willing." A moment later, Weilan stood below, waving goodbye to him. "Remember to be safe, I'll wait for you to come back." After the aircraft took off, Weilan yawned widely. "Why have I been so exhausted lately, what's wrong with me?" After that, Weilan returned home and fell into a deep sleep. But at that moment, No called. Weilan suddenly woke up. How did I fall asleep like this?" Then she pressed the screen to answer. On the other side, No said calmly, "Assistant Gu, look at my face." Weilan rubbed her eyes and replied, "Oh, okay." But when she looked at the screen, No suddenly froze. Weilan asked out of habit, "Commander, are you on your way back yet?" But his expression was a little strange at this moment. His eyes averted, he said softly in a low voice, "I want to kiss Assistant Gu." Weilan sensed something was wrong and waved her hand. "Hey, I'm hanging up." But No touched his chin and leaned his head out of the screen. "Assistant Gu, do you want to see me?" Weilan said, confused, "Aren't I seeing you right now?" But then she froze and exclaimed, "This is?" On the other side, No's little tail had appeared from who knows when. It lightly touched Weilan's nose. The extremely inviting action made her shiver slightly. Who could resist this? Truly too much desire. Weilan suddenly came to her senses and said loudly, "Commander? Why did your tail suddenly pop out?" No said calmly, "I just saw Assistant Gu, I couldn't control it, so it had to come out, right?" As he spoke, he rested his chin on his hand and invited in a low voice, "It misses Assistant Gu very much too." Needless to say, Weilan immediately hung up. A huge storm was raging in her heart. If she hadn't hung up quickly, she didn't know what other abnormal things she would have had to hear. At the same time, someone called from outside the door, "Assistant Gu, I am Chief Secretary Lin. Is it convenient for you to come with me to the Law Palace for a trip?" Weilan asked cautiously, "Does His Excellency the President want to see me for something?" The person outside replied, "That's right, I hope you have the time." A while later at the Law Palace. After Weilan arrived, the president got straight to the point. "I heard that 2 days ago, Assistant Gu and the commander went to the Island to visit his mother." Weilan quickly replied, "Yes. He added, I called you here today because I heard that the data shows No has become increasingly inseparable from Assistant Gu, is that so? Weilan answered without hesitation, Your Excellency the President, the reason the commander is used to being by my side is because the incubus crystal in his body is very dependent on my aura. The President looked at her and asked further, Professor Bai Luo also told me this point. It was because you helped him resolve his first sensitive period that he became dependent on you. Seeing his attitude, Weilan secretly guessed, could the President's expression mean he thinks I did all this on purpose? Thinking this, she frowned and spoke up, that time, the commander was injured first, it wasn't my premeditated plot. If Your Excellency the President doesn't believe me, you can send someone to the military department to investigate. He opened a data file and said, Assistant Gu, that's not what I meant. You'll understand when you see this document. This is the document about No's lost memories before he entered the military department. Weilan was suddenly surprised, this is? The President explained, among the 3,259 memory fragments No lost that year, 2,971 of them are related to you. His expression became serious again, Assistant Gu, do you know what method the military used back then to make No lose 2,971 memory fragments related to you? Weilan frowned and replied, No, I don't know. Looking at the data sheet, Weilan couldn't help but be shocked. I only ever knew that a part of his past memories was erased, but I never knew so many of them were related to me. Then she pressed the arrow on the side. Other small panels appeared, surrounding her. However, the video that played on the screen made Weilan freeze. No was locked tightly in a chair, screaming in sharp pain. The President then looked at her probingly, the military's methods are very cruel, an ordinary person couldn't bear it. It's a gradually increasing pain, to completely erase the memories related to the name Gu Weilan from No. Weilan couldn't control her emotions and questioned him, why on earth did you have to erase those memories? He replied calmly, because before erasing the memories, the military conducted many surveys with No, in which 200 surveys proved that as long as the name Gu Weilan was mentioned, No would say without hesitation, let her go, I can die in her place. At this point, the President's brow furrowed slightly, when tied up, he would give up everything without resistance, to die for Gu Weilan. I always thought that erasing his memory was as simple as the literal meaning. Moreover, he endured waves of cruel punishment that an ordinary person could not bear. At this moment, Weilan's tears fell uncontrollably, 2,971 memory fragments, No endured 2,971 instances of pain just to forget me? Her mood plummeted into a deep pit. Her body trembled involuntarily. The President said again, you also find it very surprising, very meaningless, don't you? But that's the truth. That kid's obsession at that time was both absurd and laughable. Assistant Gu, I hope you can understand, what the Empire Federation needs is not a commander with a fatal weakness. He has a great responsibility. Assistant Gu should understand this better than anyone. This is also the reason why I don't want you and him to have any relationship outside of work. Weilan asked back without hesitation, but on what grounds do you do this? The President seemed to have heard a joke, pushing up his glasses and continuing, on what grounds? Because I am the President of the Empire Federation, because No can protect the differentiated people of the star system, the strongest in the Empire Alliance. Weilan was unyielding in her heart, he's just treating No as a tool, yet he says it so righteously. Just like how he imprisoned No's mother on an island to give birth, he was just using her. Thinking this, Weilan said, aren't you afraid I'll tell the commander? The President replied calmly, I heard that Assistant Gu's father is in city during his promotion period. Assistant Gu is a smart person and can surely weigh the pros and cons. Before calling you here, I spoke with the director of the research base. If No becomes too dependent on you, we just need to try having someone else resolve his next sensitive period, and he will become dependent on that person instead. So I had the military put a drug to induce a sensitive period in his food. And I've arranged for a woman to be in his lounge. When No returns tomorrow, Assistant Gu can work with him as before. Hearing this, Weilan could only leave with a gloomy cloud around her, if the President has nothing else, I'll be leaving. She also understood what had just happened. No wonder not long ago when No was talking to her, he was fine one moment and his tail popped out the next, it turns out he was drugged. After leaving the President's office, Weilan rushed back to the base. She anxiously called No, No, I'm begging you, please pick up the phone. But No didn't answer. Weilan became even more anxious, I have to stop him, I can't let something like this happen to him. But because she was running too fast, her stomach hurt a little. Weilan's whole body trembled, sweat pouring down nonstop. It hurt so much. But at that moment, someone called, "Dr. Gu, where are you? Please come to the command center quickly. It's been detected that the commander is very seriously injured." Hearing this, Weilan couldn't hide her worried expression. She ignored the pain and rushed to the door. "I know, I'm coming right away." "No, you must wait for me." A while later, Weilan arrived at the unit. A person from the base looked at Weilan anxiously. "The cabin door only has your and the commanding officer's fingerprints, so we could only call you here." "Here." She opened the cabin door. A girl sent by the president, covered in wounds, ran out screaming, "Help, save me." Weilan asked in surprise, "What happened?" The girl hugged her thigh and cried loudly, "The commander wouldn't let me get close. When I got close, he electrocuted me, and he wouldn't even let me breathe heavily, telling me to get out, saying my breath smelled, boo-hoo." Weilan helped her to the man next to them and instructed, "Take her to get her wounds treated first, let me go in and see." He replied with some concern, "Yes." After saying that, Weilan also stepped inside. As she entered, the door closed at the same time. The cabin was in a complete mess. Then she looked towards the bed on the side. No was curled up on the bed, his tail and horns had already appeared. There was also a monitoring cuff on his leg. His heart was pounding pitifully, and he was growling in discomfort. Weilan cautiously approached him and called out softly, No." As soon as he heard her voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. No aggrievedly bit his tail until it bled, his eyes filled with tears as he looked at Weilan. Weilan urgently touched No's tail, "Let it go." He then grabbed Weilan's hand and pulled her closer. In a flash, she was lying underneath him on the bed. No's tears streamed down his face as he called out in a choked voice, "Baby." He couldn't hold back and kissed her on the lips. "You finally came." Weilan was taken by surprise, her whole body dazed. "Commanding officer." Then, with her last bit of rationality, Weilan patted No's back. "No, you get up first." No held her hand tightly, his voice choked with grievance as he replied, "No." Then he put on a pitiful look, but his hands locked her in place. "Baby can't leave me." Weilan replied helplessly, No, you're injured, let go first, let me bandage your wound, okay?" "He's so clingy." But No grabbed Weilan's leg, he didn't want to let go. Weilan's face turned red from his action. No kissed her inner thigh from below, relentlessly marking his territory. "I have to lock baby by my side, I won't let baby leave again." A moment later, Weilan suddenly covered her stomach and shouted, No, you can't." Having his business interrupted, No became even more aggrieved. "Why can't I? Baby won't make me comfortable, baby doesn't like me anymore." After saying that, No slid off the bed, bit his little tail tightly, and cried even more heartbreakingly. However, he bit it until it left a tooth mark, then looked at Weilan and said in a choked voice, "It hurts, baby." Weilan's heart ached as she lifted the little tail. "Why are you hurting yourself like this?" But then she saw No just kept crying. So she sat beside him, stroking his head to comfort him. "I'm not leaving, can you stop crying?" Being comforted, No stretched his arms towards Weilan, whining coquettishly, "Hug." Then Weilan stood up and pointed to the first aid kit not far away. "I'm going down to get the first aid kit, I'll be right back with you after I get it, okay?" Being ignored, No felt aggrieved, staying in the same position, clearly not happy, but what could he do, she was already gone. The young man could only reluctantly accept. "Okay." Weilan secretly glanced at the person behind her and grumbled to herself, "With this posture, it seems if I try to escape, he'll catch me alive right away." Weilan opened the first aid kit and said, "I'll adjust the dosage a bit, wait for me for another 2 minutes." A moment later, Weilan finished finding the medicine. But when she turned back, she suddenly froze. Behind her, No had a pitiful expression, holding his injured little tail. Weilan walked over and took his hand. No, let go of your tail, I'll help you treat the wound." No pursed his lips, his tail wrapping around Weilan's hand. Weilan's heart ached as she touched it. "I'll disinfect the wound for you first, it might hurt a little." But with just the first drop of medicine, No screamed in discomfort, my tail hurts so much, it hurts so much." No immediately pulled his tail back. "Baby, I'm going to die from the pain." Weilan immediately gave him a piece of candy and comforted him in a low voice, "It doesn't hurt, don't talk nonsense." No, if you want to bite something again, tell me, you're not allowed to bite your own tail anymore, and you're not allowed to take off the bandage, you know." "Yet?" At this point, she frowned at him. It was very difficult for me to bandage it for you, it was very hard work. Soon, the little tail was bandaged into a super eye-catching heart shape. No couldn't help but hug it. I like it. Then he moved closer to hug Weilan. She gently stroked his hair and added, come here, let me see how your horn is injured. But at this moment, No's face moved closer to a soft place. Viewers are prohibited. He immediately hugged her waist tightly. He rubbed his face against her, his little tail wagging back and forth in excitement. Weilan, still not understanding, looked at him and asked, what's wrong? No said shyly, baby, I want to. However, Weilan seriously rejected him, I already told you, no. But she was moved by the image of the handsome man in front of her, he looks so cute. Weilan couldn't help but move closer. Don't be angry anymore. I'm really not comfortable right now, I can't do that. Then Weilan kissed his lips, as a gesture of comfort. No then lowered his head, looking aggrieved, fine then. Weilan then helped him sit on the bed. No, we should leave here first. This place has been destroyed and many parts are damaged. It will be very dangerous if we stay here. No clung to her and hugged her. I don't want to, baby, you're tricking me again. Weilan looked helplessly at the big baby sulking below and lamented. So he still remembers that I left him last time. Thinking this, she patted No's back, this time is not like last time. At the same time, the federal president called. Weilan felt annoyed and raised her hand. It's better to turn it off. But Weilan's hand slipped and answered the call. She cursed silently in her head. Damn it. As soon as the call connected, the president on the other side called out loudly, Gu Weilan. No immediately looked annoyed, get lost, you're not allowed to call my baby. With that, No decisively hung up. Weilan, beside him, worried silently. It's over. After No's sensitive period ends, I'm afraid the federal president will hold me accountable. Seeing No turn his face away in a huff, Weilan called out hesitantly, No, do you know who just called? Who it was, she probed, tilting her head and asking softly, last time was my fault, I'm sorry, don't be angry. Yet he avoided her, using his tail to block her. Weilan frowned and her voice became serious, are you really going to ignore me? No maintained his attitude, and although he seemed reluctant, he resolutely turned his face away. She didn't bother staying either and decisively turned to leave. If you're going to ignore me, then I'm leaving. Immediately after, No used his small tail to wrap around Weilan. Without warning, No pulled Weilan towards him. He hugged her aggrievedly and complained. Hateful. Tears were already streaming down his face as he choked out, baby is so hateful. Weilan, not yet understanding what was happening, looked at him hesitantly. I haven't even said anything and he's already like this. Then she spoke reassuringly. Be good, I'm not going anywhere, don't cry anymore, okay? No didn't answer this time, just lowered his head and began to act. He aggrievedly nuzzled against Weilan. Weilan frowned looking at the person below her, that action had touched her heart. But she still restrained herself and said, your claws, let go. Truly an experienced person, No found a soft place to rest his hand and even replied with delight, but this place smells so good, I want to bite it. Weilan decisively pushed him away. No. She reminded him seriously, no, we can't stay in here forever. You've broken so many things in this place, don't you know? But he just stared at her with a look of worldly resentment. Weilan thought to herself. I usually talk to him like this, but if it doesn't work, I'll have to try another way. Thinking this, she said, I'm not like you, I'm just an ordinary person. If we continue to stay here, I could be in danger at any moment. No immediately fell for the trap, saying worriedly, what? Baby will be in danger? He immediately switched to inspection mode, scanning everything in the room. A moment later, No covered his face in alarm. No, this place is indeed too dangerous. Then he looked over at Weilan. My baby is so soft and fragile, she can't stay in such a dangerous place. No didn't say much, walking straight towards her. In one swift motion, he lifted Weilan up, startling her with the action. I knew he would worry about my safety and agree to leave with me, but who knew he would be this tense? Then she spoke awkwardly, wait, I haven't gotten the first aid kit yet. Hearing this, No conveniently grabbed the first aid kit. It was unclear what he was thinking, he just gently put her down. He then switched to a different carrying style. At this moment, Weilan worried silently. Oh no, this is the military command center. If No carries me out like this, someone will definitely see his strange appearance during his sensitive period. She then called out, no. He calmly asked back, what's wrong, baby? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Weilan looked at him worriedly. No, it's not that. Can you hide your horns and tail first? No clearly didn't understand and pointed to himself, but why? Weilan explained further. It's too conspicuous. Can you try to see if you can retract your horns and tail? No also had his own thoughts. I have to admit, I'm also a bit possessive. I really don't want anyone else to see No in this form. No also concentrated. He closed his eyes and tried to control his body. But it was all in vain. He looked at Weilan pitifully. Baby, I can't control them from coming out right now, I can't hide them, boo-hoo. Then he proudly lifted her up again, his childish soul silently gloating. Holding my fragrant, soft baby, I wish I could show her off 360 degrees, how could I possibly hide this? Weilan was clearly uncomfortable and coughed dryly a few times. Then let me call Adjutant Chow and give him some instructions. How could No give up so easily? He immediately replied, no, I don't agree. Weilan had no choice but to use her ultimate move, pulling No down for a kiss. And so, the young man was defeated. He put Weilan down. She rewarded him by patting his head. No couldn't believe his eyes, his face unable to hide his excitement. Baby kissed me on her own initiative again. No was obedient. Wait for me to handle a few things, and it'll be done. Adjutant Chow, relay the order now, prohibit all personnel from passing through the area from the main ship to the landing platform. Other matters will be discussed later. The man outside coordinated and replied, yes, your subordinate will carry it out immediately. Their aircraft was also approaching and had probably landed by now. Weilan spoke helplessly, no, it's okay, it's very safe here, you don't need to carry me anymore. No suddenly became agitated. No, I want to hold my baby. Weilan anxiously reassured him. You're injured, your wound might open up again, you can't carry me anymore. But No turned his face away in a huff, his mind full of obsession. Can't carry her anymore, can't carry her anymore. The more the big baby thought about it, the more unconvinced he became, slapping his tail hard on the floor. Weilan came up from behind and pulled his hand. No. Yet he ignored her, no longer paying attention to his soft little baby. Weilan took his thumb again and admitted her mistake in a small voice, I was wrong. No was once again swayed. His tail was already pointing to the sky, but he still stubbornly said. What are you doing? Weilan pulled No towards the table and added, to check your tail, to see if it's hurting again. At this, No offered his cute little tail to Weilan with both hands, his heart soaring. My baby still cares about me. Weilan looked it over and assessed. Luckily, it's not bleeding anymore. Next time, don't get yourself hurt, okay? No stared at her intently, his innocent face continuing. Baby cares about me so much, I like you the most. How could Weilan resist the cute person in front of her? She could only cough a few times to compose herself. Anyone can see it, this affection is about to overflow. No asked happily, so can you stay with me? Weilan stood up, turned around, and replied, I have to go to the second floor. She also assessed him herself. Such an innocent and straightforward confession with no technical substance whatsoever, it's a wonder he could even think of it. Upon arriving, Weilan said, go take a bath, go take off your clothes. She gave a serious instruction. Be careful not to get your tail wet. At that moment, another call came in. Seeing her go outside to take the call, No was clearly not happy, his eyebrows knitting together. On Weilan's side, the person on the other end of the line said clearly, after No's sensitive period is over, tell him to come see me at the Law Palace. Weilan just remained silent and said nothing more. When she heard No call baby, Weilan immediately threw down the communication device and ran towards him. Wait a moment, I'm coming right now. Arriving, Weilan asked worriedly, what's wrong? No sat naked in the tub, pitifully holding his small tail and choking out, my tail got wet, it hurts so much, so much. Weilan paid no mind to that and just worriedly touched the small tail to observe it. Didn't I tell you not to get your tail wet? Does it hurt like this? Weilan, annoyed, asked again. I'm asking if it hurts. But what answered her was No's pink, love-filled gaze. No took Weilan's hand again. Sensing danger, she said hesitantly, what's wrong with you? No, for some reason, asked, baby, are you in pain? She frowned in confusion. I'm not in pain, what is he trying to do now? No stubbornly hugged her and nuzzled against her. No way, it's baby who's in pain. Then he brought his lips close to Weilan's. I want to blow on it for baby. Once again, Weilan fell into the young No's trap, only able to make sounds of resistance. She was held tightly against him just like that. Weilan managed to speak up, "All right, the water is getting cold." No pressed his cheek against her neck and replied, "It's not cold." Weilan hesitantly added, "After we finish washing up, we can go to the bedroom and sleep while cuddling." No immediately obeyed, his mind filled with thoughts of the scene to follow. Finish washing, cuddle to sleep, cuddle cuddle. Then he said, "Baby, wait for me, I'll be very quick." Weilan helplessly shielded herself from the water splashed by the excited young man. "Isn't saying it like this a bit much?" Before long, No had finished his bath and was pulling Weilan, rushing back to the room. While No was happily looking at his carefully bandaged little tail, Weilan on her side was hesitantly looking at the medicine tube in her hand. Then she turned to look at No. No was staring lovingly at his little tail, thinking to himself, "I must take good care of the bandage." Weilan looked at him in a daze, unable to believe it. "He carefully remembered everything I said." She happily took a tube of medicine, approached No, and said, "Drink this." No immediately took it, closed his eyes, and drank it all in one go. Then he tilted the tube down, indicating it was empty. Then he tossed it into a corner. Without another word, No hugged Weilan and laid her on the bed. "We can cuddle and rest now." She didn't resist either, lying still to let No hold her. Time passed just like that. The two of them lay on the bed and fell asleep. Weilan then asked probingly, "No, are you asleep yet?" In a daze, No said in a small voice, "Baby, don't leave." Weilan frowned slightly. How can he be so clingy? She hugged him tightly and revealed a secret. "No, did you know, you have a little succubus baby in your belly?" Weilan took his hand and repeated, "I wonder if it will be as clingy as you." She worriedly placed No's hand on her own belly. "But I don't dare tell you, I don't dare bet on what your attitude will be towards the child when you're lucid." Thinking this, Weilan said cheerfully, "But don't worry, I will definitely protect our child." The next morning, Weilan was woken by the sunlight shining in her eyes. But she was surprised to find herself lying neatly on top of No. Weilan smiled lightly, her face unable to hide her happiness. Looking at the face before her, Weilan couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful face. She happily touched the tip of his nose. The communication device beside them signaled at the same time. "There's a message." Weilan gently and carefully got out of bed. Only when she was outside did she answer the call. "Hello, Mom? What's wrong?" The other side spoke urgently. "Vivi, something happened to your grandpa. On the way back to City, he collided with another aircraft." Hearing this, Weilan rushed out. "I'll be right back." That morning, the sun shone brightly. Weilan's communication device notified her again. When she answered, the other side asked urgently, "Assistant Gu, where are you now?" Weilan replied, "I'm currently at the General Hospital in City. He called me Assistant Gu, so he must be lucid again." When she got home, Weilan opened the door tentatively. "Mom, Dad, how is Grandpa?" Father Gu supported Mother Gu and replied, "He just got out of surgery. The doctor said he's fine, don't worry too much. Your mother was just frightened." Weilan went to the bedside and observed her grandfather for a long time. Thank goodness, he wasn't seriously injured. Then she turned to comfort Mother Gu. "Mom, Grandpa is fine, don't worry too much." Father Gu, beside them, also added, "That's right. Even if you don't trust the doctor, you should trust our daughter." At this, Mother Gu wiped her tears. At the same time, No called. Weilan immediately left the room. "Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out to take a call. It's been less than 10 minutes, did something happen?" When she answered, the other side said concisely, "Come down and get me." Below, No's aircraft was already parked neatly on the tarmac. Weilan stood inside and asked hesitantly, "Commander, you came to City?" Unsure of her emotions, Weilan just said, "Wait for me, I'm coming down now." A moment later, Weilan had arrived. When she went inside and looked at No, Weilan silently assessed him. He hasn't even changed his clothes, he must have rushed here as soon as he woke up. No, with a serious and indifferent expression, looked at her and asked, "Assistant Gu, my sensitive period acted up yesterday." Weilan frowned in disbelief and assessed him again. No pulled Weilan closer and continued, "But I have checked my body." He anxiously handed her a report. "This is the basic examination report of my body. The data in it proves that I did not have relations with anyone yesterday." Weilan hesitated, thinking to herself. So he rushed to find me as soon as he woke up because he was afraid I would misunderstand that he had been with someone else last night. Seeing her silence, No explained hastily, Assistant Gu still doesn't believe me. Weilan smiled lightly and replied. I believe you. No seemed to swallow gratefully. He pulled her towards him again, probing in a soft voice, then can you take me home now? Weilan replied awkwardly, my grandpa. No leaned on Weilan's shoulder and added, I will have the best doctor come over, so you can rest assured. Weilan frowned and thought to herself, he seems very insecure. She gently patted his shoulder to comfort him, all right, let me go tell my parents. A while later, No was sound asleep in Weilan's arms. Seeing this, she looked at him gently. You let your tail out because you're too comfortable, right? The small tail had already appeared in front of Weilan. It swayed back and forth. Weilan didn't hesitate to grab the small tail. She touched it with amusement. So soft. Suddenly, No woke up and asked, Assistant Gu, what are you doing? His face couldn't hide his amusement as he looked up at her. Weilan replied hesitantly, Commander, you're awake. No raised his head again and said teasingly, Assistant Gu, my horns are also very beautiful. Weilan suppressed her emotions and coughed lightly a few times. The warship is about to land at the military department, Commander, please get ready. But No had already moved closer to Weilan. He deftly unfastened her seatbelt. Then he lifted her onto his lap. Weilan struggled uncomfortably and apologized, I didn't mean to touch your tail and wake you up. No laughed with amusement and pulled Weilan closer. It's fine, my tail is very beautiful. It's unavoidable that Assistant Gu would be attracted to it. Besides, right now, only with Assistant Gu's encouragement can I hide my succubus features. At that, No took her hand and whispered, come on, Assistant Gu, have a feel. Weilan helplessly grabbed the two horns and sighed. After going around in such a big circle, it turns out this is what you were waiting for? No, below, enjoyed it and hugged Weilan. He wagged his tail with amusement, clearly very satisfied. But at that moment, the announcement sounded again, arriving at the command center. Hearing this, Weilan seriously pushed No away, Commander, we've arrived. No looked at the screen and made a sound of annoyance. Then he followed Weilan out. At the door, No asked again, Assistant Gu, do you want to come inside with me? Weilan thought to herself, at a time like this, it's better if I don't embarrass the federal president. Thinking this, she smiled and replied, it's not very appropriate for me to go in right now. Can I take a walk outside and wait for the commander? No could only agree, all right. Then the two of them went their separate ways. While on her walk, Weilan heard a voice, are you angry with me? She curiously parted the leaves to look through. It was Mingxi and Zimian. Mingxi crossed her arms unhappily and said, I'm just disappointed that the marriage alliance with your brother didn't work out, can't I be? Don't you not care about me? Zimian patiently stroked her hair to comfort her, wait until the project I'm working on is over, I'll take a month off to be with you. Don't do things like this anymore. Mingxi maintained her cold attitude and retorted, is that so? Then you can just not care. But before she could say more, Zimian kissed her forcefully. I do care. Soon, Mingxi was overwhelmed by the kiss. She wrapped her arms around Zimian's neck, and the two of them became entangled. Seeing the scene, Weilan covered her face in embarrassment, but it was too captivating, so she had to peek through her fingers. Oh my god, so bold, starting like this in broad daylight. Are they afraid others won't see? Suddenly, a wave of nausea hit her, and she couldn't help but make a retching sound. Why am I having morning sickness at a time like this? Weilan rushed to the restroom as the waves of nausea continued. After a while, Weilan felt better. She looked at herself worriedly in the mirror, why is the morning sickness so severe this time? She then noticed the person next to her. Mingxi. She was calmly reapplying her lipstick. Assistant Gu, do you need me to take you to the hospital? Weilan replied hesitantly, thank you, but there's no need. Mingxi got straight to the point. Assistant Gu, you saw everything just now. As far as I know, Assistant Gu has had quite a bit of contact with the Young family. Is it possible for you not to mention what you saw earlier? Weilan replied without hesitation, Miss Tong, rest assured, I won't meddle in things that don't concern me. Mingxi was clearly not convinced by Weilan's words. After a moment, she chuckled lightly, can I be sure you'll do as you say? Weilan didn't bother to argue, turning to leave. I won't speak of your business. I hope you won't speak of mine either. The scene changes as the aircraft takes off. No worriedly touched Weilan's face. Assistant Gu, are you not feeling well? Weilan held his hand reassuringly. No, I'm just a little tired. Commander, may I sleep for a while? No immediately agreed, all right. And so he happily watched his little treasure sleep. But then his attention was drawn to Weilan's stomach. No tentatively reached his hand towards her belly. Then he gently touched it. But the action was immediately blocked by Weilan. No looked at her, confused. Assistant Gu, it's a little swollen here. What's going on? Weilan's heart pounded. She said reassuringly on the way to pick up the commander, I drank a lot of water. It's nothing. But then she suddenly realized, wait, this doesn't seem to be the way back to the command center. Weilan looked at the map, the aircraft was on its way to the Young residence. She said with some unease, Commander, are we not going back to the military department? No replied calmly, take me home to handle some matters first. Weilan, tired, silently cursed the capitalist. Fine, I'll take him home first and then go back to work overtime. A while later, the two arrived at the residence. Weilan, walking behind, said I brought you home, so I'll be leaving now. She worried inwardly, oh no, the sleepiness is starting again, I have to get back to work quickly. But not even a second later, Weilan's body collapsed. Luckily, No caught her. No gave an order in a stern tone, from now on, follow my command. I'm going to the study to work. Assistant Gu, go to sleep. Weilan asked in disbelief, I'm going to sleep? He agreed, Assistant Gu, rest assured, you'll be paid for sleeping too. Without hesitation, Weilan happily scampered upstairs, thank you, Commander. No then started his work. It could be said that he was truly focused on his work. Just 10 minutes later, No put down the documents. He tiredly rubbed his head and sighed in frustration. In a second, No had tucked the documents under his arm. He went straight upstairs, his destination clear. It turned out that his cure for fatigue was to work while looking at Weilan. A subordinate entered at this moment to report, Master, I noticed the bedroom door is not closed. Should I help you close it? No was clearly angry and snapped back, no need, get back to your charging room. Hearing this, the subordinate bowed and replied, yes, Master. After those words, the little subordinate was kicked out by No. 10 minutes later, No entered Weilan's room again. He placed the computer on the table and stood looking at her for a long time. Seeing Weilan before him, he smiled with satisfaction. As if re-energized, No worked with gusto. Weilan happened to wake up at that moment. I haven't slept this well in a long time. What's that sound? Out of habit, she looked to the side. Weilan asked, confused, Commander, weren't you working in the study? Why did you come here? No replied calmly, the study wasn't very comfortable, so I moved to another place to work. With that attitude, Weilan clearly didn't believe his words, huh? Why isn't the study comfortable? Is it comfortable to work in the room where I'm sleeping? No on the side asked again, Assistant Gu, prepare yourself for the next 2 days. This Thursday, you will attend Prince Puyuan's engagement banquet. Weilan rubbed her eyes and replied, all right, I will help you prepare some suitable gifts for Prince Puyuan. No added, Assistant Gu, all male guests attending the engagement banquet must bring a female companion. Hearing this, Weilan was slightly startled, her sleepiness vanishing completely. Looking at No frowning unhappily with his hands on his hips, his attitude made it impossible to refuse. His face was written with the words, everyone else is bringing a female companion, I want one too. Weilan, still not understanding his intention, asked again, does the commander want me to find a female companion for you, or do you want me to go with you? No smiled smugly and interrupted, no need, I've already found someone. Weilan immediately replied, all right. She added in her heart, so he already has someone chosen in his heart. Weilan couldn't hold back and stood up to leave, her expression a little unhappy, Commander, it's getting late, I'll be going now. What am I getting my hopes up for? On the day of the engagement banquet, Weilan went from the residence towards the fiker. As soon as she entered, she called out softly, No. No looked fresh and vibrant today, incredibly attractive. His voice was deep as he spoke, Assistant Gu, go to the lounge and change. No looked at her indulgently and added, my female companion to the banquet must be the most beautiful one. Weilan turned back to look at No, a little annoyed. Does he think I'm not worthy of being his special assistant if I wear a military uniform to the engagement ceremony? As the fiker departed for the party, Weilan looked at herself in the mirror with a sigh. Weilan, in a simple yet exquisite dress, was surprised, wow, this is magnificent. Then Weilan peeked out from behind the door and said to No, Commander, am I your companion for tonight? When No saw Weilan's appearance, he froze, his eyes unable to hide his enchantment. Seeing he didn't react, Weilan hesitantly asked again, Commander? No immediately grabbed her, answering in a low voice, yes, let's go, my girlfriend. Hearing that, Weilan shyly tucked her hair and lowered her head, The two quickly sat down. No then turned to look at her, Assistant Ko, when we get married later, you have to wear a wedding dress too. Weilan awkwardly replied, but I don't want to marry the commander. But No paid no mind to her words and added, you don't know how beautiful you look in a wedding dress. At this, Weilan helplessly thought to herself, does he even know what he's saying? So she resolutely turned in another direction. But when she heard No call, come here. Weilan instinctively obeyed, yes. But before she could get her bearings, a large figure loomed over. No enveloped her and said in a low voice, let's go. Their hands clasped like they were at the altar. No guided Weilan down each step, and as she walked, she replied, thank you, Commander. Then he smoothly had her link her arm with his. Weilan hesitantly tried to pull her hand back, Commander, this isn't very appropriate. No kept holding Weilan's hand and spoke, you are my companion for tonight, not holding hands would be the bad thing. Seeing the two of them enter, everyone murmured in admiration, isn't that the commander? Who is the girlfriend next to him? So beautiful, they match well, don't they? As No went with her to greet the guests, a curious one asked with a smile, Commander, and this is? No held her hand and smiled lightly, this is my companion for tonight. Weilan sighed inwardly, it's just one sentence, but I've heard it so many times tonight. A while later, Weilan snuck away from the party. She sighed tiredly, it's a good thing the president called No away, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the Duke approached with a haughty expression, No invited you, didn't he? Weilan maintained her attitude and said, what if he didn't? The Duke annoyedly questioned, No is in the wrong, and you're indulging him. Do you know what day it is today? Weilan impatiently replied, sir, instead of asking me, why don't you go ask the commander? The Duke was rendered speechless, frustratedly loosened his tie, forget it, go on, remember to watch over No carefully. Weilan then said, Lord Duke, I want to request a 2-month long-term leave. Hearing that, the Duke hastily spoke up, tell me, if you need money, I can help, but No can't be without you right now. Weilan replied decisively, I don't need money, I just want to rest. Then she stood before him and added, I will prepare enough suppressants for the commander for emergencies, this way the commander's condition will be fine. No had arrived at some point, and it was unclear what he had heard. The Duke's voice grew louder as he spoke, Assistant Ko, for you to suddenly want such a long leave, there must be a reason. Whatever it is, just say it, I can find someone to solve it for you, Assistant Company. Hearing this, Weilan felt no gratitude, silently lamenting, I want to, but with a child in my belly, what am I supposed to do? How? The Duke added, I have no authority over this matter, unless No voluntarily gives you leave. In truth, the Duke was also a bit helpless. The last time Weilan left for a few days, No almost turned the world upside down, I don't dare to make the decision. Then he acted as if nothing was wrong, coughed lightly a few times to cover his hesitation, all right, if there's nothing else, you should go back to the party. Don't keep No waiting. Weilan looked at him with dissatisfaction, if No could agree, I wouldn't be talking to you. Weilan then returned to the party. As soon as she entered, someone approached to talk to her, hello, may I have this dance? Weilan tactfully refused, thank you, but I'm already with someone. The person stubbornly extended his hand in invitation, it's just one dance, don't be so tense. But before he could take the beautiful lady's hand, his hand was grabbed by No, and just a small amount of force made him scream out in pain. He hadn't even seen the person's face clearly but dared to glare and shout loudly, who? However, when he saw the killing intent emanating from No, he couldn't hide his fear. He immediately bowed his head and begged for forgiveness, Miss Ko, I'm sorry for being offensive just now. After he left, Weilan looked at No and said, thank you, Commander, this party won't be ending for a long time, will it? No asked with concern, you really want to leave? Weilan shyly replied, I'm sleepy. No said with a deep, intense gaze, the ball is about to start. It was clear he was getting jealous, his expression stubborn as he wanted to ask her to dance. Weilan annoyedly rubbed her forehead, I don't know how to dance. But No had already wrapped his arm around Weilan's waist. She was startled and followed his steps, Commander. No led her step by step, saying gently, I'll teach you. Everyone around them saw the two and sighed in admiration, wow, look, they're truly a perfect match. When the dance ended, No said with satisfaction, let's go, I'll take you. Weilan hesitantly walked behind No. Then she bravely said, "Commander, I want to request a 2-month leave." No surprisingly agreed, "All right." Weilan testingly held up 2 fingers and said again, "Commander, I want to request a 2-month leave." No turned back to look at her and replied, "I heard you." Weilan, a little unaccustomed, replied, "Yes, thank you, Commander." Inwardly, she couldn't help but marvel, was it that simple? No placed a pillow on the bed and looked at her, "You said you were sleepy, so lie down and sleep for a while." Weilan lay down, putting everything aside, whatever, in short. It's good that he agreed. With that mindset, Weilan peacefully fell asleep. A while later, Weilan was awakened by a light shining in her eyes. "Have we arrived? Why does it feel like I slept for a long time?" Then she looked at the door outside. "Where is this?" Weilan uncomfortably touched her forehead and heard a clinking sound. Looking at the iron shackle on her hand, she was horrified. Then she buried her head in the pillow, reprimanding herself, "No wonder he agreed to my condition so readily. Does this guy have some kind of abnormal hobby? Why did he chain me up?" At that moment, the door opened, and No calmly walked in. Without much self-reproach, he took her hand. "Assistant Ko, you're being deliberate." When Weilan saw him enter, she said hesitantly, I want to drink some water." No instead thought, there it is again. Why isn't she angry? Thinking this, No lifted Weilan's chin. He coaxingly said, "Here, open your mouth." Weilan obediently opened her mouth. But in reality, she felt so wronged she wanted to cry, as if she were a baby. It was so humiliating, feeling like she was being treated like a child. The milk No was giving her dribbled from Weilan's mouth. No touched her collarbone, chiding in a low voice, "Assistant Ko, you don't even know how to drink water?" At this moment, Weilan's communication device showed a notification. It clearly stated there was no signal source. Weilan thought with annoyance, the signal is being blocked again this time. Weilan, clearly displeased, frowned at No, "Commander, I understand you need my companionship, but living with people is not the same as war between planets." No replied with amusement, "You're finally angry." He seemed to have a strange thought, "It's better than you paying me no mind." Weilan tried to suppress her emotions and added, "You can seize everything on the battlefield, but in dealing with people, if you want something and others don't agree, you can't just unscrupulously take it." At this moment, No's small tail was also revealed, twitching slightly. He continued without expression, "You don't want to, so Assistant Ko really doesn't want to stay by my side." Saying that, he grabbed Weilan's hand. He unsparingly pulled her in by the waist. He pressed his face into the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling Weilan's scent bit by bit. Then he slid down to the hollow of her shoulder, biting it lightly. Weilan at this moment grabbed his tie. No looked up at her smugly. "Assistant Ko was the one who was disobedient first. I've already told Galoa to cook." Saying that, he bent down and bit again, making Weilan's whole body tremble slightly. Weilan resisted, kicking No hard in the chest. "The food Galoa cooks is terrible." Then she added, "I want the commander to cook." Hearing that, he asked without hesitation, "What does Assistant Ko want to eat?" Weilan frowned and replied, "Something light." But as soon as she spoke, a passionate kiss landed on her lips. No laid her down on the bed, gently covered her with a blanket, and instructed, "Assistant Ko, wait for me to come back." Weilan gripped the blanket tightly, helplessly complaining to herself, he agreed so quickly, does he really know how to cook? Half an hour later, No walked in wearing a pink apron and carrying a tray of food. Seeing this, Weilan was a little moved, this is really too much. Such a contrast. No continued his actions, placing the tray on the table. He calmly picked up the large bowl, posturing to feed his little one. But Weilan spoke up awkwardly, "I can do it myself." Yet, what answered her was a loving glare from No. At this point, Weilan could only eat resentfully, "If this guy thinks of some other method, it will be troublesome, I'll endure for now." After the first bite, Weilan looked at him and asked, "Galoa made this, right?" No took another spoonful from the bowl and replied, "My attempt was a failure, so I threw it away." One can imagine the terrible scene of No in the kitchen. Weilan frowned and swallowed large mouthfuls, "I'm pregnant now, I can't joke around with my own body." No wiped the food from her lips and added, "I won't fail next time." At this, Weilan hastily spoke up, "I cook better, let me go." No caught on, immediately moving closer to Weilan, "Assistant Ko, don't even think about it." At the same time, someone called. No replied curtly, "Not free right now," he was only free to feed Weilan. But the main character was not very happy, "I really can't see how he's not free. Right now." No asked the person on the other end, is it very urgent? Weilan took the opportunity to whisper to him, I can eat by myself, you can go do your work. However, No held her hand tightly and replied to the other side, send it over now. After hanging up, No lifted Weilan onto his lap. And so, the young man happily reviewed his work while feeding his little one. Weilan, of course, felt uncomfortable and said, Commander, don't you think if you let me go and eat by myself, and you focus on your work, the efficiency would be higher? But No touched his ear, sheepishly reminding her, Assistant Ko, I haven't hung up yet. At this, the eavesdropping crowd got an earful, while Weilan couldn't cover her mouth in time. It's over, this is so embarrassing, what will those subordinates think of the relationship between me and him? Now? Weilan didn't say much, pulling No's tie and warning in a low voice, hang up for me right now. But the young man liked that look, he really liked her appearance when she bristled like a wildcat, so beautiful. No remained motionless, looking at Weilan. Then he obediently said to the other side, hanging up. Weilan then added, I'm full, doesn't the commander have urgent business to attend to, go do it, don't worry about me. No stubbornly put another spoonful in Weilan's mouth, Assistant Ko, you're not full yet, I can do two things at once. Weilan stopped his action, let me eat by myself, or I'll handle the documents, you choose one. Unexpectedly, he pointed to the work and replied, then I'll hand the work over to assistant company. And so, Weilan had to handle work while eating. No sat contentedly, feeding her spoonful after spoonful. After 10 minutes, the work was finally done and sent to the subordinates. Weilan wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally done. No, from behind, laughed with amusement, it seems Assistant Ko really likes being fed by me. Weilan was startled, I was just focused on work, how could I have noticed how much food he put in my mouth? What? No kissed her hair, be good. Then he took Weilan's hand again. He looked at her passionately without hiding it, Assistant Ko, I really like having you by my side. Weilan frowned and disagreed in her response. Commander, how long are you going to keep me like this? Restricting personal safety is illegal, don't you? No? No calmly replied, but, Assistant Ko is very safe with me. Besides, while you're here, you can think carefully about whether you still want to leave me or not. In short, the root of all this is that you want to leave me. Weilan disgustedly kicked him hard and yelled loudly. Get lost. No, still not much affected, leaned back, it seems Assistant Ko has yet to see my cruel methods. She calmly repeated, oh, what cruel methods? Right after those words, No sat up and pressed close to Weilan. He put on a tense expression, indicating. Are you scared now? Seeing this, she showed open disdain, can you talk properly without trying to act cute? No touched Weilan's chin and added, I'll let you off this time, if you dare to do it again, no matter how much Assistant Ko begs, I won't feed you a single spoonful of rice. Weilan replied coolly, I know, can the commander go out now? I'm sleepy now. No felt his pride was wounded, he froze and thought, what? She's not even scared of me. No tried to act angry, growling to mark his territory, this is my bedroom. No thought confidently, now she knows how scary I am, right? However, Weilan showed no fear at all and replied bleakly, but I'm used to sleeping alone, you should go out. No felt as if he'd been kicked, his little soul screamed, I can't even threaten her. At the same time, someone called, and No answered the phone. The other side immediately said. Come down and open the door. Downstairs was Truck Ko, she was waiting outside the door. Looking at the communication device, she said once more, hand over assistant company. Truck Ko then looked at No and asked, where is Assistant Ko? He asked back with some impatience, what are you looking for her for? No's mother said, it was I who suggested that Assistant Ko take a 2-month long-term leave. Hearing that, No asked unhappily, Ko Weilan is my special assistant, who are you to contact her behind my back? His mother then explained, because after giving birth to you that year, I contracted an incurable disease, now the old illness has relapsed and only Assistant Ko can treat me. I don't trust those people at the experiment center. Hearing this, No fell into deep thought. The reason she resents me so much is because she was forced to give birth to me under the research of that experiment center. No turned away, he uttered a sentence, unless Assistant Ko herself agrees, otherwise I won't agree either. His mother, hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately replied, okay, then go ask her if she agrees to help me. No went to another room, he spoke to the person inside, that woman told me that you requested leave because you have to treat her illness. Weilan immediately affirmed, that's right. She thought, it seems Auntie has explained for me. No approached the girl's body, he expressed, then what about me, Assistant Ko? You know very well that I can't go a single day without you. Seeing this, she thought worriedly, does he really not know that these words absolutely cannot be said so casually? He really knows how to talk, doesn't he? His face fell as he mumbled, if Assistant Ko leaves me for 2 months, I will die. She's just taking you away like that, she really doesn't care about whether I live or die. Weilan soothingly caressed No's face, she whispered, I care, don't talk such nonsense. No took her wrist, he whispered, it's only you. Assistant Ko should be happier, her mouth not stopping as she persuaded him, besides, Auntie is not that kind of person. How could Auntie ignore whether you live or die? Besides, I'm only going for 2 months. After all. Weilan asked softly, so shall we go downstairs? He immediately agreed, all right then, let's go downstairs together. The two of them held hands and went downstairs together. No's mother handed him a piece of paper and instructed, for the next 2 months, I will be living in the outer capital to recuperate. The specific address is on this paper, I'll have to trouble Assistant Ko to take care of me during this time. Weilan replied politely, yes. She didn't forget to add, during the recuperation period, Commander can visit Assistant Ko once a week. But he bargained with his mother, at most, once a day. His mother started to get angry, she instructed, 3 days, if you bargain again, then don't come at all. Hearing that, No turned his face away sulkily, making Weilan have to helplessly coax him, come on, be good for now. Ng's mother started to move the wheelchair herself, she turned back to instruct her, Assistant Ko, come out in 5 minutes. Weilan fawningly hugged No's waist from behind, she coaxed, come on, Commander, it's only 2 months, and you get to visit. She kept whispering by his shoulder things like you get to visit me. No turned around and hugged Weilan's waist, pulling her close to him. Without saying a word, only acting, No placed a light but lingering, passionate kiss on Weilan's lips. Weilan was very surprised at first but then gradually closed her eyes to enjoy the sweet kiss. From him. Time passed, and the two remained in that position. Outside, someone was anxious and impatient, No's mother wondered, it's been 20 minutes, why hasn't she come out yet? On the second day, it was said that he could only visit Weilan once every 3 days. But early the next morning, someone couldn't stand it anymore, at the house in the suburbs, an uninvited guest was welcomed. Weilan sat on a chair, gently rubbing her cheek, she mumbled, I'm really getting more and more sleepy these days. No's mother was pushed in by a servant, she instructed, the pregnancy period of a mima from the 2nd month to the waiting to give birth stage will be very difficult. So you must always be mentally prepared, quickly drink this nutritional solution. Weilan happily took the glass of nutritional milk and asked curiously, so Auntie took me away from the commander because you were worried about me? The commander's mother just nodded kindly, she smiled gently at her. A modern vehicle appeared in the sky, both of them looked up at the sky. No's mother looked towards it with some disbelief. The spaceship stopped, the door opened. From inside the spaceship, No, in a neat western suit, approached. Weilan looked up and asked curiously, why did you come here so early? No's mother was a bit reproachful, she said, I believe I did not allow the commander to come here outside of the stipulated visiting hours. No moved his lips to explain, this morning I had a mission that passed by here, so I conveniently stopped by to see Assistant Ko for a moment. Not convenient to reproach further. No's mother pushed her wheelchair back to her room. She said that she was dizzy so she would go rest first, leaving space for the young couple. No, filled with so much longing, immediately pulled Weilan into a tight embrace. The hug contained all the feelings of the young man for the girl he loved, all expressed by No. She gently rubbed his shoulder and spoke. No, I'm not very comfortable, please let me go. No said unhappily. Assistant Ko, later I still have to go to the 2nd star for a meeting. You know. Weilan was still blushing from the hug just now. She whispered back. But the commander just said his mission was just passing by here. No replied. Currently Assistant Ko is on the 1st star, I want to go from the 1st star to the 2nd star for a meeting, isn't that on the way? Weilan was startled to hear that. She thought, does that mean going from one star system to another is called on the way? No rubbed her chin. Weilan saw this and asked shyly. Is the commander trying to kiss me? He mumbled, after I get to the 2nd star, I won't be able to see Assistant Ko for a whole day. No expressed. I want to have closer contact, more intimacy with Assistant Ko, only then can I be comforted for the whole day. This time, the initiative belonged to Weilan. She lunged forward and actively kissed No's moving lips. The image of a young man and woman embracing in the middle of a flower garden was heart-melting. Weilan gently pushed No's shoulder away, she whispered and asked, "Is it better now?" No's cheeks were slightly flushed but he still shamelessly said, "Why do I still feel like it's not enough?" Though. The two of them kissed passionately like that. After the phone notification rang loudly, the two reluctantly separated a little. Weilan ran after him worriedly to ask, "What happened?" He explained, "It's just that an external enemy has appeared near the 2-star region, I have to go on an expedition there immediately." Thinking of something, No's face became deep and sad. He turned to say to her, "The journey including the round trip, I will have to be away from Assistant Ko for at least half a month." Weilan went to comfort him and console. "Half a month is not very long." No lifted her chin and said unhappily, "Assistant Ko is not me, so you can't possibly understand how much I need you." Weilan gently coaxed him. "But right now the commander needs to go on an expedition, so you should leave quickly." No placed a light, lingering kiss on Weilan's forehead. He instructed, "Wait for me to come back." After she went inside the house, No's mother was sitting and painting. She calmly asked, "Has No left already?" Weilan replied softly, "Yes." She instructed, "Next time he comes over, don't let him misbehave, the more you spoil him like that, the more he'll take advantage." Weilan replied shyly, "Yes." A week later, without No's disturbance, Truck went to Kung again. Weilan had a period of free time that she hadn't had in a long time. The gentle and beautiful girl sat on a swing in the flower garden, reading a book softly. The footsteps of a man appeared in her line of sight, a figure in a neat western suit gradually appeared before her. No gently looked at the image before him. Isn't this the figure he had always been waiting for, that is the person he longed for day after day and night? No did not rush over but stood there, meticulously observing that beautiful figure. The lovely Weilan sat on the swing reading a book. As if realizing something, she looked up and noticed someone was nearby. Seeing that it was No approaching, Weilan wondered, "Why is he back already, isn't there still a week to go?" Weilan was wearing a comfortable outfit that revealed her pregnant belly. She shyly used a jacket to cover her belly, while her mouth probed. "Commander, why are you back several days early?" No replied. "Because the campaign ended early, so I came back." Weilan stood up and approached him. She crossed her arms and mumbled, "Is that so?" Noticing her unusual behavior, No pulled Colorado Virgin Islands lawn close and probed. "Assistant Ko, what are you trying to hide?" Weilan stammered an explanation. "I'm not, don't look at me like that." No still wasn't immediately convinced. He bent down to observe Weilan's body from head to toe. He asked suspiciously, "Assistant Ko, are you hiding something from me?" Weilan still tried to hide it. She stammered, "I don't know what the commander is talking about." No placed his hand on the other person's abdomen, startling Weilan. He smiled and asked, "Then why is this part bulging?" She tried her best to make an excuse, her mouth stammering that, "It's because I've been eating a bit much during this time, so I've just gained some weight." No leaned in closer, his mouth reminding her, "Or perhaps Assistant Ko, you should try another reason." Weilan stubbornly insisted it was all true. He continued, "Then tell me why there are no signs of weight gain anywhere else, only in this one spot." "Is it?" Weilan tried to convince him, "Because that's just my body type, I only gain weight in this one place." Knowing that continuing to ask would yield no results, No grabbed Weilan's hand and pulled her away. She asked worriedly, "What are you planning to do?" No retorted, "Didn't Assistant Ko say you've just gained weight?" He narrowed his eyes and turned back to warn, "Then let me take you to a doctor for a checkup, and we'll know right away." Weilan immediately snatched her hand back. She reacted strongly, saying loudly that I will definitely not go anywhere. No became even more certain of his thoughts. He moved closer to probe, "In that case, Assistant Ko, are you pregnant, is that right?" Weilan didn't hide it any longer. She admitted to No, "It's true, I am pregnant." No gently touched her shoulder. He asked softly, "Whose is it?" "Since when?" "Was it from the last time I asked you if you were pregnant, is that right?" Weilan pushed his hand away. She said firmly, this has nothing to do with you, Commander. At all. No stubbornly grabbed Ko Weilan's wrist again. He said in a low, threatening voice to this assistant Ko, before I went on the expedition to the 2-Fo star sector, you took the initiative to kiss me. No asked angrily, now you say this has nothing to do with me, what do you take me for? Ko Weilan was uncomfortable with her shoulder being held. She cried out softly, ow, it hurts. Seeing this, No became flustered and pulled his hand back. Ko Weilan lowered her gaze. She whispered sadly, the commander was merely attached to the scent on my body, that's why you kept clinging to me without letting go. It was the commander who insisted on seeking me out. I just had a momentary lapse of judgment and made such a mistake. No was so angry he laughed and asked back, Assistant Ko, you dare to see me as just a mistake? It seems I've been too good to you, Assistant Ko. I have. He angrily rushed towards Ko Weilan. Then No swept her up into his arms, to Ko Weilan's utter shock and confusion. A robot ran over to block his path. It issued a warning, danger, danger. Commander, do not enter this place. No angrily ordered it to get lost. Ko Weilan smiled to reassure the other girl, I'm fine, you should go back to your work first. She thought worriedly, No is still angry right now, it's best to just go along with him. No carried her into the house. His face darkened as he placed Ko Weilan down on a soft seat. His face remained just as gloomy. No slowly took out a short roll of cloth. No tied Ko Weilan's hands, loop by loop. Then he tied the other end of the cloth strip to a corner of the bed. No then gave Ko Weilan a choice, Assistant Ko, do you want to tell me the name of that man yourself? Or do you want me to investigate this matter myself, huh? Ko Weilan maintained her silence, not opening her mouth to say anything. No seemed to understand, he bent down angrily and said, fine, fine, you've decided not to say anything? He brought up several information panels. No declared, then I will investigate for myself who that lover is. Ko Weilan spoke up in discontent, the relationship between me and the commander is only that of a superior and a subordinate. The commander has no right to use his authority to investigate my private affairs like this. He stubbornly declared, I'll use my authority just like this. Assistant Ko, what can you do? After a moment, Ko Weilan felt nauseous and uncomfortable. She had difficulty calling out to No, her mouth saying, Commander, I want to vomit, I feel so nauseous. When No heard this, anger was clearly visible on his face. No growled Ko Weilan's name and thought, not only is there a child in her belly from God knows which bastard, but now she's having morning sickness in front of me? This is a clear display of disrespect. Ko Weilan gently shook his arm, her voice pleading softly, please, untie me. Although No was angry, he could only sigh. He untied the cloth strip that was binding Ko Weilan's hands. No carried Ko Weilan into the bathroom. After she finished vomiting, Ko Weilan cupped her hands to catch water from the faucet. No still stood calmly behind, waiting for Ko Weilan. She looked up and let out a long sigh. Ko Weilan thought, why do I feel like I have no strength at all like this? Ko Weilan lifted her foot, her steps were unsteady. No immediately supported Ko Weilan's body and told her to be careful. No had Ko Weilan sit on his lap. She shyly turned to him and said in a small voice, I've finished vomiting. He looked at her dotingly, taking out a handkerchief to wipe Ko Weilan's mouth. Ko Weilan suddenly felt guilty. She turned and whispered, Commander, I didn't mean to be so weak. Every time No heard about this, he got annoyed. He reminded her, I already know it's because you're pregnant, you don't need to keep telling me the reason. No picked Ko Weilan up and added, I'm very curious, Assistant Ko has been by my side for 2 years. Especially in the last 6 months, you barely had any vacation time. I just had someone at the military bureau check, and in the last 6 months, Assistant Ko's longest vacation was 4 months ago. That time, Assistant Ko took 6 days off. No still asked with suspicion, who on earth did Assistant Ko get pregnant with, and when? Was it at that time? No sighed. He asked again, if you won't say yes or no, then that's fine. He affirmed, I will find out eventually. No carried Ko Weilan and placed her back on the soft bed. Outside, someone's hand knocked on the door and burst in. No's mother rushed inside. She asked urgently, Assistant Ko, are you all right? No's mother wheeled herself into the room and saw No was also inside. She angrily shouted at No, if you already know everything, then let the girl have some time to rest. And you, get out of my room now. No unhappily pressed his lips together tightly. Ko Weilan sat up. She thought gratefully, is Auntie helping me out of this situation? No turned to look at Ko Weilan again. She also looked back at him warily. No said nothing more, walking straight towards the door. Then he slammed the door shut forcefully. She came closer, caressed Ko Weilan's face, and reassured her, it's okay now, he won't bother you for a while. She replied gratefully, yes. On the evening of the third day, No lay on the bed, surrounded by a few pieces of clothing. The crystal has been unstable these past few days, it must be hard to suppress. He writhed on the bed, muttering, Assistant Ko, I want to hear her voice so badly. No brought up the screen and dialed a number. On the other side, Ko Weilan answered the phone while coughing a lot. She asked, Commander, is something the matter? No observed her from his side of the screen. He asked with concern, what's wrong with you? Ko Weilan explained, I probably caught a chill a few days ago, it should be fine. No immediately pressed the button to hang up. He put on his clothes and went outside. The spaceship zipped through the dark night. Before long, No was in Ko Weilan's room. Ko Weilan sat up in astonishment and asked him, Commander, why are you here? No walked over and placed his hand on Ko Weilan's forehead. He cursed damn it in his heart. He muttered, just as I thought. Ko Weilan asked, confused, what's wrong? While her head was spinning. No asked her angrily, Ko Weilan, do you even know you have a fever? She thought dazedly, why do I feel so exhausted, not like the previous times at all. No raised his hand to touch her forehead. Ko Weilan asked softly, is there a problem? He suppressed his anger to pick her up. Ko Weilan was startled and asked again, what do you want to do? Why are you doing this? No explained, you have a fever, I'm taking you to the hospital now. Ko Weilan immediately struggled. She yelled, I don't want to go, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm a doctor, I don't need to go. No compromised worriedly, he placed her back on the bed and asked gently, then where do you keep your cold medicine? Ko Weilan stubbornly said, I don't need to take any medicine, I just need to sleep and I'll be fine. No asked with confusion, why not take medicine? Ko Weilan answered cautiously, it's because I'm pregnant, fever-reducing medicine has side effects on the fetus, so it's best not to take it. When No heard this, his face turned black with anger. No stood up straight and reprimanded her, Ko Weilan, for the sake of giving birth to that lover's child, you don't even care about yourself anymore, is that it? Ko Weilan blushed, she offered a different argument, the commander and I are not husband and wife, don't talk about lovers and such. If we're talking about a lover, she paused for a moment then said, if we're talking about a lover, then you're the one. He became furious upon hearing this. No said loudly, could it be that you and that man are husband and wife? He was just taking advantage of the situation, you've been by my side for so long, can't you count for yourself? The more No spoke, the more furious he became, he kept saying, Ko Weilan. You'd better not let me find out who that man is, if I find him, I will definitely break his legs. Ko Weilan looked down at No's legs and silently assessed, his legs are really long. She advised No, don't talk like that. Finally, the two of them turned away, both sulking. Although No was angry, he was still worried, he secretly glanced behind him. In the end, unable to leave Ko Weilan, No turned back to see her breathing out hot air in discomfort. No slapped his own forehead, he sighed and muttered, I really can't leave you alone, you're really going to be the death of me. So, someone, unable to rest easy, stayed to take care of the person in his heart all night. No grumbled as he took care of her, you really don't know how to take care of yourself at all. He said to her in a soft voice, have a little water. No brought a spoonful of water. Ko Weilan moaned softly and replied, I don't need it. No was angry but also couldn't scold her. In the end, he chose to drink the water himself. But he held the water in his mouth. No kissed her to pass the water, he declared domineeringly, even if you don't want to drink, you have to. No then sat up straight to observe Ko Weilan. Her face was still flushed, her whole body beautiful but uncomfortable from the fever. This. No gently wiped Ko Weilan's mouth and said to himself, who told you not to drink water obediently? Then he covered Ko with a blanket. Weilan. No saw her hand resting on her stomach, as if protecting the baby inside. Ko Weilan threw off the blanket, she snapped. I don't need it. No's face darkened at the rejection. He wondered, is she trying to stop me from harming the baby in her womb? His face clearly showed a look of jealousy. No leaned down to negotiate. He said, cover yourself with the blanket, otherwise you'll get cold. Weilan put her hand on No's hip. No was also quite surprised when Weilan suddenly hugged him. He just sat there, stunned, letting her hug him. Weilan's lips moved as she said, I don't need it. No dotingly let her hug him, his hand even gently stroking the head of the person in his arms. The night just enveloped everything like that. On the table were the tissues No used to wipe Weilan to bring down her fever. On the bed, he lay gently beside her, watching over her as she slept. When there was a noise, No sat up warily and asked, who is it? His mother approached and requested No to go downstairs. She said, I have to go out for something, it's my fault, I didn't pay attention to Assistant Ko's health, this is all my fault. No was quite surprised, his heart was shaken, this is the first time I've heard her apologize. No said coldly, if you can't even guarantee this, then I can't let Assistant Ko stay here, having to endure this alone time and time again. No's mother defended, this was just a moment of carelessness, it won't happen again. The more No listened, the stranger he felt, he wondered, why is she so different today? And she's being extremely cooperative with me. Weilan slowly opened her eyes on the bed, she felt like her headache was gone. The robot girl came over and asked, Master, your body temperature is now 36.7 degrees Celsius, you're finally over the fever. Weilan sat up and asked, when did Commander leave? The girl began to list, after the commander hugged Master, gave Master water mouth to mouth, kissed Master, then put a fever-reducing patch on Master's mouth, lulled Master to sleep, and also covered Master with a blanket. 2. Weilan waved her hands in embarrassment, she cried out, okay, that's enough, don't say any more. She then received a phone call, Weilan said, yes, Mom. On the other end of the line, Weilan's mother asked, darling daughter, hurry and go outside, your father and I are in front of the villa where you're staying. Now. Weilan was startled to hear that, she asked again, wait a minute, Mom and Dad are already here? Her mother replied, that's right, your grandfather's condition is much better lately, and I know you've been busy, so your father and I came to visit you. Hearing that, she held her head and muttered, Mom, it's not convenient for me right now. Weilan thought, with their personalities, they have to see me to feel at ease, which means they will see my current condition. Weilan looked down at her belly worriedly, I can't hide the fact that I'm pregnant from them anymore. In the end, she decided to tell the truth. Weilan said into the phone, Mom, I'm pregnant. Ko's mother on the other end of the line was stunned and repeated, you're pregnant? My dear daughter, you're in a relationship? While Ko's father anxiously asked, who is the other party? Does he know you're pregnant? Weilan answered worriedly, he doesn't know, but thinking about it, does it count as knowing or not? He knows she's pregnant, but doesn't know the child is his. Ko's father came over and instructed worriedly, my dear daughter, contact him right now. Your mother and I will wait at the villa over here for you to come. He added, I need to have a clear talk with him. Weilan asked worriedly, Dad, can we not meet that person? Ko's father immediately cut her off, my dear daughter, that's not possible, listen to me, I have my own way of handling this. Weilan sighed helplessly. The maid girl came over and suggested, Master, the commander took care of you all night and hasn't left this place. He's downstairs right now, do you want to go down and find the commander? Weilan hesitated and thought, he's downstairs? Weilan peeked from outside the door, she looked at No's back and thought, have they finished talking? No turned his head and saw her shadow at the door. He walked over and asked, is there something, Assistant Ko? Weilan stammered, actually, yes, I want to find the commanding officer to ask for a favor. She briefly explained the situation in a low voice, actually, my parents are coming to visit today, but they don't know who got me pregnant yet. Weilan shyly squeezed her eyes shut and said, so, could I ask the commander to pretend to be my fiancé and meet my parents with me? She added worriedly, if the commander doesn't want to, then never mind. Weilan scolded herself, what am I doing right now? I must have fried my brain with the fever to ask No to help me with this. No brought his face close to hers, he asked probingly, Assistant Ko, what do you take me for? Weilan compromised in a soft voice, it was my fault for not thinking it through, I'll go ask someone else to help with this. Hearing this, No asked angrily. You dare? In the end, he still agreed to go to Weilan's villa. As they walked, Weilan instructed No, after today, I'll find some time to gently tell my parents that we weren't compatible and broke up. She turned back to say to him, the commander just needs to help me today, just this once is enough. No replied in a stern voice, I don't want to hear a single word from you right now. He thought to himself, you haven't said a single word I want to hear. No was angry with himself, he grabbed Weilan's hand and pulled her along, calculating in his mind, moreover, this Weilan, for a despicable man who won't take responsibility. To protect him and prevent me from finding out, she has gone this far. Weilan looked at No, she realized that he seemed to be angry with her. After the two entered the house, Ko's mother gently pulled her shoulder and said, Weilan, come upstairs with me first. Weilan was startled and said, but that's not very appropriate. Ko's father spoke up, these words are very blunt, but I still want to ask one thing clearly. Is Commander Kwon using his authority as a superior to have an unspoken relationship with my daughter? Weilan hadn't gone far, when she heard these words, her face immediately darkened with worry. She turned back and called out, Dad. Ko's mother advised, darling, let your father and him talk. In the room, Ko's mother asked her worriedly, darling, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Weilan felt very guilty, she said, Mom, I'm sorry. Ko's mother immediately comforted her, what are you apologizing for? I just feel heartbroken that you've had no one by your side to take care of you these past few months. That high and mighty commander, do you like him? Weilan whispered to her mother, I'm not sure about that. She asked herself if she liked him. At this point, Weilan told her mother that she wasn't sure about her feelings. She placed her hand on her belly, feeling the child of the two of them. Her heart was in turmoil as she thought, it seems I've always been forced to accept Noah's reliance on me, and it was completely unintentional to accept the appearance of this child in my belly. Ko's mother stroked her head and comforted her, it's okay if you're not sure, let your father sound out this Commander Ung's intentions. If he is sincere and treats you well, your parents will agree. But her father said in a serious tone, but if he's just playing around, let your mother come and take care of you. We absolutely cannot let you suffer even a little bit of hardship. Weilan replied happily, yes. The two went downstairs and saw No still comfortably drinking water. Weilan wondered, what did the two of them talk about? There were no drawn swords or guns, on the contrary, they seemed quite harmonious. Ko's father put his arm around her shoulder and said, darling, are you sure you weren't forced by this commander? And this child is also something you wanted voluntarily, right? She nodded and replied, yes, to her father. He instructed further, all right, then let's have dinner together in a bit, after eating, you two can go back, your mother and I have to go home too. Weilan was surprised to hear that and let out an O. Even when she was on the spaceship with No, she still didn't understand and asked again, wait, why did my father agree to let us go back? She gently approached and asked, Commander, what did you and my father talk about just now? No replied very calmly, your father and I have already discussed the procedures for our engagement. When Weilan heard that, she immediately asked in astonishment, Commander, why did you get engaged to me without my permission? No turned back and asked gently, didn't Assistant Ko want me to pretend to be your fiancé? He said smugly, if we don't get engaged, how can I legitimately be your fiancé? Hearing this, Weilan could only sigh helplessly. A call came in on No's smartwatch. No put his hand to his ear to listen to the information from the other side. His subordinate reported, Commander, as per your instructions, we have researched and conducted a strict screening. The person said, the data results show that the person of the opposite sex who had the most contact with Dr. Ko seems to be you, sir. Upon returning, No's mother worriedly asked Weilan, you mean your parents agreed to your engagement with No? Weilan held her belly, she sighed and replied, it's my fault for not being clear, I originally wanted to not worry my parents, but in the end, this is the result. No's mother asked worriedly, then what do you mean? The maid outside called out loudly, Madam Truck, His Excellency the President has arrived. No's mother instructed, Assistant Ko, you should leave here first, let me handle this. Weilan obediently replied, yes. Then Weilan stepped outside. Mr. President looked around and asked, where is Assistant Ko? No's mother replied, it's nothing, I let her go. Mr. President took out a letter and instructed, hurry and call her down here. He spoke up, I just happened to discover something interesting, and I want to find her to ask about it. No's mother looked at the paper. That paper was a pregnancy report from the examination room of the military district's general hospital. No's mother, Truck Can, said softly, please let her go. Mr. President stood up, he asked smugly, Can, are you begging me? He bent down low and said that this child's identity is too special, the entire nation needs it. However, the greatest tolerance I can give it is not to lock Weilan in the breeding room of the experimental base. He added further, this proves she has the best environment for gestation. That's ironic. Truckkin shouted angrily. President. At this moment, Weilan stepped out. She said, Mr. President, there's no need to make things difficult for her. She silently reassured herself, Auntie has already done so much for me, I shouldn't drag her down any further. Truckkin worriedly called out Weilan's name. The president smiled brightly and asked Weilan, I thought Assistant Gu had run away for good, not wanting to appear again. She picked up the paper and asked firmly, what do you want to say? He didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, Assistant Gu, you are an intelligent person, so I won't mince words with you. I will arrange a suitable chosen person for you to register your marriage with. To the outside world, he will be your husband, internally, he will be your subordinate. This way, it won't be considered interfering in your life. When the child in your womb is born, I will arrange for someone to deliver the child to Ying Wu. For him, this is the first time he has had relations with a woman during his sensitive period, so let him raise the child and serve the nation. Go. Weilan pressed her lips together tightly. Then she replied forcefully, Mr. President, I cannot agree to your terms. Weilan stepped forward and said frankly, the federal president surely wouldn't think like back then. If Duke Ying were to casually find a woman, would Ying Wu believe it? Wouldn't Ying Wu investigate these matters thoroughly? The president waved his hand and replied cheerfully. Assistant Gu can rest assured about this matter, I have my own methods. Ying Wu's voice rang out, there's no need for Mr. President to concern himself. His voice pulled the president's mood down. Weilan also looked over in surprise. Ying Wu stepped forward and declared, I have already found out everything. Ying Wu recounted, the whole night was the onset of my sensitive period, and the person with me that entire night was Assistant Gu. Weilan, with mixed emotions, called out Ying Wu's name. She wondered to herself why he had suddenly appeared here. Ying Wu walked over and gently embraced Weilan. Then, he decisively swept her up in his arms, to the astonishment of the two seniors. Ying Wu placed her on the swing. He leaned down and instructed his beloved, wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back. Weilan probed worriedly, but Mr. President is still so stubborn. Ying Wu smiled confidently and said, just leave this matter to me. Outside, the two sat facing each other. The president inquired, so, Commander Ying already knows everything? What do you plan to do now? Ying Wu calmly sipped his tea and replied, get engaged to Assistant Gu, of course. The president immediately voiced his objection, I do not approve of this marriage. But Ying Wu cut him off, I am merely informing the president of this matter, not trying to negotiate for your opinion. The president angrily slammed the table and stood up. He gave all sorts of reasons to persuade and then threaten him, is Commander Ying trying to negotiate with me so disruptively? But think about it clearly, if you really want to marry Weilan, I'm afraid the Gu family will not have an easy time in Anqing from now on. Ying Wu smiled and replied, Mr. President, you are mistaken. I am not negotiating with you. He calmly continued, since I took office, the army under my command has taken the lives of countless enemies for the Federal Empire every year. The number of times I've been deployed to battle is the highest in the Federal Army. The reason I'm reviewing these matters with you, Mr. President, is in the hope that you will understand a little better. Ying Wu's voice continued, as long as the Federal Empire still needs me to eliminate foreign enemies, you, Mr. President, have no standing to negotiate these matters with me, and even less right to interfere with my freedom of marriage. Ying Wu lightly touched the gun at his hip. His voice continued to ring out, if the president cannot agree, then this is the only way. Seeing the muzzle of the gun before him, a chill ran down his spine. He asserted, if the president does not agree, then you will only have the option of leaving your life behind. Weilan obediently followed Ying Wu's instructions, sitting on the swing waiting for him to return. When she grew tired and dozed off, her head tilted to one side. A hand reached out to support Weilan's face. Ying Wu walked over and called gently, Assistant Gu. Weilan looked up and said gratefully, thank you, Commander Ying, for rescuing me and for making up such a lie. She told herself, I can't mess things up during this time. Ying Wu smiled and held out a piece of paper. He advised her not to be so formal, Assistant Gu, take a look at what this is. Weilan raised her eyes to look at the paper Ying Wu had just handed her. Weilan realized, this is all the sealed data from Ying Wu's first sensitive period. He looked at her expression with amusement and spoke softly, Assistant Gu must be very curious how I obtained this sealed document, right? I broke directly into the secret room of the experimental base. Before Gu Weilan's eyes, a scene of Ying Wu smashing the door of the secret lab room appeared. She thought to herself, I thought it was some clever trick to get the people at the experimental base to unlock it, but it turns out this guy just used brute force to solve the problem. Gu Weilan looked away. Ying Wu gently turned her face back to face him. His voice became stern as he asked, so, does Assistant Gu have nothing to say to me? Gu Weilan looked at his face, flustered. She asked herself in confusion, it seems all my previous worries were for nothing. Can I trust him? She spoke with a hint of teasing, congratulations, Commander, on finding that secret lever. Ying Wu released his hand, sighed, and asked, these past few days, Assistant Gu has been mocking me, teasing me, having a lot of fun, haven't you? Gu Weilan poked her own cheek and replied, actually, not at all. Ying Wu asked again seriously, then the child Assistant Gu is pregnant with his mine. She smiled and replied, of course not. Looking at his face, Gu Weilan suddenly had a thought, he looks so cute when he's serious, I can't help but want to tease him a little. Gu Weilan gently kicked his leg and said with a smile, I'm pregnant with a secret lover's child. Then she added a reminder, I seem to remember the commander once said he wanted to break that secret lover's legs, right? The space seemed to freeze. Ying Wu went from being on the offensive to being speechless. Gu Weilan kicked his leg again, making Ying Wu's face turn even redder. His face flushed as he let out a sharp breath. Ying Wu forcefully grabbed Gu Weilan's leg. His face was sincere as he requested, go ahead and hit me now. Gu Weilan asked, half doubting, half serious, are you being serious or not? Yet he said sincerely, Assistant Gu, break my legs now so I can feel that it's real. Hearing this, she let out a gasp of astonishment. In the end, she didn't understand and thought, wait, he's so directly and frankly admitting he's the secret lover, which in turn is making me a little flustered. Gu Weilan advised him, how about we keep the legs for now? Ying Wu insisted stubbornly, then you have to at least hit me once. Gu Weilan held her head, confused. What on earth does the great Commander Ying think about all day? Ying Wu pressed her hand to his cheek and expressed, Assistant Gu, I feel like this isn't real right now. Gu Weilan's heart pounded, and she wondered, is he nervous right now? Gu Weilan's hand gently caressed Ying Wu's face. She presented him with the hard evidence, but didn't the commander already break into the secret room of the experimental base? You even got the related evidence, so what are you still anxious about? Does this still not feel real? Ying Wu stood up decisively and said, that's right, I do have evidence. He pointed to himself and declared, I have proof that the child in Assistant Gu's belly is mine. Suddenly, Ying Wu leaned down and called, Assistant Gu. Gu Weilan asked him, puzzled, Commander, what are you trying to do? He cleared his throat and shyly proposed, Assistant Gu, I want to touch your belly. I hope you can obey your superior's order. Gu Weilan smiled and replied, but I've never seen an assistant who had to show their belly to a superior on command. Only a perverted superior would give such an order. Don't you think so, Commander? Ying Wu pouted with jealousy. He looked at Gu Weilan's hands cradling her belly and thought to himself, those two hands get to hold her pregnant belly and our child every day. He said sadly, I've never touched it before. Seeing this expression on Ying Wu's face, Gu Weilan immediately felt cheerful, sighing inwardly, his face is just too adorable. Gu Weilan placed his hand on her belly and said with a smile, go ahead and touch it. Ying Wu slowly touched Gu Weilan's belly. He was careful with every movement, as if afraid of making her uncomfortable, each action clearly showing his cherish for Gu Weilan. And the baby? Ying Wu kept his hand still until it trembled. He didn't dare to move an inch. Gu Weilan was both touched and surprised, thinking to herself, if I told anyone about this, no one would believe it. A dignified commander being so timid and cowardly. She gently touched his hand and asked, still can't feel it? The baby is right here. Then she took his hand and guided it down to the baby's position. Ying Wu tensed up as he felt it. After a moment, he exclaimed, it's really not bad. Gu Weilan smiled and asked, what do you mean, not bad? Ying Wu praised, as expected of Assistant Gu's child. Gu Weilan asked worriedly, the commander is already making such guesses from just a little bit, what if later on? Seeing Ying Wu's pouting face, she didn't know what else to say. Ying Wu leaned down and pressed his ear to her belly. His every action surprised Gu Weilan even more, she never expected the commander could be so gentle. She stroked his head and asked worriedly, Commander Ying, was the federal president very angry just now? This time, Commander Ying has surely offended the federal president, right? Ying Wu looked up and replied, Assistant Gu, you're wrong. It was he who offended me. Gu Weilan slowly thought things over, it was true that no one was more capable of protecting the country than him. It was just that at the time, I didn't dare to bet that Ying Wu would offend the president for my sake, which is why I decided to hide it. Thinking this, she said worriedly, but I'm still pregnant, and the president will make things difficult for the baby then. And also. Hearing this, Ying Wu stood up and said loudly, so you're saying, Assistant Gu, that you deceived me for so long because you were afraid of what would happen if I knew the child's identity. It was because you were afraid the president would make a move, right? Gu Weilan replied, yes, that was my worry. Ying Wu turned away in a sulk. Gu Weilan, confused, asked herself, is he angry? Is he hinting that he wants me to comfort him? Gu Weilan reached out her hand and called, Commander. She took hold of Ying Wu's hand and called softly, Commander. Ying Wu maintained his sulky attitude towards her, all because she didn't trust that he would protect her and their child, and even let him become the terrible secret lover. Gu Weilan slipped her arms down. She hugged the man in front of her from behind, whispering soothingly, I was wrong about this, I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. Ying Wu blushed shyly, his heart rejoicing as he thought, she actually took the initiative to hug me? Ying Wu turned to look at her. He pulled Gu Weilan closer and called to her. Come here. Ying Wu questioned her, Assistant Gu, you've been by my side for 2 years, yet you still don't trust me? Hearing this, she faltered and turned away. Gu Weilan coaxed him sweetly, I won't be like that next time. Ying Wu picked at her words, you still want there to be a next time? With a single familiar motion, Gu Weilan was in Ying Wu's arms. Ying Wu said slyly, didn't Assistant Gu really want to deceive me? He smiled and affirmed to Gu Weilan, right now, I want the entire nation to know about our marriage. Ying Wu set her down. Gu Weilan asked, confused, why did you bring me to the starship? Ying Wu explained as if it were the most obvious thing, now that I know Assistant Gu is pregnant with my child, does Assistant Gu still want to stay here? Gu Weilan smiled and asked him back, isn't it very nice here? Ying Wu pouted again and leaned down to say, where does that leave me, your fiancé? Does Assistant Gu want outsiders to laugh at her fiancé? She made an excuse, but I haven't packed my things yet. Ying Wu turned in the opposite direction, saying he would go get them for her. Ying Wu walked into the villa and ordered the maid, pack up all of Gu Weilan's things. The maid replied. Yes, sir. Zhu Jin approached and asked, you want to take Assistant Gu with you? Ying Wu replied as if it were obvious, she is now pregnant with my child. Zhu Jin looked at her son, thinking with a bit of annoyance, look at him, his tail is about to stick up to the sky. She said that she knows Commander Ying's actions today are tantamount to openly confronting the federal president. From now on, whatever happens, you solve it yourself. Don't involve Gu Weilan and her family. Ying Wu turned and affirmed to his mother, you don't need to remind me of this, and that's right. I need to formally visit the Gu family, and I've already looked it up, for things like this, it's only proper for the man's parents to go. He turned and spoke softly to Zhu Jin, so I don't care if you're willing or not, you must go that day. Zhu Jin smiled faintly and mused. It seems this son of mine truly values Gu Weilan, he wants to give her all the proper etiquette and respect. Compared to that federal president, they are indeed two completely different people. Zhu Jin only replied, I will definitely be there. She turned away and then added with difficulty, also, there is one more thing I must tell you in advance. The year before I gave birth to you, I had another child, but because of a failed differentiation, it became neither human nor demon, so it was exiled to Hell Star. Ying Wu was quite surprised, but he understood Zhu Jin's words and her worries. Ying Wu's mother turned to remind him again, it recently crossed the border and returned to the country, its health is unknown. It's not guaranteed whether it will look for you after returning, so in short, be vigilant yourself, and especially, you must protect your future wife well. Ying Wu prepared to leave, replying, I know. After arriving at Ying Wu's private villa, Ying Wu worriedly reminded Gu Weilan, why don't you go inside and rest first? She looked around, in the end, after going in a circle, she had returned here. Gu Weilan received a call from her mother and immediately answered it. Her mother worriedly asked her daughter, my dear, your father and I saw the Starnet news. Didn't your father say the engagement was just decided today? Why did Commander Ying announce the news so quickly? Gu Weilan turned to ask Ying Wu, honey, what announcement and news? Gu Weilan answered her mother's call, Mom, I know now, I'll call you back later, I'm hanging up now. She turned and took Ying Wu's hand to ask, Commander, why did you really broadcast this to the whole nation? Gu Weilan thought to herself, I thought the threat in the rose garden was a joke, I really didn't expect him to act so quickly. He gently pressed on Gu Weilan's shoulders to make her sit down and expressed, I said I was punishing Assistant Gu. Did Assistant Gu still think I was just kidding? Ying Wu's mood suddenly dropped. He confided in Gu Weilan, but I suddenly feel very troubled. Ying Wu explained that he was troubled because he didn't know whether to call her baby Assistant Gu or my beloved wife Assistant Gu in the future. He turned and hugged Gu Weilan, exclaiming cheerfully, I like both of these forms of address very much. Assistant Gu, do you prefer me to call you baby or wife? Gu Weilan coughed in embarrassment, advising him that these things should be decided after the engagement. Looking at Ying Wu's smug and happy face, Gu Weilan realized something. What on earth am I saying? Isn't this a disguised admission that I agreed to get engaged to him? Ying Wu looked at her with amusement and replied slowly, that works too. Ying Wu lightly touched the screen, displaying the images he wanted to show her. He asked Gu Weilan, so, Assistant Gu, take a look and see which planet's environment you like, so I can take you there for your prenatal care. Gu Weilan asked doubtfully, you want to change planets for prenatal care? Ying Wu hummed in agreement, because I think this place at the Ying family mansion is too small. He pointed to a planet and asked for her opinion, what do you think of this planet? But the air is quite humid. Gu Weilan flicked her face and advised him, Commander, I still think this place is quite good, there's really no need to change. Ying Wu said in a stern, serious tone, no, that won't do. Suddenly, Gu Weilan clutched her stomach in discomfort. Ying Wu's face paled as he rushed over to ask her, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Ying Wu urgently said to Gu Weilan, we're going to the hospital right now. Gu Weilan gently stopped him, explaining, there's no need to go to the hospital for this, it's just a fetal disturbance. Ying Wu was still very worried. He asked her, Assistant Gu, will this fetal disturbance affect you? He was still holding his future wife in his arms. Gu Weilan reassured him, don't worry, it's fine. Everyone who is pregnant goes through this stage. Ying Wu still said impatiently, but Assistant Gu is pregnant with my child, this situation is very special, so we can't just ignore it like this. He placed Gu Weilan on a chair, his hand still on her shoulder as he announced, wait for me a moment, I need to make a call. The haggard face of the lab doctor appeared. He looked disheveled as he spoke, hello, Commander. The doctor cursed inwardly, he just finished smashing my secret room, what does this leader want to cause a fuss about now? Ying Wu smugly asked the doctor, have you seen the news on the Starnet? Causing Gu Weilan to shyly cover her face. The doctor immediately replied, I just saw it, congratulations, Commander. The doctor wondered, did he call me just to tell me this? Well, I still have to clean up the mess he just made. Ying Wu said seriously, alright, I accept your congratulations. I called today to tell you that Assistant Gu just had a fetal disturbance. I want to bring her for a checkup tomorrow, so get all your machines ready. Then he hung up. Gu Weilan asked doubtfully, Commander, what are you planning to do tomorrow? Ying Wu rubbed her shoulder and replied, Assistant Gu, just wait a moment, I still have one more call to make. Ying Wu instructed the person on the other end of the line, all of tomorrow's matters are to be postponed. The subordinate on the other end repeatedly replied, yes, yes. He added with satisfaction, good, let's do that. Assistant Gu is about to throw a tantrum, I need to go with her. Gu Weilan's expression changed with every word. From Ying Wu. Ying Wu happily turned to announce, all done, I've finished my calls. Gu Weilan said with a serious face, I never throw tantrums, Commander. Ying Wu put on a face that said he understood everything. Your thoughts and your hardships. He then carried Gu Weilan forward. He boasted to her, I've studied all the precautions for pregnancy more than 10 times. Right now, Assistant Gu is at a rather critical stage of pregnancy. You'll feel much more insecure than before. Ying Wu placed a kiss on Gu Weilan's forehead and soothed her gently, I was on the phone for so long just now. It must have made Assistant Gu feel neglected. It's very normal for you to feel that way. I will definitely be more careful in the future. Gu Weilan looked helplessly at Ying Wu's self-interpreting face. She wondered, where did he get that conclusion? Those 2 calls combined didn't even last a minute. At the best hospital in the experimental center, Gu Weilan was brought by Ying Wu for a checkup. The baby inside her belly, seen on the screen, was small and round, looking extremely cute. The doctor came to inform Gu Weilan, the results show that all the data is very normal. Both baby and mother are very healthy. Gu Weilan looked up and smiled, thanking her, thank you for your hard work. As Ying Wu walked with Gu Weilan in the hospital lobby, he saw a person discreetly cloaked in black. Judging by the height, it was likely a man. His face immediately darkened. Ying Wu recognized the scent of his own kind, a truly disgusting scent. Ying Wu pressed Gu Weilan's entire body against the wall, shielding her. He told himself as well as the other person, don't come near her, don't take her away. Gu Weilan noticed Ying Wu's unusual behavior. She asked, Commander, what was wrong with you just now? Ying Wu didn't answer but immediately pulled her into his arms. Gu Weilan wrapped her arms around him and rubbed his back. She asked, did something happen? Ying Wu held her tightly, inhaling her scent, a scent that was truly reassuring. He rested his chin on Gu Weilan's shoulder. Ying Wu told himself, she is my fiancée now, I absolutely shouldn't hide anything from her. Ying Wu recounted to her, yesterday, Zhu Jin told me something. I have an older brother from an incubus who had a failed differentiation. Just now, I think I smelled his scent. Gu Weilan asked worriedly, so what does the commander plan to do now? Ying Wu said, he is definitely hiding in the shadows right now. I must investigate his specific location. Ying Wu leaned down and kissed Gu Weilan. He instructed her, go home and rest first. I'll come home to you as soon as I'm done. Gu Weilan obediently replied, okay. Night fell, but the warm light of the villa still illuminated the area. Ying Wu walked inside. As he walked, he loosened his tie. His tired body made him realize, why does my body temperature feel a bit high? Am I running a fever? He pushed open the door and went into the room, seeing Gu Weilan already lying peacefully in bed. She was wearing comfortable clothes, sleeping under the covers, looking incredibly peaceful. Ying Wu took out a folded piece of paper. The content inside was information about the failed incubus experiment. Ying Wu looked at Gu Weilan with a gentle smile. He thought to himself, she even helped me look into these things. He leaned down and placed a light kiss on his beloved's cheek. Ying Wu thought, my fiancée is always like this, always acting willful with me on the outside, but on the inside, she is warm bit by bit. Ying Wu loosened his clothes, comfortably lying down on the bed and hugging Gu Weilan. The next morning at Ying Wu's family mansion. Gu Weilan slowly opened her eyes. She said to herself, he actually likes me this much, caring for me in every little way. She sat up and turned to look behind her, searching for his figure. Suddenly, she heard the sound of crying from behind. Gu Weilan was startled and surprised, what is that sound? Ying Wu sat huddled and trembling, 2 horns and a tail appeared. Ying Wu cried and trembled, taking his tail in his hand and biting it lightly, sobbing as he called out, baby, baby. Gu Weilan was worried. She wondered why he had suddenly gone into heat. Gu Weilan approached worriedly and asked, Ying Wu, what's happening? Ying Wu was still holding his tail, his tear-streaked face turning to look at Gu Weilan with a sob. His expression was as if the whole world was bullying him. Gu Weilan wondered in confusion, why is he trembling like that? Did I do something wrong to him last night? Ying Wu was like a bullied child, huddled and trembling in a corner. The more she asked, the more pitiful he looked. Weilan came forward to take Eung Ho's tail. She asked him with concern, what happened? Eung Ho, let go of your tail first. Tell me everything, okay? Eung Ho took his tail and turned away in a huff. Weilan was left dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. It was as if a dark cloud was over his head. Eung Ho once again sobbed in a corner. Now, a dark cloud gradually appeared over Weilan's head just like his. Weilan walked over and opened her arms. She suggested, Eung Ho, can you come here and give me a hug? Eung Ho obediently extended his arms to hug Weilan. His face was right in front of her chest. His face grew redder and redder. Eung Ho reached out his hand. Weilan realized something and immediately backed away. Eung Ho's hand reached for the soft spot on Weilan's body but was blocked and dodged by her. His face immediately darkened and he burst into tears. Eung Ho held his face and walked away with tears streaming down. He wailed, Bao Bao is avoiding me, Bao Bao doesn't need me anymore. Weilan was surprised and called out Eung Ho's name loudly. Eung Ho ran straight into the closet and rummaged through things, making a mess, to her confusion. Eung Ho angrily packed his clothes into a suitcase. Weilan stood at the door with her arms crossed, confused. She asked him in confusion, what are you trying to do? Eung Ho replied resentfully, I want to run away from home. Weilan looked at the suitcase and pointed, reminding him, but it seems you packed the wrong clothes, those are my clothes. Eung Ho ignored her words. He focused on putting things into the suitcase. Then he rolled around, hugging her suitcase of clothes and throwing a tantrum. Bao Bao, don't you dare touch my things. Weilan was angry. She thought, he's acting really strange this morning. Is he doing this on purpose to provoke me? She crossed her arms and stepped aside, telling him firmly, "All right, then you should go." Hearing this, Ho felt aggrieved. He asked Weilan pitifully, "Bao Bao, aren't you going to stop me?" Ho walked away holding the still unlatched suitcase, clothes falling out. He sulkily squeezed past Weilan and went outside. The sky was dark, with wind, rain, and roaring thunder. Weilan looked outside worriedly. She thought of Ho. "It's raining like this, I don't know where Ho has gone." She thought anxiously, Ho is currently in his sensitive period, so his thinking isn't very clear. He's in his sensitive period, I shouldn't have been so angry with him. That's right. Weilan anxiously ran into the room. She told herself, no, I have to go find him. She had just run to the door, opened it, and called out loudly, Ho, where are you?" Weilan's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene outside. Ho was still in a sulking posture, with two horns on his head and his tail held to his lips, with the suitcase he had taken this morning beside him. The rain grew heavier, and suddenly thunder crashed across the sky. Ho was startled with fear. He grabbed his tail and shivered, huddled on the mansion's porch. His tear-streaked face turned back to look at Weilan behind him. Seeing Weilan, he called out resentfully, "Bao Bao," and immediately rushed to embrace her tightly. Weilan hugged him, her voice gentle as she asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to run away from home?" Ho replied in a sobbing voice, "I was already 20 meters away from Bao Bao, where else could Bao Bao want me to go?" Weilan caressed his cheek, still confused as she asked Ho, "So why were you sulking?" "What were you sulking about?" Ho explained agitatedly, "Does Bao Bao have someone else?" "You don't need me anymore, do you?" "Bao Bao doesn't play with me anymore, you only like to play with that demon, not with me, I'm really sad." Weilan tried to search her memory, asking herself, what other demon? "I haven't been in contact with anyone who is a demon like him." Weilan pondered deeply, then suddenly thought of something. Weilan pointed to her stomach and asked in surprise. Ho, you said another demon, are you talking about the baby in my belly?" Seeing that she understood, Ho nodded happily, his hand still holding his tail. Weilan sighed in understanding. No wonder Ho was crying so tragically this morning, it turns out he was jealous of his own child. Weilan led Ho into the house, she gently took a towel to dry his hair. He gently rubbed Weilan's belly. She repeatedly reminded him of the important fact, Ho, this is your child, Ho, this is your child. Weilan brought up the past, do you remember your first sensitive period? We had our baby from that time. Ho's gaze gradually softened as he looked at her belly. In the end, Ho was still stubborn. He spoke sulkily, I don't want it, I only want Bao Bao. Ho threw himself into Weilan's arms, whispering resentfully, you are clearly mine, Bao Bao, you are mine alone. Weilan patiently patted his head, coaxing him, all right, I know, I remember, please calm down a little. Ho sobbed, when this baby appears, it will share your love that belongs to me, that can't happen, all of Bao Bao's affection can only belong to me alone. Weilan coaxed, I know, I only have you. Ho still asked pitifully, are you telling the truth? She nodded firmly, letting out a soft Ho rubbed his eyes and replied, I'll go prepare food for Bao Bao now. Bao Bao, be good and wait for me here. Weilan had just managed to process it. She had just called out, hey, but Ho had already dashed away. Weilan sighed, she wondered why something like this was happening. She thought of something. That's right. Dukkan once said that when pregnant with a mima, one would experience breast engorgement and would need to pump it out. She ran to the closet. Weilan considered, oh well, I'll change and go buy a breast pump. Weilan looked at the wardrobe. She looked over the items inside the closet. Weilan took out an item, she mumbled, it's still really reliable, isn't it? Looking down at the kitchen, Ho was cooking while wearing an apron. Weilan was mesmerized, a thought exploded in her head, save me, the abstinent version of Ho is cooking for me. Weilan stood at the edge of the door, admiring Ho. Ho noticed Weilan looking at him, his abstinent demeanor immediately shattered, he excitedly rushed over with a plate of food and called out loudly, Bao Bao, are you looking at me? Ho held the plate of food forward as if to show it off to her. He guided her to the table. Ho happily told her, as if seeking praise, Bao Bao, I cooked according to the instructions, it's all for Bao Bao. Weilan looked worriedly at the wound on Ho's hand, she asked loudly with concern, Ho, what happened to you? Ho immediately spoke resentfully, Bao Bao, it hurts so much. they both went to the sofa. Weilan examined his hand and asked, "Why did you suddenly want to cook for me?" Ho expressed sincerely, "Because I want to treat you even better, really good to you, so that Bao Bao will remember my good points for a long time." He pursed his lips mischievously and said, "That way you will remember me, and won't like the Mima brat in your belly anymore." Hearing that, Weilan didn't know what to say for a moment. She sighed inwardly, "After all this beating around the bush, it turns out he's jealous of the little guy in my belly, jealous of his own child?" Outside, thunder still rumbled. Weilan lay on the bed and her eyes shot open. She sat up uncomfortably, clutching her chest. She worriedly asked herself, "Why is it starting to hurt more and more?" Looking to the side, she didn't see Ho anywhere. Weilan asked worriedly, Where did he go?" It was still raining heavily outside. Weilan took an umbrella and left the mansion to find Ho. She wondered, he's not in the room. Did he run outside again? Seeing a familiar figure, Weilan called out, "Ah, there he is." Weilan looked at that figure, she stammered Ho's name. She realized something was different. Wait, something's not right, he's not right. His face was dark, his whole body radiated a murderous aura, and his fingernails had sharpened. Weilan immediately walked over and called softly, Ho. She tried to calm his spirit, Ho, it's me, Weilan, please wake up. Ho gradually came back, he looked at Weilan more calmly. No matter what, Ho recognized the person he loved, he came and called Bao Bao. Weilan nodded in reply, let's go back home. Ho took Weilan's arm, and the two of them shared an umbrella as they walked into the mansion. Looking at the figures of the two, the person in the black cloak behind them finally smirked. His hand hung loose, letting the rainwater drip down. Outside, thunder rumbled, he happily talked to himself, "I've finally found you, my little brother." The two entered the mansion. Weilan hugged Ho, she asked him worriedly, Ho, what on earth happened?" He buried his face in her embrace and recounted, "Bao Bao, just now a bad person wanted to bully Bao Bao, I scared that person away." Weilan asked worriedly, "Was that person also a Mima?" Ho looked up and nodded a few times in reply, "That's right. I feel really uncomfortable, he must have discovered that my Bao Bao is soft and fragrant, that's why he wanted to snatch my Bao Bao away." She shyly reminded him in a stern voice, Ho, don't talk such nonsense." But in her heart, Weilan thought worriedly, "I need to talk to Dukkan about this Mima issue." Ho anxiously moved closer and asked her cautiously. "Then Bao Bao must promise me one thing, Bao Bao must agree to only like me, the Mima." Weilan thought helplessly, "But it's not just the intruder who is a Mima, even your child is too, I can't let its father have such great hostility towards it." Weilan went and turned on the TV to a documentary about the life of a Mima. She pushed him down onto the chair and instructed, Ho, be good and watch all of this first." Weilan secretly hoped that after watching it, it might awaken his paternal love, and he would no longer be hostile towards his child. The documentary said that expectant mothers carrying a Mima need special attention and a very safe environment. After hearing this, Ho thought anxiously, Bao Bao is about to give birth, if I don't take good care of her, Bao Bao will be in danger. Hearing this, Ho scrambled away on all fours and a tail, he told himself, I must prepare well for Bao Bao. The entire castle was restless all night, if you listened closely, you could hear rustling sounds everywhere. Weilan sat up, she wondered what Ho was doing in the middle of the night. She went to look, puzzled, not knowing what he was doing in the middle of the night. She finally found him. Weilan saw Ho in his pajamas doing a strange action, with something like a feather in his mouth. Weilan shouted, What are you doing, Ho? Ho's cheeks were slightly pink, he proudly showed her, I'm making a nest, so that Bao Bao can use it when she gives birth. He excitedly came over and took Weilan's hand to express himself. I must make the most beautiful and brilliant nest for my Bao Bao. Weilan vaguely realized, Ho is using the Mima's way to treat me. Ho even prepared an empty bag, he explained that, when the time comes, it can be used for the Mima in Bao Bao's belly to sleep in. Weilan thought helplessly, can't you treat your own child a little better? Ho patted her to reassure her, all right Bao Bao, go to sleep now, when you wake up tomorrow morning there will be a beautiful nest. Tomorrow you can stay in the nest. Weilan nodded in compromise with him, she replied, all right, all right. While Ho and Weilan were happy, the atmosphere on the other side was as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Truck-can looked outside worriedly. Ho's Mima older brother was pointing a gun straight at Truck-can, their mother. He threatened her, if you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Truck-kan softly called out the name In Hung Bak. She was deeply moved, not expecting to suddenly meet her firstborn child again. In Hung Bak sat down on the long sofa in the living room. He said while cleaning his gun, I still need to investigate a few things. It seems your son's military record is quite extraordinary. This must be the perfect me ma you all wanted, right? Truck-kan asked him worriedly, what do you ultimately want to do? He held out his hand and a white tissue, demanding of her, hey, hurry up and bandage my wound for me. Seeing In Hung Bak like this, Truck-kan was extremely heartbroken. This was her firstborn child whom she couldn't be with for so many years. Truck-kan gently dabbed a cotton swab on In Hung Bak's wound. A flicker of pain crossed his face. After all, this was a child who had never been treated fairly. In Hung Bak raised his hand, looking straight at the wound, and asked Truck-kan softly, have you ever bandaged Commander Ung's wound? Truck-kan recounted, he has Assistant Ko now, he doesn't need anyone else. In Hung Bak revealed a hint of malice as he praised, Assistant Ko is indeed quite beautiful. In Hung Bak stood up and removed the bandage Truck-kan had just wrapped for him. He turned his back and said, remind your Federation president to prepare to receive the gift I have for him. The next morning, Eung-ho just woke up. He let out a rather tired Eung-ho then discovered Ko Weilan lying completely in his arms. He squinted to get a good look at the person in his arms. He saw a red mark on Ko Weilan's neck. Eung-ho called out, assistant company. She then rubbed her eyes and woke up, asking him if he needed anything. Eung-ho angrily pointed at her neck and complained, I haven't even bitten you yet, but you've already let someone else bite that spot? Ko Weilan gently rubbed her neck and asked back, why don't you try to say who did it? Eung-ho looked around himself in confusion. He stammered, could it be me? Has my sensitive period started? Ko Weilan grabbed Eung-ho's tail. Eung-ho said resentfully, then you shouldn't have agreed either. I don't know what I was like at that time, assistant company. By doing this, haven't you also betrayed me? She said loudly, a mix of grievance and anger, and now you're blaming me instead. It's fine, let me help the commander remember. Ko Weilan led Eung-ho to a room, had him look inside, and asked, does the commander still remember this? Inside was a nest made of feathers that Eung-ho himself had made during his sensitive period for Ko Weilan's future childbirth. Ko Weilan said happily to him, this is the nest you personally made for me last night, for me to use during childbirth. Eung-ho blushed and coughed a few times. He suggested, Assistant Ko, let's go outside first and then talk. Ko Weilan grabbed Eung-ho's tail, startling him. She said, oh right, there's one more thing. She pointed to a smaller nest nearby and explained, there's this one too, this is what the commander made for the baby in my belly. Eung-ho felt helpless and embarrassed with himself. He went to pull her and said, I can explain this. There's too much cotton here, can we go outside to talk? Ko Weilan let out an oh. She immediately pulled Eung-ho's tail, startling him but making him follow. The two went to the bedside. She sat on it playing with his Mima tail. Eung-ho stood beside her, dotingly stroking Ko Weilan's head. He knelt below and expressed, after my first sensitive period, I went to look up related materials. During my sensitive period, I will be extremely sensitive and insecure, which greatly increases my possessiveness towards you, assistant company. Eung-ho took her hand and assured her, but Assistant Ko doesn't need to worry, in the future, I won't discriminate between you and our child. Ko Weilan pulled her hand away. She pouted and replied, that's not for sure. The commander's sensitive period can happen at any time. This time you made a nest, next time you'll probably throw it out of the house. Hearing this, Eung-ho hesitated and thought. He thought, this isn't impossible, if it dares to possess my Assistant Ko, this could happen. Seeing him like that, she immediately knew what he was thinking. Ko Weilan angrily pulled Eung-ho's tail. She shouted, you actually dare to think about that? Huh? Eung-ho immediately rushed over to coax his future wife, that's not it, honey, I'll think of a way to solve this problem. Ko Weilan stood up and said. The commander can take his time thinking, I'm giving birth in another month. Ko Weilan stood up to go outside. Eung-ho's tail immediately wrapped around her hand, holding her back. Ko Weilan turned back confused and asked Eung-ho. What else do you want to do? He stood up and looked straight at Ko Weilan, expressing. Assistant Ko, I don't know why, but when my sensitive period starts, I can't leave you at all. Ko Weilan turned and replied. I understand, but Commander, I'm just going to take a quick shower. Eung-ho asked pitifully. Then can Assistant Ko be quick? She didn't answer and went straight to the door, slamming it shut. Inside the bathroom, Ko Weilan was wrapped in a towel. She thought to herself, Ho was bothering me so much just now, it made me forget to bring my clothes inside. Looking at the now empty laundry basket. Weilan, wrapped in just a bath towel, wanted to go out, thinking. He's probably gone downstairs to wait for me, it should be fine if I go get them myself. Right? Weilan had just taken a few steps out of the bathroom. Before she could get far, she ran into Ho who was nearby. Because the floor was still wet, Weilan took a few steps back to avoid Ho and slipped. Ho immediately rushed to catch his fiancée. Weilan shyly averted her eyes from Ho. Ho looked down and his gaze fell upon her smooth body. Weilan followed his gaze and knew where his eyes were on her body. She flusteredly wrapped the towel tightly and ran away. Ho's sharp eyes saw a strange mark on Weilan's body. What is that? He gently touched that spot on Weilan. Ho's hand touched her, and Weilan's body trembled slightly. Ho continued to caress that shape on her body. Weilan turned to remind Ho. Stop playing around. Ho moved closer and asked her. Assistant Ko, is this mark on your back a birthmark? Weilan told him. I've actually had this birthmark since I was little. Ho gently pulled her into his arms, he whispered a compliment that this birthmark was very beautiful. Weilan was uncomfortable, she told him to let her go first. She felt shy and uneasy, her desire is higher than usual during pregnancy, and he keeps doing things like this. Ho moved closer and closer, he said to her. Assistant Ko, your belly has gotten bigger again. Weilan struggled to compose her voice. Stop playing around. She screamed inwardly in frustration. I can't take it anymore, what should I do? Ho kissed Weilan's shoulder and whispered. Assistant Ko, I know you want it. Weilan was startled to hear that. Ho pulled off her bath towel. He pulled her close and placed a kiss on her lips. Ho whispered. Let me help you feel comfortable now. The two of them passionately moved closer to each other. The atmosphere grew hotter and hotter, Weilan raised her hand to pull Ho even closer. The originally humid and cool air of the bathroom became hotter than ever because of the two of them. After a long while, Ho carried Weilan into the room. Weilan blamed him. It's all your fault, you can be a troublemaker, but there are limits. Ho placed her on the bed, he smiled and admitted his guilt. It's all my fault, I am guilty. He put it on Weilan's hand. She wondered, is this a bracelet? Isn't this an extremely precious and rare item, to be given to me so easily? Ho explained to her more clearly. I have tested this star bracelet, it can resist the attacks of an ordinary Mima. Although I am very confident that I can protect Bao Bao well, just in case, Bao Bao must wear this star bracelet. Weilan asked Ho suspiciously. Is the commander planning something? Ho did not hide it and told her, I have figured out a few things. My older brother's name is Nhung Bak, he has his own mercenary team that is quite powerful on Hellstar. Recently, he also joined an unknown organization related to the Dark Domain. I am still investigating the specifics. Weilan looked into the distance and asked him. So, Commander, are you suspecting that Nhung Bak is colluding with the Dark Domain? If that's true, what will you do? Then? Ho took her hand and said. My previous bottom line was the security risk to the Empire. Ho gently kissed her hand and continued. But now my bottom line has expanded, it's Assistant Ko's safety too. Weilan was made to blush by his actions and words. Ho patted her head and instructed. I have to go back to the military for a meeting later. You must be good and rest here, I'll be back with you tonight. Weilan snuggled into the blanket, she compromised with him. I know, you should go now. Ho turned and walked out, she also lay peacefully in the blanket. Weilan obediently lay in the room. In that gloomy and dark domain. A little girl on a white horse rode slowly in the dark domain. Weilan seemed to see that scene, seeing the scenery of the dark domain and this child. She observed and thought. This little girl is not human. The little girl spoke. Not here, not over there either, none of them are him, I probably can't find him. Weilan approached with good intentions and said. Little sister, what are you looking for, can I help you? Suddenly a loud voice called out. Weilan, it's time to go home. The little girl didn't look up, she spurred her horse towards the voice and replied. Coming. The little girl rode her horse straight ahead in the dark domain. Weilan stood there wondering. That child, she has the same name as me. Weilan's eyelashes trembled uncomfortably. In her room at the Young family mansion, a figure slowly appeared. Bak looked at Weilan sleeping uncomfortably on the bed. He moved closer to look at her. Bak came closer and reached out his hand. Then touched the star bracelet that Weilan was wearing. Bak pulled his hand back. He thought to himself, this little brother of mine really still likes to use these kinds of toys. Bak gently touched Weilan's face and assessed, so this is the girl he likes. Likes her so much that he wants to announce it to the entire Federation. Bak assessed Weilan, she's so beautiful, my little brother's taste is really not bad. He thought with resentment, his life has always been so smooth, successfully transformed into a mima. Successfully became an A-level commander of the Federation, and now he's successfully marrying the person he likes. Bak admired Weilan and wondered, but on what basis for all of this? He thought viciously, I have to make this little brother suffer a bit. Looking at Weilan again, Bak thought further, making my brother suffer could be, for example, snatching away the person he likes. The curtains of Weilan's room window fluttered gently in the wind. Weilan was still sleeping restlessly, her lips moved as she mumbled, Who are you, who are you? Weilan's eyes flew open with a start. She cried out in alarm, was it a dream, why did this dream feel so real? Weilan let out an uncomfortable grunt. Looking at her birthmark, Weilan thought, the birthmark has gotten bigger, the shape of these wings seems to be the same as the wings of the little girl in the dream. Father Gu and Mother Gu knocked on the door from outside. Mother Gu's voice asked with concern, Bao Bao, are you awake? From outside the door, a voice drifted in, your mother and I have come to visit you. Weilan replied, yes, Mom, Dad, please come in. Mother Gu sat down and asked her, Bao Bao, how has your body been lately, are you too tired? Weilan smiled and replied, not at all, I'm fine, not tired at all. She turned to ask her parents with concern, Mom, Dad, do you know if I have a wing-shaped birthmark on my back? I also dreamed of a girl, she had wings just like this too. Weilan hesitated for a moment then said, about this, are you two hiding something from me? Father Gu hesitantly replied, Bao Bao, actually, your mother and I do have a few things we've hidden from you. He recounted, many years ago, when your mother and I had just gotten engaged. One time, we were taking a private starship back to the first star when we encountered a mechanical failure, and the starship fell straight from the sky. We both thought we would lose our lives in that crash. But unexpectedly, we woke up at the edge of a forest completely unharmed. Weilan asked in confusion, how is that possible? Mother Gu continued, it's true, your father and I couldn't believe it at the time either. After we calmed down, we discovered that you, Bao Bao, were standing in front of us. She recalled, at that time, Bao Bao, you seemed to be only 4 or 5 years old. Just like a little angel. Although we were also very confused, we were certain that the one who saved us was you, Bao Bao. Her father Gu added, your mother and I originally planned to ask a few questions, but you quickly fell into a coma. You also had a relentless high fever, so we could only take you back with us. By the time you woke up, you couldn't remember anything. The two continued to explain to her, since Bao Bao couldn't remember anything, we could only raise you by our side. Bao Bao, although your mother and I hid these things from you, we never had any intention of harming you, we have always treated you as our own biological daughter. Weilan grew more and more confused as she processed each piece of information. Weilan held her head and said, Mom, my head is a mess right now, I want to go to the restroom for a bit first. Her mother immediately went to support her daughter and replied, all right, let me help you there. Weilan went inside the restroom. She splashed water on her face to clear her head, her mind in turmoil. So, the person in the dream really was me? No way, does that mean I'm a non-human? Weilan wondered doubtfully, then what? She looked in the mirror, her own face clearly reflected there. Weilan asked herself, then who on earth am I? Her birthmark gradually changed color. Weilan also noticed it, she asked herself, why is this happening? Her birthmark fell off, and Weilan collapsed in pain. Wings sprouted from her back. Weilan screamed in pain. Her ears also gradually became pointed. Weilan gasped for breath, she was very confused and in a lot of pain. Looking at herself in the mirror, she asked in anguish, who on earth is this, why am I like this? She gently touched her ear with her hand. Weilan clutched her stomach in pain, she writhed, holding her abdomen. Her wings also gradually retracted. Weilan tremblingly called Ying Wu. The other end of the line answered, hello. Gu Weilan suppressed the pain and said, Ying Wu, can you come back right now? I think I'm about to go into labor. Gu Weilan was immediately taken to the best hospital in the Federal Empire. Ying Wu ran over worriedly, his voice urgent as he called, Wifey, wifey. Ying Wu ran to the hospital bed and took Gu Weilan's hand. He reassured her, Wifey, I'm here, don't worry, I will always be by your side. Gu Weilan softly repeated wifey, as countless pieces of information ran through her mind. This is the first time I've heard him call me wifey, all the previous anxiety seems to have vanished. The doctor, ready to help Gu Weilan give birth, came over to remind Ying Wu, Commander, please wait outside. If anything happens, I will inform you immediately. The delivery room door closed immediately. The clock kept ticking, time seeming to move much slower than usual. Father and Mother Gu sat outside, while Ying Wu paced anxiously in front of the delivery room door. He muttered, why isn't she out yet? Hearing screams from inside, something seemed to explode in Ying Wu's head. Ying Wu yelled wifey, and tried to rush into the delivery room. Father and Mother Gu immediately ran to stop him. They persuaded him, Commander, please don't be rash, just wait a little longer. Ying Wu slammed his hand on the door and cursed, damn it. The sound of a baby crying came from inside. Mother Gu said joyfully, she gave birth, she gave birth. The doctor came out to announce, Commander, the madam and the child are both safe, but the child's situation is a bit hard to explain. Ying Wu didn't listen anymore and went directly into the delivery room to check the situation. Ying Wu gently stroked Gu Weilan's face. Without turning back, he asked, Professor Bai Luo, didn't you say my wife would be fine? The doctor explained, Commander, the madam has just given birth and her body is weak, so she is temporarily in a coma. As long as she recuperates, her recovery will not be a problem. Ying Wu kissed the back of her hand. He called out silently, Wifey, you've worked hard. The nurse pushed the baby's cart in and said, Professor Bai Luo, after an examination, the baby's body has no problems at all, it's just. Ying Wu asked the nurse, just what? Father and Mother Gu looked at their grandchild and exclaimed, how can this be? A baby lay in the cradle, with wings on its back and hair color like Gu Weilan's, but its face and the two horns on its head looked exactly like Ying Wu. Ying Wu walked over to see, thinking emotionally, this is the crystallization of my love with Vivi. He touched the baby's face, and their child let out an adorable wah sound. Ying Wu asked Professor Bai Luo in confusion, so what's going on? Bai Luo explained, we have examined the madam's body and found that her genes are different from ordinary people, so the baby has certainly inherited some of the mother's special genetic traits. Ying Wu went to look at his child, thinking to himself, so these beautiful elven hands, and these cute elven wings, did wifey quietly hide them from me? This baby is just too adorable. If wifey sees what the baby looks like, what will she think? He thought anxiously, what if wifey sees the little one and thinks I'm not beautiful, and doesn't like me anymore? Ying Wu turned to Father and Mother Gu and said, Father-in-law, Mother-in-law, Vivi still needs to rest. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the baby for now. The grandparents immediately agreed, all right, then we'll leave Vivi to you. After that, Ying Wu returned to the bedroom. He looked at himself seriously in the mirror. Ying Wu combed his hair. He then admired the tail behind him. After a while, Ying Wu thought with satisfaction, my features are the most beautiful, the most superior in this entire Federal Empire, even the most beautiful on all the planets. After coming out, Ying Wu found that Gu Weilan had sat up. He immediately ran over nervously to ask, Wifey, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Gu Weilan said nothing, just gently shook her head. Ying Wu thought mischievously, I have to let Wifey see that I am the most beautiful, most noble charm demon. So Ying Wu tried his best to exude his charm while Gu Weilan still showed no reaction at all. Seeing her like this, Ying Wu thought awkwardly, this probably isn't enough. He approached, took his wife's hand, and whispered, there is a lot of experimental data related to charm demons, but there is one point that is not recorded, which only the charm demon itself can know. Ying Wu said, Wifey, that is that a charm demon only loves one person in their entire life. You are my only partner, I will forever be faithful to our marriage. He looked up and asked her, Wifey, you will also only have me, right? Ying Wu's tail pointed towards Gu Weilan. His tail lifted up in front of Gu Weilan as it had many times before. Her hand took Ying Wu's tail. But then she let it fall. Ying Wu immediately noticed, Vivi's attitude is a bit strange, it seems to be extremely. He finally understood, Gu Weilan's attitude seemed very cold. Ying Wu took her hand and asked sincerely, Bao Bao, do you want to see our little treasure? Our baby not only inherited the characteristics of a charm demon but also Before Ying Wu could finish, Gu Weilan let go of his hand. She just said one curt sentence, sleepy. Ying Wu was still very indulgent and compromised. Okay, then Bao Bao should rest first. Let's talk again after Bao Bao is no longer tired. Okay? Ying Wu immediately tucked Gu Weilan in. Ying Wu told himself, while wifey is fast asleep, I must take the opportunity to ask Professor Bai Luo what on earth is going on. Ying Wu walked to a far corner to keep it quiet for her and called Professor Bai Luo. Professor, are you free right now? I have something I want to ask you. On the other end of the line, the professor replied, I'm free, Commander, just come over. While you're at it, take some supplements back for Miss Gu Weilan. Just as Ying Wu closed the door and stepped out, Gu Weilan, lying on the bed, immediately opened her eyes. She moved her finger slightly. Instantly, a passageway leading somewhere appeared in the hospital room. From the other side, a voice called the name Weilan. The voice from the other side kept calling the name Weilan. Hearing it, Gu Weilan's mind became hazy, and a strong internal struggle ensued. Gu Weilan then passed through the passageway. The passageway disappeared instantly after she entered it, leaving no trace behind. On Ying Wu's side, he held the supplements and replied to Professor Bai Luo, all right. I roughly understand. Please send the rest to me via the static ring. I'm heading back now. The professor watched his figure dash away and helplessly reached out, thinking to himself, we only discussed for 4 minutes and he's already so eager to get back to his wife's side. He misses her already? What will he do when he goes to the battlefield in the future? He walked past the guards, who were also flustered and embarrassed. Ying Wu entered Gu Weilan's hospital room. Ying Wu looked around in shock, shouting in a loud voice, where is she? The 2 guards outside immediately ran in and reported breathlessly, Commander, we really never saw Assistant Gu leave. The person next to him chimed in, that's right, we didn't even blink and we didn't see anyone. Ying Wu immediately made a call and ordered, quickly gather everyone and search the entire base. Even if you have to turn every place upside down, you must find her for me. The person on the other end immediately replied Roger that and took action. He walked to the window, flung it open, and looked down. Below. Ying Wu thought, why would she suddenly disappear like that? Is she in some kind of danger, or does she not need me anymore? On a starship speeding through the galaxy. A subordinate reported to Rong by Brother Rong, I heard that Gu Weilan has completely disappeared. The entire La Gong, including the military and the command headquarters, is in an uproar searching for her. He listened and replied during this time, unless I order it, tell the people on Hell Planet not to come looking for me. Okay? Rong Bai looked at the weapon in his hand. The subordinate saw Rong Bai's action and immediately asked in alarm, Brother Rong, what are you planning to do? Rong Bai replied, you'll know in a moment. Hurry up and go to the Dark Realm. In the Dark Realm, Gu Weilan was like the child from that year, riding a horse, but now she was grown up. She looked around and scoffed to herself, the air here is mixed and dirty, it's really disgusting. Another path opened up. Ancient Elven Castle. Gu Weilan looked at the castle, and a thought popped into her head, I've arrived. Gu Weilan walked forward and touched the pattern. On the castle. She pursed her lips, feeling everything. Gu Weilan's outfit and her entire body manifested naturally. When she entered, a small elf saw her and said joyfully, Master, welcome back. Have you remembered everything from the past? Gu Weilan replied somberly, I haven't remembered everything yet. Gu Weilan asked the little elf worriedly, in the years I was away, did the king of the Dark Realm come to cause trouble for you all? He immediately recounted he did at first, but a few years ago, the king's government was overthrown. His Highness Yu succeeded to the throne and has not come to the Star City to cause trouble since. Gu Weilan waved her hand and said, all right, you may leave. With that, she walked out. Gu Weilan walked alone to the lake. She went to wash her face with the water. A rustling sound caught her attention. Gu Weilan warily realized something was not normal. A teenager fell from above. Gu Weilan thought doubtfully. Looking at the person again, it was an injured charm demon teenager, but she had no idea this was Rong Bai, who had injured himself to get close to her. Weilan lowered her bow and arrow. Then used the tip of her bow to lift his white tail. Weilan frowned slightly and said, aren't charm demons' tails only black and red? He lowered his head and replied hesitantly, because I'm injured. Then he used his small tail to wrap around Weilan's bow, can you help me? Hearing this, Weilan sized him up. Then she lifted Rong Bai's chin to assess him. After observing for a moment, she said, the breath of you charm demons is very similar, actually, it's a bit like his. Rongbai pushed the bow tip away, turning his face in another direction. No, I don't know. Weilan didn't care anymore and left. Forget it, you can go. But just as she turned to leave, a splashing sound came from behind. Rongbai had actually crawled to the edge of the stream. His body was unsteady and seemed like it could fall into the water at any moment. He then looked up at Weilan with an extremely pitiful face. Seeing this, she could only sigh helplessly. She recalled her subordinate's words. In recent years, a young charm demon boy has taken refuge in the organization I set up on Hell Planet. His background is quite bleak, and in the past few days, through the effects of medicine, he has slowly differentiated into a normal person, so Master can rest assured. This teenager's identity is very reliable, our clan can fully use him. In a few days, the Dark Realm will hold a banquet. At that time, the Federal Empire will definitely send people to attend. It is best for Master to choose a reliable attendant to go with you, to ensure your safety. At this point, she asked him. What's your name? He replied with surprise. Rongbai, my name is Rongbai. Weilan bent down to look at Rongbai. Tomorrow, attend the banquet with me. If you perform well, I will keep you. At the same time, on the other side. Ying Wu looked at the information worriedly. Where on earth did Vivi go? Why did she suddenly disappear from the world? But before he could analyze, a crying sound came from beside him. The little charm demon baby held its small tail and sobbed. Ying Wu worriedly patted the baby. Don't cry. The little baby felt the warmth, snuggled in, and at the same time stopped crying. Ying Wu looked at the little bundle in his hand and added, Little one, be quiet, don't disturb Daddy's work. But as soon as he finished the sentence, the little baby opened its eyes again, looking at him with teary eyes. Ying Wu was a bit impatient. What is it? The little baby rubbed against Ying Wu's hand and cooed a few times, at which point he realized, hungry? Wait a minute, Dad hasn't finished investigating yet. The little baby couldn't wait any longer and bit his finger. Ying Wu had no choice but to stroke the baby's cheek. All right, I know. A moment later, the little bundle had a supersized milk bottle in its hands, and only then did the little bundle contentedly enjoy its main course. Ying Wu could also focus on finding his beloved wife. After being full, the little bundle burped a few times and crawled back onto Ying Wu. He then picked up the little bundle. His voice turned a few degrees colder as he warned, I advise you to be good. You also want to see your mother quickly, right? The little baby immediately agreed with a happy wah. The star phone simultaneously vibrated. After Ying Wu answered, the other side immediately said, Commander, the detector you released has indeed detected Gu Weilan's fading breath left outside the Dark Realm. Ying Wu received the information and said, Okay, I know. After receiving the news, Ying Wu placed the little bundle on the bed. A smile appeared in his eyes as he said, Dad has to go to the Dark Realm to find his wife. A moment later, with the president, he asked with an annoyed tone, You want to go find Gu Weilan? Don't you know that place is very dangerous? I don't expect you to lose your life there. Ying Wu stubbornly persuaded, I will go under the pretext of visiting the new king of the Dark Realm, a legitimate reason. The president then thought to himself, it seems he is determined to go. The president didn't object and stamped the document, I will contact the new king of the Dark Realm. Then he handed a stack of documents to Ying Wu. Here, and also, I have approved your marriage registration certificate. Looking at the registration paper, Ying Wu couldn't hide his happy emotions. Thank you, it's the marriage certificate for me and Vivi. The president behind him watched Ying Wu leave, naturally having his own calculations in mind. Gu Weilan is still of great use to the Federation. It's best that you bring her back, Ying Wu. The scene changes to the banquet. Everyone was immersed in the luxurious atmosphere. The new king of the Dark Realm, Dugua, stood opposite Ying Wu and said, To the eternal peace between Hellstar and the Federal Empire. Ying Wu politely replied. To peace. Ying Wu didn't waste a moment, his eyes constantly searching. At the same time, a princess of the Dark Realm, Si Deer, approached him and greeted him. I've always heard my brother say that Commander Ying is the greatest threat to the fleets. Meeting Commander Ying today, I feel my brother was very right. Ying Wu maintained a cold attitude, put down his wine glass and said, Thank you, excuse me for a moment. Then he walked outside, looking around for Weilan's figure. Suddenly, someone from behind tapped his shoulder, Commander Ying. Ying Wu turned around out of reflex. It was the princess from before. She said again, Commander Ying has come from afar, you must be tired. How about resting in my courtyard? Seeing her, Ying Wu immediately went into avoidance mode and backed away. He didn't say much and shoved the marriage certificate in her face. Your Highness the Princess, I am married. I hope you will show some self-respect. Seeing this, she was a bit speechless in her heart. Who carries a marriage certificate with them like this? Thinking this, she crossed her arms in annoyance and retorted, Commander Ying, forgive me for being blunt, I think a figure like you should find a woman of equal power for a political marriage. Not. But before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. Princess C dear, that's just because you don't understand it. Suddenly, at that point, he looked at her proudly. My wife is outstanding. With that, he triumphantly left, leaving the princess behind, fuming. At this moment, Ying Wu sensed something, this aura. A flyer approached from a distance. Rongbai stepped out from it. Seeing the familiar face, Ying Wu couldn't help but exclaim Rongbai. He then bowed to help. Weilan's hand. Ying Wu was startled and suspicious when he saw this. Because Weilan had appeared here, and she came out of a starship with Rongbai. The people around looked at Weilan and gossiped, is that Her Highness Lan who was lost for many years? So beautiful. Now the Dark Realm is divided into two forces, one side is His Highness Du, the other is Her Highness Lan. We'll have to see them compete in the future. Rongbai on this side had also seen Ying Wu, clearly a bit smug seeing the bewildered look on his face. Ying Wu really didn't understand. Why is Rongbai with Weilan? Why is Weilan Her Highness Lan of the Dark Realm? What on earth is going on? Weilan on this side looked at Rongbai and instructed, you've memorized the map of the royal palace, right? You have half an hour to steal that document from Dugua's palace. Whether you can stay or not depends on this mission. He took the order, bowed his head and replied yes. Immediately after, Rongbai took action. When Ying Wu saw him leave, he pulled Weilan's hand. She looked over, startled. Ying Wu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, come with me. They went to Ying Wu's starship. He pressed her against the wall and looked her over. Weilan spoke up anxiously first, the Dark Realm is very dangerous, why did you come here? Ying Wu leaned in closer and replied, you tell me. How could she talk like that? Weilan maintained a cold attitude and asked back, what do you mean? Ying Wu thought to himself, could it be that she has no explanation for abandoning me and our child? Thinking this, he let go of Weilan and sighed, I really lose to you. He took off Weilan's glove and questioned her in a cold voice, he held this hand of yours just now, didn't he? As he washed her hand, he thought to himself, I won't allow you to be touched by him, I won't allow it. Ying Wu carefully washed every bit of Weilan's hand. Then he looked at the other hand and uttered with a possessive tone, this hand too, you. As he washed, he complained resentfully, Weilan, you're really trying to drive me crazy. A moment later, Weilan was finally released by him and dried the water on her hands. The two just looked at each other in silence. Weilan touched Ying Wu's head again and asked, where are your horns? Ying Wu was immediately agitated and grabbed Weilan's hand tightly, Weilan, you only remember my horns? Don't you have any explanation? Weilan again asked indifferently, what do you mean? Ying Wu was at a loss for words for a moment, you. Ying Wu placed his hands on Weilan's shoulders and said clearly, the Dark City is very dangerous. You also know I can't be away from you, so why did you leave without a word? Weilan looked at him and thought to herself, so this is the reason he's angry. Suddenly she touched the back of her neck, making a tisk sound with a look of discomfort. Ying Wu hadn't noticed yet and turned his face away with a bitter smile. Why did I rush over here to find you? Weilan promptly pulled his hand back. She whispered, pointing to her neck, Ying Wu, I'm injured here. Hearing that, Ying Wu forgot his anger and worriedly examined her. Injured? What happened? Weilan took his hand and added, I'm not sure about the specifics, it's just that this place is injured, and I can feel like I've lost something. With that, she lowered her head sadly. Moreover, after knowing he was angry, this unusual feeling became even more obvious. Ying Wu looked her over but still couldn't find anything, wondering, her neck doesn't have any wounds at all. His cheeks suddenly flushed as he rejoiced inwardly, is she making an excuse to comfort me? Then he looked at Weilan and asked, does it hurt? She shook her head and replied, it doesn't hurt. No put on a difficult expression and continued, it's good that you're fine, I'm leaving. Weilan immediately stopped him, can you not go? The jealous No started to play hard to get, then tell me, why did you want to be with Hung Bak? Weilan answered honestly, I brought him here today because I have a mission for him to do. No couldn't control his emotions and, his voice rising slightly, grabbed Weilan's hand, he touched her hand. Weilan replied calmly, then I won't let anyone else touch it from now on. Hearing this, No helplessly held his forehead, looking at her unconcerned appearance, does she even understand what the key issue is? No moved closer to Weilan and asked again, Weilan, I'm asking you one last time, do you remember that we are married? Weilan immediately replied, I remember. No added, you even bore a child for me, but you never once looked at the baby, do you remember? At the mention of the child, Weilan's memory became hazy and she touched her stomach. No then chuckled softly, you shouldn't not remember. He became unexpectedly cold and asked again, Gu Weilan, can you consider my feelings, do you really still love me? Weilan suddenly froze, looking at him. No didn't say anything more and boarded the spaceship to leave. Just like that, he left for his planet without a second glance at Weilan. Weilan, for her part, touched the back of her neck in confusion and uttered, it hurts a little, it feels like something wants to come out from here, I can feel a deep sorrow. At this moment, Weilan took out her communication device. The person on the other end immediately said, Your Highness. Weilan immediately continued, when I left the Federal Empire, I had given birth to a child. Go find materials on the signs of liking someone and similar documents. Gu Weilan's Legion commander was surprised, Your Highness. But before she could say more, Weilan cut her off in a cold voice, find them now, I want to learn, I must have lost something, I have to get it back. The next day, on Ung-No's planet. Early in the morning, someone came to visit, but when Ung-No opened the door, he was a little surprised. Seeing it was Weilan, he asked in confusion, why are you here? Ung-No turned his head away coldly and added, I think we shouldn't see each other for a while. But in his heart, he was thinking, whenever I see her, I can't stay calm. Weilan didn't miss the chance and took his hand. Without any change in her tone from beginning to end, she said, No, how is our child now? No chuckled softly again and continued, so you finally remember. Weilan then intertwined her fingers with No's, making the young man's face light up with joy. Weilan calmly pulled him along, I already told Princess Tudani that I would be entertaining you today, it's okay if I don't remember, right? From behind, No suddenly pulled her hand back. His voice turned a few shades colder as he held up their intertwined hands, is that right, you went to the Shadow City and learned their way of being hospitable to guests. Having said that, No let go of her hand without hesitation. Weilan looked at her empty hand, her feelings a bit complicated. Then she looked at him and said, that's not it, I'm only like this with you. Hearing those words, how could the wife-doting young man resist? In reality, those moves were what Weilan had learned from a pile of books. She read and marveled, oh, so this is what you have to do when you like someone. That is to take the other person's hand. After that is to hug them tightly, accompanied by a loving cheek nuzzle. And even pin them down so they can't resist. The good student Weilan summarized it with a classic book closing snap, okay, very simple, I've learned it.